to chemist school, you became more alert. You more wake up, your spirit wake up. And you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. Classical studies, we must know Medew Netcher, you see. Maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Medew Netcher. Achievement in Km.t for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Km.t.
All right. ATM Hotep, which is welcome and peace. Welcome to the Sesh channel. This is your brother Wudjau, Medew Edimaat, along with Sanet Imiket Akua Kinyi. And tonight, just want to address a few things that was brought to my attention actually last night. And someone had sent me a link to the brother Reggie's broadcast, a recent video that he did on, I believe, July 10th, if I'm not mistaken, about a week ago. And so I found out about it last night, and someone gave me the link to check it out because he was addressing a few things that I had said. So the brother Reggie is addressing a couple of things that I statements that I had made in the previous video. And so I checked out the video, bits of it. I didn't watch the whole video. The video is like 2 hours long, and I did not sit and watch the whole video because the person that sent me the link, they sent me a pretty much timestamp. And so I watched it, I scrubbed through it, watched more of it and things. And so I just wanted to address a couple of things that the brother was saying. So that's the purpose of this live tonight. So I want to welcome all of you all who are tuned in for tonight and hanging out for a little bit while I go over these statements and claims that was made by brother Reggie and clear them up, correct a few things and clear up some things. All right. So hopefully you all will be, hopefully you pay attention and you learn something. You leave satisfied. As I explained last night on our live stream last night, I welcome everyone with Hotep, ETM Hotep, which is welcome and peace, to make sure you're satisfied when you come and that you leave all the drama and negativity wherever that is. You come here content restful, satisfied, at peace, and I want to make sure you leave that way. All right. So that's the goal here tonight. All right. So let's jump right into it. So let me shout out those who I can see in the chat right now, just real quick, just to kind of buy a little bit of time, because as you all know, we go live pretty much at a drop of a dime. That's why I always encourage people that don't only subscribe to the channel, make sure you click the notification bell so you can get notified, because we'll go live, at any time. So just give a few people to be notified and to pop in who are interested. So shout out to Jehudi Ma'at. I see Jehudi Ma'at was came in early. So shout out to the brother Jehudi Ma'at. Shout out to Babylon Dunn. And who else do I see? I see Chief X is in the building. And Chief X says, you claim to never watch anyone's video, but do a live stream on it. That's weird. I don't understand how that's weird. Like, things are weird to people sometimes because they just don't comprehend. I just now explained that I had no idea that such a video that Reggie did even existed until last night. Someone sent me a timestamped link, a link with a timestamp embedded in it. I clicked it. It took me straight to a timestamp portion where Reggie is mentioning my name. And so I'm mindful about clips and timestamps, so I backed the playhead up a bit so I can see the context in which things are said. I scrub around a bit to make sure I get the full gist of the context and everything like that. There's nothing weird about that. So when I learn about it, and if it's something that's worthwhile and I feel like it's worth my time, especially if I can create a teaching moment out of it, I will do just that. So I'm not sure what is the problem with comprehending that, or what's weird about that at all. And shout out to brother Philaitis. All right, that's all the way I can see in the chat. So if you're in the chat, make yourself known. Want to send you my greetings, but I'm going to just go ahead and jump in because I'm not sure how long this will. I don't know how much time it will be needed for me to go over the few statements that the brother Reggie made. So what I want to do is I want to play the clip that was sent, or the timestamp portion that was sent of the brother Reggie speaking, so that everyone will get the foundation or the backdrop of what's being said. All right, so we're going to start there, and I'm just going to jump on into it. All right, so let's see if I can pull this up. And where are we? We are right here. So I'm going to have to share my screen. Make sure you all can see. See how easy that's going to be. We're going to share. Put it on the jumbo. Remove the chat. I want you all to be able to see everything. Okay. So here is the video. So I have it queued up pretty much at the timestamp. And so this is his video. Now, what I always like to encourage people to do whenever I address something that someone says in a video, obviously I can only play the clip, and I'm not going to play the full video. All right, that's just not practical, and it doesn't make any sense to do that. But what I encourage everyone to do, and I make sure I do this every time, I give you the title of the video that I'm addressing. This title is called Brother Reggie, Certified Boogeyman When Experts Are Not Quite Correct. Who's checking? Okay. And this was done July 10th, last week. So a week ago. Exactly 7 days ago, I guess. And I encourage everyone to watch the full video, because I don't ever want to make a mistake of taking anything out of context. So I always tell people to watch the whole video if you have time. And if you're interested, yeah, definitely go watch the whole video. grab more of the context of whatever statements are being made, et cetera, et cetera. All right. That's what I encourage everyone to do. That's what I advocate for people to do. But obviously, when you're doing what I'm about to do, I can't play the whole video. I'm only going to play a clip. So just bear that in mind. And I'll do my best to get the context of it. But in case anything is missed, definitely go check out the video. All right. I've definitely seen people clip videos and take things out of context intentionally. I've seen people do it intentionally, and I've seen people do it unintentionally, and it skews the conversation. So that's what I'm careful. I do my best not to do that. That's not good. Okay, so we're going to dive into this. I'm about at the 56-minute mark on this video. So I'm going to let it play. I may have to skip around, but I'm going to let it play just so you all can get the gist. And I may stop it. I'm not sure yet. So I'm going to let it play. Now, what I will need, this should all work. The audio should play. But in case, I'm going to be looking at the chat. So if you all can't hear the audio, make sure you let me know in the chat, and I will correct that. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that everything is good to go. So I'm going to let this play. All right. And again, welcome to the Sesh channel. And appreciate you all hanging out. It is late Wednesday. Now we're going into Thursday on the East Coast. So, all right, let's get into
it. No. Go find what you got.
Oh, I do. Okay. I do have to prep what I'm playing. Okay, what Reggie is doing right here is he's replaying a clip from, I believe it's the Community of Skeptics channel or the Pseudo Killers channel, one of those channels where Reggie and I were on the panel. And this was recent. This was like a few days prior to this video that Reggie's doing right here that I'm sharing. Okay, so I don't want to confuse anybody. So Reggie right now on his channel, he's replaying a recent video where both he and I were on either the Pseudo Killers platform or the Community of Skeptics platform. I forget which one. But as you can see, the brother Unk is there, Juju, Sister Juju, Cedric, myself, Reggie, and ChatGPT Sosa. All right. So he's gonna play that, and then so just to let y'all know where we are. So I'm gonna let this play. All right.
You gotta find, and I don't want to waste Wudjau being on here. You got two people that read the Netcher on here, right? And I'm gonna play this, and I want both of y'all opinion on this Black Bull thing. Right.
Wait, can I say something first?
Yes, you can. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was muted because I know how it feels. I don't like it when I got to go through three people before it's back around my turn. So that's why I was muted the whole time. Mm-hmm. But let me just say this. I want to say this. I think for this conversation, any conversation around this, I think people really need to understand what figurative expressions are in general, because that's an umbrella category, and then specifically metaphor. And within metaphors, there has to be a nexus that connects the two sides of the metaphor. And I say that because, like, for example, the king is a bull as a metaphor. And so we know kings are literally not metaphors. So whenever you say figurative, we already disconnecting it from anything literal. So what are the nexus associations that are being portrayed when the metaphor is in? Now you have the context and so on and so forth that's going to give you clues to that nexus. So the king is a bull in the semantic sense of the strength and virility of such an animal, not its color or anything like that. Whether it's black, red, white, or anything is irrelevant. It's just the strength. So we say Ka-Naked, which means like a strong bull, the strong bull, et cetera, et cetera. So that's one thing.
Okay, so Wudjau is one of my uh, opposition. Um, he's very talented in reading the Netcher. Um, he is he works for Saw and Hotel, and what he does often is minimizes the black reality. So yes, there is a Ka naked, which means the black bull, but the Ka naked is associated with the Apis bull or Het bull, the black.
It went quiet.
Okay, sorry about that. I have muted my mic and forgot to unmute it. So let me start over. I paused it right there. I paused the video right there because I need to make a comment about what he just said. So I may pause periodically doing this. Okay. So the first thing I want to say is that the brother Reggie accuses me of, let's see, where did I go? Where'd it go? Yeah. So he accuses me of minimizing the black reality for whatever that means, that he means by that. So, and so what I would say to that is that I absolutely do not minimize a black reality. What I say is that there is no such black reality in the ancient Egyptians' time and to the ancient Egyptians themselves. And by black reality, what people are doing is that they are being anachronistic. And so I refer to these people as anachronists. And what that means simply is that people are trying to retrofit a modern social construct of race, our modern social constructs of race, backwards in time onto a people who had no such construct in their minds. It didn't exist. Okay. And so the black reality of today is a reality based on the modern social construct. Again, that did not exist in ancient times at all. Our class system, our social class system, and how it's used today did not exist in ancient times. That's my stance. That's my claim. That's been my claim for over 10 years, since I even began engaging people about ancient Egypt. All right. And this goes for everyone that I call an anachronist. And by that, I mean unfortunately, the word Afrocentrist became a negative term, and it shouldn't be. But people use that for really blackologists, people who try to make everything black and things like that. And that does exist. There are a lot of people out there that, and I used to say blackologists, but that didn't kind of make sense because blackology, the word ology means to study, of. So the study of black, that doesn't really make sense. So I started using the word anachronist because these people perform anachronisms. That's what they do. But anyway, so you do have a lot of people out there that try to make everything black. They try to make the Egyptians black. They try to make the Olmecs black. They try to make King James black. They talk about Jesus being black. Buddha is black. Confucius is black. Whoever. I mean, everybody is out to be black. If you let them tell it. All right. So you have that extreme. And then on the other end, you have people that are trying to make everything white. So Eurocentrists. So you have Afrocentrists and Eurocentrists on both ends of the spectrum. And I'm saying both sides are anachronists. So I refer to them as anachronists. And so that's been my stance. And so the black reality he's can only be referring to is that. And so that's my stance, and I unapologetically do that. But it has nothing to do with what the rest of the things he's about to say. So I'm going to rewind this back just a little bit to catch back up to what he was saying. So I'm going to let it play.
Reality. So yes, there is a Ka naked, which means the black bull.
Ka naked doesn't mean black bull. Ka naked means mighty bull or strong bull. All right. It doesn't mean black. It doesn't have the word black in there. In that phrase, that specific phrase, Ka naked, it doesn't have black in there at all. So just a little side correction right there, because that's something that I said in the video where I said the king is a bull, and the king have an epithet of Ka naked, in the royal titularies that you see floating around all throughout ancient Egypt. You will see Ka naked, so on and so forth. Bull of my mother, strong bull, etc., etc. But that particular phrase does not have black in it. So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that. Okay, so I'm just going to put it up to, he misspoke or something like that.
But the Ka naked is is associated with the Apis bull or Het bull, the black bull, the Menwur bull, Merwur bull, or the Bacchus bull. He leaves that out all the time, right? And then there is Usir, who has the title of the Great Black, right? So
I have to pause here. He accused me of leaving the Apis bull, Minerva's bull, Bacchus bull, etc. out or whatever. And that's false as well, because I do talk about the Apis bull. I do talk about the rituals involving the Apis bull, the importance of the Apis bull to the ancient Egyptians. I do talk about these things. So I don't know why he would say that, other than the fact that Brother Reggie may not be familiar when I do talk about those things. And that's understandable. That's understandable. So I'm not going to fault him for that. But I just want to make sure that I address that claim, because that's a false claim. He's accusing me of leaving that kind of stuff out, and that's just not true at all. As a matter of fact, the Apis bull, in a live, we did a video where that issue came up, and we talked about the Apis bull, the color, the fact that it's black, the fact that it was seen as sacred because of the different markings on it. I believe it has a mark on the forehead, maybe I believe a triangle. Then there's a mark on the back. There's a white mark. There's a white triangle on the forehead of the face. There's a white mark on the back, and it's supposed to be a mark under the tongue or in the mouth of the Apis bull. And all these are different signs the Egyptians used as ways to justify the sacredness of this particular bull being the mediator between the deities and the people. Okay, and Apis bull represents the deity Ptah early on, and then later it was associated with Wasir, or aka Osiris. And so we talk about these things all the time. I mean, not so much lately though, and maybe that's why he accusing me of leaving it out. But he can't say I always leave it out. That's just not true. All right, so I just want to address that as well. All right, so I'm gonna let it keep it playing.
So yes, the king is a metaphorically a bull, like a bull. However, he is also like a black bull. So we have an ongoing debate. I have a journal article published.
So let me pause it here. Now he just played a clip of me speaking about metaphor. And in that clip he just played, I brought up the metaphor of the king being a bull. And my point, as you heard me say, and then you all can go back to that video. That video, like I said, I think it's on the Community of Skeptics channel. You can watch that video for more details. But in that video, I had brought up the simple fact that I feel that more people should do some studying on figurative expressions, especially metaphor, simile, analogies, symbolisms, and other different tropes, all in the umbrella of figurative expressions. Because by doing so, and this is what I was saying, by doing so, it would kill a lot of the noise and the arguments that people are having, because a lot of these arguments that people have on various different topics, even going back to people arguing about the Bible and the Abrahamic belief issues and topics, right? People are arguing as if these writings that people are reading were meant to be taken literally. And I always found that interesting that people do that. And so what I'm saying to the panel on that show was, I feel that people should really look into metaphors and things. And I used the example of the king being a bull. So we know that a king is not literally a bull. And what I was explaining is that with metaphor, there's two sides of a metaphor. There's the reality, there's the object that's being associated with something else. And that's the two sides. But there's a nexus in between that allows the justification of the association. So a king being a bull is not a literal statement. It's metaphoric. So the question is, what about a bull that causes the metaphor to exist, and for the bull to be associated with a king, or a king being associated with a bull? And what I said was that in that particular case, it's about the strength and virility of a bull that is laid over onto the king. Not that the king is literally a bull. And we all know that the Egyptian kings wore bulls' tails. And this was a visual allusion to that association of a king being a bull. All right. It was about the strength and virility of the bulls. So having said that, and I hope everybody understands that, right? Having said that, it doesn't matter what the bull is described as, because it's a metaphor. So, for example, if I say the king is a bull, everybody and their mother should know that I don't mean that literally. That it's a metaphor. Okay, the king is like a bull. Metaphor. Now, if I say the king is like a white bull, it's still a metaphor. If I say the king is like a green bull, it's still a metaphor. If I say the king is like a black bull, it's still a metaphor, because the king is not the bull at all, no matter what color the bull is. The bull could be, you could say the king is like a crippled bull. It's not a bull. The king is not a bull. Okay, so that should be clear. And so you can't parse a metaphor and cherry pick what you want to be literal versus what you want to be figurative. So the king is neither a bull, neither the king is black. And that's the point. The king is not black and the king is not a bull. Even if you say the king is like a black bull, because none of it is literal. All right. Black has a figurative semantic meaning in that setup, in that equation, just like the word bull. And if people study metaphors, they would understand everything I just said. And that was my point on the panel. Okay. That was my point on the panel. All right. And if people want to study up the Apis bull and how it's associated with Ptah and Osiris or Wasir, excuse me, Wasir, and the color black, why the black is associated with that and everything. It's all spelled out. It has nothing to do with the skin color of people. And that's been the underlying point that I've been driving home, none of this stuff talks about the skin color of people. Okay, because that's been the argument for the past 50 some odd years. And in the conflict community, that argument, peaks up, then it dies down, then it peaks up, and then it dies down every now and then. But it's been going on for over 50 years about the Egyptians being black and the skin color of, people are always talking about phenotype and the skin color and all this other stuff. And so I'm trying to bring the conversation back to reality that the king is not the color black. The bull could be black, the color black. The Apis bull is black, the color black. It is the color black. But that king is not that color. So, well, let me continue. I don't want to stay on that point all night.
And they say I weaponize it. Yeah, that's why I wrote a journal article and not a daggone Amazon book, because first I had to get the journal article approved by the journal board, and then they published it. So yeah, it's weaponized. So I'm not saying Wudjau can't do it. I'm just saying until Asar Imhotep get a journal article, Wudjau get a journal article, hush.
Okay, so here, Reggie is feeling himself a little bit. I feel that Reggie is feeling himself, not a little bit. Reggie is feeling himself a lot. And I think Reggie has been feeling himself ever since his article was published in that particular journal that he's talking about. And this was definitely, I think, almost 2 years ago, because I took a hiatus from social media for over a year and a half. And I know it happened before I did that. So it's probably around roughly 2 years ago. And I know that it was celebrated because Brother Reggie was able to get an article in a journal, and it was celebrated. People were popping bottles. I believe on the Pseudo Killers channel or the Community of Skeptics at the time, they were celebrating the article and so on and so forth. But ever since then, I think Reggie is definitely feeling himself a lot about that particular article. As you can see, he's admittedly saying that he's weaponized it and saying until other people's, and he named me and Asar Imhotep, until we get an article published in a journal, to hush, to be quiet, and this and that. So what I'm going to do is in the near future, I'm going to go through his journal article, because almost 2 years ago when his article was first published, I didn't read it. But while I was live, his article came up and somebody brought it up, and I had no intention of speaking about his article at all, because I didn't read it yet. At that particular time, I did not read it, and unlike some people that I see on the YouTube channels, I don't speak about things that I don't read or I'm not familiar with. To me, that's crazy to speak about a book or anything that you didn't even read. So I had no intentions of speaking on Reggie's article at all. But on one live stream we had, it came up. As a matter of fact, maybe Emiket can post that live stream in the chat, and it came up in the conversation. And so it was pulled up on the screen. It was shared on the screen. And just within 2 minutes of no prior knowledge of it at all or anything, just within 2 minutes of just scanning through live, I saw a lot of editorial mistakes. And so I had made mention of all those editorial mistakes where Reggie is copying and pasting watermarked entries of dictionary, not citing the Mark Vigus dictionary. And Reggie came on the panel and tried to justify that and made up excuses and saying, well, the Egyptian language doesn't belong to Mark Vigus. And I'm paraphrasing. Y'all can go back and listen to exactly what he said. But he basically said that because the Egyptian language doesn't belong to these people, it's okay for him to to just take it and put it in the article without giving credit, without citing, and it being watermarked. It just doesn't matter, or whatever. So that's the extent that I even spoke to a journal. But in the near future, what I will do is go through the whole journal and give my commentary on Reggie's journal, the content and the formal aspect of it and its content. All right, so I will do that. Until then, I don't speak about it. All right, so I just want everybody to understand that. Okay, but let's continue.
Be cool, right? Now, so here I disagree with Wudjau and Asar and Hotep. They tend to discard the color of the bull, yet there is simply an Apis bull, a Minerva's bull, Bacchus bull, selected by their black markings and other attributes. Simply the marginalizing the color black for the bull, cows, and calves serves only as an ideological purpose, their purpose. However, the reality is that these animals and their coats of skin were important to this particular culture. Wudjau and others can only make this not important by avoiding it, right? We won't talk about it. Thus, they avoid the concept Kemet itself and its black reality. Our disagreements is an ongoing debate, as many of you know, and my opponents have yet to have anything that they have thought of published or cited. All I can say is that their talk remains on YouTube, land only. It's not personal, it's just the facts.
Okay, so the only thing I'll say about that, like I said, Reggie's clearly weaponizing just the fact that he got an article published somewhere. And that in of itself, for those who actually do come from a scholastic background and stuff like that, that's really not saying anything at all, because just having something published doesn't make the content all wise, right, and exact or accurate. People publish things all the time that are wrong, that could be 100% wrong, 1,000% wrong. Just because you got it published, that means you went through whatever editorial requirements. When they send a call out for papers, I'm just give you an example. If a journal puts a call out for papers on particular topics, they may run a publication every 2 quarters or every quarter of the year, or maybe even once a month, whatever the time intervals are. They usually put a call out for papers that they're accepting papers and articles, which are articles in the journal, but they may narrow the scope of the topic and say, we're looking for articles around these topics, and they'll give you a list of topics. And if you are, a researcher or whatever the case is, you have a chance to submit an article. If it gets accepted, if you meet the requirements, they will decide to publish it or not. But most of the time, what happens in those situations is that what they're checking for, the requirements, is editorial. So they're going to look for the form and the structure of your article. They're not checking if what you're saying in your article, the content, if it's correct or not. So there's a difference. There are people who review for that purpose, but that's not done to get in a journal. There's journals where people do reviews after the fact, where they say, they just cite a whole bunch of mistakes based on what the scholar is saying or researcher is saying, and so on and so forth. So I think people need to know that. If you all don't already know that, that just needs to be known. And based on my very 2-minute review or look at the article while it was shared on the screen over 2 years ago that I mentioned earlier, I really question the editors of that particular journal for accepting Reggie's article, because there were so many mistakes that I just saw within a 2-minute time frame. And my intent wasn't even to critique it in that way at all or anything. It's just scanning on the screen, and I'm seeing this, that, and the third. So just want to let y'all know that. So, but as you can see, despite all of that, the brother is definitely feeling himself on that article. But I'm gonna let this play because I want to get to the meat of what I want to address.
Simple as that, right? Get your name cited. Have anybody cite your work. In another year or so, there's going to be a major.
So let me see if I can skip through this because that's along the same lines of hush, hush or whatever until we put an article in a journal. And if that's the case, then he don't need to address anything I say or whatever. It just doesn't make any sense. So, you can't have it both ways. But let me forward it to this part. Okay, so, all right, now, okay, so what Reggie is doing, and see, this is not fair to everybody who watch all these channels, including our channel, the Sesh channel. It's not fair because a lot of this stuff is split up and all over the place. You got different channels addressing the same things, and people are contradicting one another and things like that. It's not really fair. And I spoke about this last night, and so I have to sit here and explain to make sure that no one's confused about what's going on. So right now, Reggie is playing, so he's still playing this video. So he's playing, now he switched, he switched back to the video that he and I were both on the panel that he played a little while ago, okay? But now, Unk in the video, Unk is replaying a video. So we got like 3 layers deep. Reggie is replaying a video where Unk is replaying a video in the video that Reggie's replaying. And here I am replaying Reggie's video. You see how wild this could get real quick? It could confuse anybody real quick. So let me just say this one more time. Right now, I'm sharing Reggie's video that I'm addressing. That's this one that you see on the screen. Brother Reggie, Certified Boogeyman. In his video, Reggie's video, Reggie is replaying a video from the Community of Skeptics channel that he and I are on the panel having a very brief discussion. We didn't even talk long. A very brief discussion. But in that video, Unk is replaying a video. And Unk wants Reggie's comment about a section in that video. Okay, so that's what's going on. So it's like layer on layer and layer. You know how you hold a mirror up against a mirror and you look in it and you just see an endless reflections. That's almost what's going on right now. But so I'm gonna let this play, and that's what's gonna happen. Unk is about to play now. What Unk is about to play in that video is the interview with Dr. Jonathan Winterman that he and the brother Garfield did. Okay, so I'm gonna let this play.
Listen now.
If we go with herd or cattle, how people equal cattle, whether somebody thinks them divine or undivine is just adding another attribute on there. But let's just stick with cattle. People equaling cattle. So what is the nexus that's causing that equation to exist? So we know cattle is property. And so the king as owner, as the ultimate lord, which is Neb, which is an owner or possessor, is responsible for everyone. And the king being the son of Ra and the caretaker of Ra's herd or Ra's cattle or Ra's property. So it's not dealing with, now if you want to attach the black divine herd or whether they're undivine or red, yellow, any other color, is extra other stuff. But the nexus of the metaphor needs to be sought after. And so I'm saying I think more people need to really understand how metaphors work and how other kinds of figurative expressions, the other different types of tropes that are used within the context. So these things can be.
You gotta stop right there, Wudjau.
Okay, but I'm saying, do y'all get what I'm saying?
No, you did a great job right there. That's a great job. Great job. Great job. Reggie, you want to say something real quick before I play the video?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I really can't say nothing quick, huh?
Yeah. Hey, no. Hey, look, I'm letting y'all know right now, we're not doing the ultimate teaching show, right? You got to be concise. Get your point out real quick. We clearly understand what Wudjau said. Did a great job. I want to clearly understand what you're saying before we introduce this expert into the conversation. Go ahead, Reggie. What you want to say to that?
Sure. So again, cattle culture. So the Apis bull or the Het bull or Het bull or the Hepiak is really well known, right? It seems to have been with the people from their beginnings in one context or another as it grew over time period. So the Apis bull, the Het bull, is connected to kingship, right? And that I think that is pretty much attested. The Hep bull is also the Neb of the Kemet. He's the lord of the Kemet, right? So there is a relationship between the bull and the black cattle, right? And so again, when I talk about those relationships, you have a similar relationship with the king, and he is the lord of the Kemet when that word becomes usage. So I'll stop because there are these connections, right? Now these are symbolic, right? Metaphorical, right? It's just ideas. But what we have the writing that verifies it. So I think I made my point. You can agree or disagree, but I think I made my point.
Yeah. So we heard that. Let's play this expert real quick, and you're gonna talk about the bull.
Okay, so let me just check to see if you can hear me. Okay,
so Reggie paused that video right here, and I just want to make a comment real quick. You know, in listening to Reggie make his point that night that he and I were on a panel together, and listening to the points he's making here, you know, it's really interesting, because I think if Reggie took the time to understand my arguments, that he really wouldn't, I don't think he disagrees as much as he thinks he does. And that's just my opinion from listening to him, you know, in this video and then in the video where we were on a panel. I don't think that we disagree too much. The point that I keep driving home is, if Reggie is associating the black bull and the color and the bull being black, to associate that with the skin color of the people, the king and the people and stuff, to say that they're black, that's where we part our ways. That's where we do definitely disagree with. But as you just heard him say that is symbolic, and he said metaphoric, and so in that sense, he and I agree. And so it's like halfway in, halfway out type of thing. And so I think there's room that if Reggie were to just understand the arguments that have been laid out, and maybe limit it to my arguments and what I say when talking to me, and not, you know, because people tend to kind of jumble everybody's arguments all up together and not dealing with it person by person or case by case basis. I don't think that, although we may disagree on something, I don't think it's as much as people think. And I don't think as much as Reggie even believes or thinks. Because earlier y'all heard him, he called me his opposition and things like that. So I don't know if I'm as much of an opposition as he thinks. Okay? As long as he keeps saying symbolic and metaphoric, because that's exactly what it is, then I don't have a problem with that. But if he's saying that the black is talking about the people and whatnot, then we're gonna have a problem. All right, that's where we have a problem at. But I'm gonna let this play and keep on going. So by the way, if any of y'all are commenting in the chat, I know I could pretty much bet some money that you all are having conversations among yourselves while I'm doing this. I'm definitely going to pay attention to the chat shortly. Okay, I'm trying to get it to the point where he's going to address this these driving of the 4 calves. That's really the meat of it. And so I think I'm gonna forward this. I'm gonna see what he says next, and I'm gonna have to forward it over to that if he doesn't do it himself. So I'm gonna let this play.
Okay. All righty. I do want to thank Mega Ma'at.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna forward it because I think this part I scrub past this too because he's gonna thank people that send him cash apps and super chats and things like that. So I'm gonna fast forward through that and try to get to the point right about here.
Always have to deal with Ankh and Garfield and the pseudo killers. Now to the expert. He's an expert. That doesn't mean that he's an expert in this field, but he's an expert. So let's go listen to it. Mute my mic to reduce the echo in a second.
Let's play this expert real quick. And you're going to talk about the bull. Funny. Watch this. No, I just want to get this because I'm tired of arguing. Friendships is falling apart. You said this Kemet debate will break up friendships. I heard you say it. You was like, man, it get ugly.
Kemet debate should not break up friendships. But again, it's interesting that, you know, it's always, I think, worth asking if discussions are becoming heated, why are they becoming heated? What's at stake here? And just being cognizant of that. And then, because usually what's at stake is not an ancient piece of evidence. It's larger kind of contemporary issues that are then informing our evaluation of the ancient evidence. So to be cognizant of those as well.
Oh, you said that right. You said that right. Can I put this up, Garfield? We got that.
Right. Let me X myself out.
So we got that clear. We got that clear. We good. No more arguing over that.
Hey, okay. By the way, as a side note, could Kemet actually mean Jamaicans? I just want to know. So.
Unprofessional.
Okay.
All right. I think I'm gonna skip past this part too. I want to get straight to the meat, which is these 4 calves here. So essentially, what Unc is doing right there, Unc is replaying their interview, this section of their interview, to get comments from the brother Reggie, and I think myself as well. So he's doing that. But now, prior to Unc doing this, in the video that Reggie's replaying, we here on the Sesh channel, I had already did a video giving my commentary on this interview of Dr. Jonathan Winterman interview. Okay, I did that back in June. Okay, so I don't have much to say because I already said it in the whole video where I did a whole commentary. So I think Unc is trying to get Reggie's opinion about this section here. So I'm gonna forward it to where Reggie's gonna be playing that.
Good dude. We got okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna play it. This is you talk. Okay, here we go.
It's really interesting because you have so the interplay of art and text is something that obviously the Medew Netcher not only allows but encourages. So in a way you could even think of these 4 cattle as being the classifiers of the words, but it's really cool here because we have, like, you know, it's like they're collecting all these, like, literally a rainbow of cattle. So the bottom one is the black cattle, the one above it is the red cattle, the one above it is the white cattle, and then the one above it is Sob. That means kind of multi pattern. Yeah.
Continue.
No, I mean it's just a really interesting example because and again, what I would say is going on here, because this is in the Temple of Ramses III, and so basically what he's trying to do, what it's in his interest of doing, is to show control, because he's the one that's holding the leashes of all of these cattle, that he's kind of, you know, in control of all the different ethnicities or breeds of cattle, just as he is in control of all the different peoples that might live in the world.
Okay. All right. Got that. Was he trying to, were you trying to say that those cattle is equivalent to people?
Not directly, certainly not. Basically, I was trying to make a point on authoritarian control and kind of patriarchal systems of power. And what they often do is they want to, and we see this in terms of especially empires, where you want to kind of collect different things of diverse origins and kind of put your stamp on it to show your power. And so basically what I was saying is that what Ramses is probably doing here is he's saying like, look, I am in control of all these different breeds of cattle. So some cattle that are multicolored, some cattle that are white, some cattle that are red, and some cattle that are black. And that this is comparable, not directly equivalent with, but comparable with examples of, for example, the pharaoh smiting people, and these people are kind of represent many different cultures, many different ethnicities. So I was kind of not saying that there was a direct one-to-one comparison here, but just that this is another feature of authoritarian control, where again, what you try to do is you try to first enumerate and describe the world so that then you can collect and control it.
I thought so. I thought I understood it like that, but it was the only way I could find out was to actually ask you, because there was some confusion in that, and I'm not sure it was on purpose, but there was definitely some confusion in that, and that actually helps me understand that more. So
confusion was probably my fault. I probably didn't. I heard it in my voice. I got too excited, and I probably skipped over some things.
Okay. So we heard Dr. Winneman. He talked about the king with the...
Okay, so just so you all know, again, thank you all for tuning in. Here's the meat of the issues that I'm going to be dealing with the brother Reggie and correcting him. So, but I want y'all to see that that's what transpired, okay? So Unc replayed the video that he did, the interview with Garfield, okay? So that's where we are. And now, so what's happening right now is Reggie is giving some commentary about that particular interview. Now, mind you, Reggie did this July 10th, a week ago. On our channel, I had already did a commentary on that interview. Played the most of the video and gave my commentary as it played. And that's what I was going to do. I still plan to do that with the other interviews that Garfield and Unc did with other Egyptologists or experts as well. But I already did that. And so this is basically Reggie doing the same thing. Okay. And so now we're going to see what Reggie's commentary is about what he just heard. Okay. But he's going to mention my name a few times. And so that's why I'm doing this.
The 4 cattle, right? 4 calves, actually. The right is called the driving of the Besahu, or driving of the calves. And he started talking about things like the patriarchal. He started talking about empires and authoritative rule. What didn't he do? Right? What didn't he do? Family, what didn't he do as a expert, as a teacher? What didn't he do? I want to see how smart my chat is. What didn't he do? He made a statement. What didn't he do? Chuck Morgan obviously knows what he didn't do. What didn't he do? So he was really talking to Smash Rockwell. And all Smash Rockwell did was, what does this mean to you? Right? And when Smash Rockwell was very bright, he just asked the expert, what did you mean when you said, And the expert gave him his answer. And myself and Smash Rockwell and the Magi artists, we all smiled. What didn't he do? There you go, Strife. Right? There you go, Laius. Right? There you go. Brother La, there you go. Right? No source, no reference point. 6 fingers. Let me put my smart chat in here. Right? This is so some of you actually woke up from the dream, the hypnosis of expert in front of you. So let me put up my all of you are smart except for okay, so 6 fingers. Provide his opinion. Silent K, he didn't talk about any of he might have talked about earlier the different colors. So I'm gonna let him off the hook with that. Brother La says, but Silent K is my brother. He didn't give any reference points. 6 fingers, that's all he did. He didn't cite, right? He didn't cite. Strife, he did not source up, right? Silent K, no source, right? There you go, lovely. No cite, no source up. He did a Richard Carrier. But was he even correct? That was the case, right? Remember what he said: authoritative, Pharaoh showing authoritative power, patriarchal system, talking about empires, family. That was lookership at its best.
Now I have to pause it here because I want to make sure you all are paying attention and understand what Reggie's saying. So he's saying that the scholar Dr. Winterman made statements but didn't give any sources, no references. And I agree that he didn't do that. And that's exactly one of the things I said when I gave my commentary about that interview, which was done in June. This is well before Reggie doing this video right here. So I had already made that point that I wish and the way I worded it, I'm gonna play it. I said, I wish Winterman would have cited what this image is of, the ritual itself, and how it's part of the Heruphant festival, and it's the ritual of the driving of the 4 calves, and how it ties into the dragging of the 4 merit chests and stuff like that. I made all these comments in my commentary back in June when I did a review of that same interview. But what I want you all to pay attention to is, along with Dr. Winterman not citing any sources that Reggie is pointing out, Reggie's also saying that Dr. Winterman is incorrect as well about the patriarchal aspect, about the authoritative or dominion aspect of the king, and so on. So let it play, and then we're gonna get right into it.
We're gonna see why. So Smash Rockwell asked the expert about the bas relief of driving of calves to get the opinion of Dr. Winterman. Smash Rockwell was simply trying to learn what the expert was saying, nothing more, right? Nothing less. This was asked in an earlier conversation to Asar Imhotep, and the source statement was that the black calf does not mean a black calf, but the 4 cardinal points. Wudjau, who we heard from earlier, mentions that point about the 4 cardinal points again, right? In this video that we're watching, where Ankh and myself are on. So they're looking at the 4 calves as cardinal points. I can't find the video. If somebody can find the video where Asar said that it doesn't mean black, it means the 4 cardinal points, please let me know. Okay, so I'm going to give you, I'm going to do something that they did not do. Okay, I'm going to do something that they didn't do.
So now Reggie is saying they. Now he's not saying Winterman. He's saying they. So now he's including me and Asar in the they that they didn't do. So now mind you all, Reggie did this video July 10th. And like I said, I did a review of a commentary video on that interview back in June. It was the end of June. I think it was June 25th, June 20, maybe June 20. And I'm going to go to the video so I'll be able to look at the date, where I actually do give the name of the ritual, both rituals, and even give a very, very short breakdown of an aspect of the ritual. So again, Reggie is falsely or accusing me of not of doing something that I actually did do and encourage people to even get and do as well. All right, so I'm going to be able to show you all that and everything. But he's going to go a little further than that. He's going to say that we're wrong about something, and that's where the rubber's going to hit the road on that. But I'm going to let this play.
So let's just see where I am in this presentation. So, okay, so let's see, we're here. Okay. Okay, what I can do before that, I can get it all out. So let's see let's see what happened when Smash was talking to Dr. Winterman, see if we can get some more information.
The mortuary temple of Ramses III.
So what Smash does is, the first thing that our brother Smash does is tell you where the relief is from. The mortuary temple of Ramses III, right? Then he shows the Kem cattle. So that's the first thing. But you give your presenters a difficult time. But what Smash knows better is that we are trained to give our sources. So he doesn't throw this up and say where it is. Smash Rockwell tells us all where it is. Something that the expert didn't do. But let's go.
Well, I was showing people you don't really need.
Wait, see, that's incorrect as well, because when so in this video, so right now Reggie is sharing a video of Smash interviewing Dr. Winterman right now, and it is Smash who brings up this particular object, not the scholar, not Dr. Winterman. And so it's unfair for Reggie to say, to make the claim as if the scholar is supposed to say where this picture came from, when he's not the one that's presenting the picture. It's Smash who's presenting the picture. So rightfully, Smash is supposed to say where it came from, which is at the bottom of the screen. Bas relief at the mortuary temple of Ramses III. I mean, it's just that simple. So I don't understand Reggie's comment like that, and that's just out of place. It's just a accusation that just doesn't need to be made. And this goes for anybody. You know, if I'm presenting a picture, then it's on me to say where the picture came from. If I'm showing you a picture and I'm asking you about it, I need to tell you where it came from. It's not on you to tell me where it came from. That's backwards. So I just don't understand that at all. And those of you in the chat, you know, you all make up your own mind about that one. But I'm gonna let this play.
Need the determinative on him when using it as a color classifier. And so we see.
Let me see if I can make this a louder, right? So what Smash is doing is Smash is talking about the types of cattle, right? No offense to Dr. Winterman, but I'm just telling you what Smash is doing.
Different cattle classified in different ways. I'll just zoom through this.
That's so cool. Can we go back to it? It's really interesting because you have so the interplay of art and text is something that obviously the Medew Netcher not only allows but encourages.
So see, now he's playing the portion, the same portion that, you know, Unc played this in front of Dr. Winterman to get his opinion about what he said in the past when he interviewed with Smash. So the order of these interviews, Dr. Winterman sat with Smash Rockwell first. Then he had an interview with Unc and Garfield, which allowed Unc to play a portion of Smash interview with him back to himself so that he can give more, clarification on, a statement that he made. Okay, so as you all know, it's this is multi-layered. People playing videos of videos of videos. It could get confusing real quick. So there's no point to be made here. So I'm going to forward it to when Reggie brings up his commentary about this image. So I'm going to try to find it right here. I believe it's right here. So I'm going to let this play.
Here. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so let me see if you can see me. Okay, great. Okay, so I have two images of the bas relief. One we just saw, which is the driving of the calves in the Medinet Habu Ramses III relief. And on the other side, I have another inscription that you can find here. What you should know is that there is Medew Netcher. The Medew Netcher here is actually harder to read, but the Medew Netcher here is a little bit better. It gives us right here the what's going on, where it says the driving of the calves, and you can see the little bull right here of Amen, right? Over here, this is harder to read, but you have the four calves right here, and though we can't really see their colors, but the Medew Netcher here gives us an indication. So we do know that the ceremony is the driving of the calves. So what I did is I sourced what is the driving of the calves. The pharaoh performed a ritual race in the presence of the gods, the Medews, between sacred boundary markers while holding various objects. So he's holding the calves, and he has another object in his hand, a rod. The pharaoh drives 4 calves before the gods. That is one for each of red, white, black, and spotted. He's driving it before the gods. The pharaoh waves a scepter to consecrate the 4 sacred merit chests to the god. So those are some basic things that I pulled, right? And we're going to get into this, but I am giving you some basic understanding. But some of you are smart, really smart, right? Because the expert said this is really great. He's showing his authoritative power, right? What kings do in empires. But actually, he's not showing his authoritative power in any way. He's performing a ritual, right, in the presence of the Netchers. He's not authoritative at all.
Okay, remember he said he's not authoritative at all. Okay, just want to make sure everyone understands that.
He's not authoritative. He's performing a ritual. He's subservient to the Netchers. He's not doing this. There are no people here. It's only the God concept. And he is performing this ceremony because it pleases the Netchers, right, in the mind of the culture. So guess what? Let's throw out the authoritative right now. That's done, right?
Throw out the authoritative. That's done. That's Reggie's words.
Let's throw out empire. That has nothing to do with that. All of that is lookership. Has nothing to do with that. He is a servant of the Netchers, and he's coming before this Netcher Matuf, right? The bull of my mother. He's coming before this Netcher right here. So let's just throw that out as lookership. That's right, baby Bubba. Let's just throw that out. This has nothing to do with people and nations and authoritative, but it does have something to do with the 4 cows as a ritual. Now, if you say that the cows are human or represent types of humans, you may able to say that, but in this particular case, no, he's driving the calves in front of the Netchers. So let's go on, because I don't expect you to believe anything that I say. I don't expect you to do that. So let's just see. Okay. So let's just go on and let's hear a little bit more chit chat. Okay. So wait. So let's talk a little bit more about the calves. The driving the calves ritual in ancient Egypt has been misinterpreted in some sources. So that's the problem with reading. You have to qualify your sources. The merit chest and the cardinal directions. The four merit chests, not the calves, represent the four cardinal directions. So let's throw out Asar and Wudjau saying that the calves represent the four cardinal directions. They do not.
So I want to underscore this. Reggie said, let's throw out what Asar and Wudjau said about the calves, the ritual having something to do with the cardinal directions, the four cardinal directions. He said, throw that out. He said, throw it out. Okay, so remember that.
The four merit chests represent the cardinal directions. Each chest is associated with a specific direction and color, symbolizing the pharaoh's dominion over all of Egypt. Source. Symbolic meaning. The ritual of consecrating and dragging the merit chest symbolizes the pharaoh's role in unifying and leading Egypt. The word merit is a play on words for beloved, alluding to Egypt itself, or Tameri. Pharaoh's power from deities. Rather than the calves giving power to the pharaoh, the ritual emphasizes the pharaoh's authority is derived from and subordinate to the deities.
So remember what Reggie was saying, that he said that throw authoritative out, right? He said throw it just a little while ago. He said throw authoritative out. Y'all heard him say that. But if you listen to him read the number one, he's saying throw what I said out in terms of the relationship to the cardinal points. So y'all remember that. And then when he's reading number 3, he's reading, it says Pharaoh's power from the deities. He said, rather than the calves giving power to the Pharaoh, the ritual emphasizes that the Pharaoh's authority, his authority, is derived from and subordinate to the deities. Okay? The Pharaoh acts as an intermediate between the gods and the people. That's the same viewpoint, just as an FYI, that they look at with the Apis bull and the association with the Apis bull and the king with the bull. That's an FYI side note for everybody. But I'm going to let this play. I want y'all to understand that.
The Pharaoh acts as an intermediary between the gods and the people. Source. The role of the deities. The ritual involves deities such as Horus, Osiris, Min, Amen, Ka, Mutep, which I mentioned. So let me just write this down. Horus, Osiris, Min, and Amen, Ka, Mutep. Ritual actions. The pharaoh's actions during the ritual, such as dragging the chest and driving the calves, are symbolic acts of devotion and service to the gods, not demonstrations of personal power. So let's just take away what he said to the audience, the expert. Let's just put that on the side. It was nice. It sounded good. It had some lyrics to it. Let's just say, because I want to respect Dr. Winterman, that it was not quite right. Agricultural symbolism. The driving of the calves represent agricultural fertilities and the pharaoh's role in ensuring the prosperity of Egypt, but always under the auspices of the gods. Not showing any authoritative, all that empire stuff and all of that. Let's just put that to the side.
Okay, so he keeps saying put that to the side. Now, what everybody should understand is that the king of the kings, plural, the kings of ancient Egypt was the authority over the kingdom. Everyone and their mother knows that the king was all that in a bag of chips during ancient Egyptian times. All right. The king, also what everyone should all know and realize, is that the king's divine right to rule is expressed multiple different ways. But it is the king that is the actual ruler and the lord of the two lands, Neb-Tawi. And we call the king Nisud-Biti, the dual king, Neb-Tawi, lord of the two lands. And so many different epithets that are attached to the king. Everybody who studies ancient Egypt knows that. The king does not get that power in and of himself. This is why the several different kings justify their right to rule by saying they were born or their father is Amun-Ra, such as King Hatshepsut, such as King Ramses, and some other kings where they show the birth of the king being performed or done by way of the deity Amun or Amun-Ra and the deity Khnum, who fashions the body and the double called the Ka on the so-called potter's wheel and all that kind of stuff, and then impregnate the mother of that particular king. In the case of Hatshepsut, Ramses, etc., etc. All these things are to justify the dominion and the authority that the king has over the kingdom. That's why the king is called Sa-Ra, such and such and such and such, because as the son of Ra, he has a divine right to rule. And this is what people have to understand. All right. Also, the king is the living Heru, who is the ultimate archetype of kingship in ancient Egypt. The kings, one of the first and oldest names of the kings out of the 5 names is the Heru name, because the king embodies, symbolically, of course, the whole office of kingship by becoming Heru, by becoming Horus. So all of these different things, everyone and their mother should know about ancient Egypt. So it's not even a question about the king having authority or the fact that the king receives the authority or is subordinate to the deities. That's already known. That's solidified and concrete in the entire culture, that the king is the intermediary between the deities and the ancient Egyptians. The king is the ultimate high priest, and he is the liaison between the gods and man. Everyone knows that. Okay, so I just want to put that on the table, so that's like really not even worth being mentioned. Okay, but we're going to let this play, and we're going to see what some other stuff that he says.
In essence, the driving of the calves ritual, along with the consecration of the merit chest, serves to reinforce the pharaoh's position as divinely appointed ruler, whose power is granted by and subservient to the gods.
So see how it says, if you read it says, in essence, the driving of the calves ritual, along with the consecration of the merit chest, serves to reinforce the pharaoh's position, the king's position, as a divinely appointed ruler whose power, that means he has power, is granted by and is subservient to the gods. That's like, okay, duh. But the king has that power. The king has that rulership. The king has that dominion. The king has that authority. But it is given by way of the gods or the deities. This is all understood. Like, it's not even a question. So the brother Reggie pointing this out is very odd. It's like totally unnecessary. In an attempt to try to impeach Dr. Winneman on this issue is misplaced. It doesn't connect at all. So, but I'm gonna let this play.
The ritual emphasizes the pharaoh's role in maintaining cosmic order, Ma'at, and ensuring divine blessings for Egypt, rather than asserting personal authority. Y'all fell for it.
See, nobody fell for it because Dr. Winneman didn't say personal authority. Dr. Winneman never made mention of personal authority of a king or anything. So You see, this is a kind of straw man argument, putting something, implying that something was said when it really wasn't, and then making an issue out of it. So that needs to be corrected, okay? Because that's not the context in which Dr. Winneman was talking about it, or what this ritual actually represents at all. It's not saying anything about personal authority. No one said that y'all heard. Y'all didn't hear anybody say the king just woke up one day and gonna become a dictator and exercise his personal authority. The king is a representation of Heru and receives all of these different justifications for rulership from the various different deities. I mean, this is just widely known. All right.
Not all of you, not my chat, right? But the pseudo killer audience fell for that. Ankh fell for that, right? Garfield fell for that, right? The whole.
So I don't want you all to fall for what Reggie is saying right now. Nobody fell for anything. Reggie's making a case and making a straw man argument here. It's never about the king's personal authority. So nobody fell for anything. The king has authority, but it's not coming from him personally. It is granted or justified by way of the deities. Okay, this is just something that should be known by anybody who studies anything about ancient Egypt. It's in pretty much all of the books about ancient Egypt that mentions kings. Everyone to understand that.
Whole pseudo killers fell for that, right? We didn't fall for that. Okay, so let's just do this, and then we're going to hear some more, and then I'm going to go through the sources. So here's my citations, right? Academia EDU has the 4 merit chesses in ancient Egypt, origin and symbolism. Sesh, Medew, Netcher, they wrote something that's in it. Wikipedia.
That's interesting. Reggie is citing us. That second citation, seshmedunetcher.com. That's an article. He's citing me specifically. So let me just say it. Let me just put it that way. Reggie is citing me. Egyptian orientation and geography. That's my article on our website that he's citing. I just found that funny. Sorry about that, y'all. That was just kind of funny. I'll know to keep playing.
Wikipedia, go Gale. But guess what? I have a better source. I have the expert of experts on the work, which we're going to go over. Okay. So anyway, while we're doing that, let's go see the rest of what they say so we can really, really see how we can be bamboozled and led astray. Okay? So family.
Now, I want to apologize to everybody in the chat. Again, I thank you all for tuning in and hanging out with me. And this is becoming long. I didn't anticipate this being this long, but I want to apologize. The reason why this is end up being longer is because, as I said in the beginning, somebody sent me the link to this video. I didn't know Reggie did this. Okay, so I didn't have time to watch the whole video from beginning to end and then write down all the different timestamps and stuff like that because it was just given to me. Matter of fact, last night, I didn't do anything with it last night. So when I got in today, I played the clip, the link that the person sent me, and I heard this and I scrubbed through to see what was said. I see how my name was mentioned and stuff like that, try to get the context, and bam, here I am. Okay, so I apologize for not having all of the timestamps already ready where I could just go to them. But I kind of rather do it this way anyway, but it's just a longer way to listen to him. So I'm just listening as you all are listening, and I'm going through this. But anyway, the rubber's about to hit the road, though. Okay, as they say, because already he said some things, and I'm just going to share with y'all that it's Reggie is about to go through some corrections. All right. But I'm gonna let this play for a bit.
Before I continue, do you see that there's some problems? Right? Family, do you see some problems with what the expert gave us?
Now, again, I want to reiterate this. My critique of the expert that I did before Reggie, you know, a whole week and maybe 2 weeks before Reggie did this, I said that the expert, that I wish that the expert had given more, I wish he had elaborated on the ritual itself of the driving of the 4 calves, because he didn't even mention the ritual's name or anything. Okay, so I had already made those critiques about what Dr. Winneman was saying. And it's not so much a critique. Yes, it's like I wish he had done that type of thing, because in what he said, he wasn't incorrect with, but he just didn't elaborate enough to my liking. And so that's what I said 2 weeks prior to Reggie saying all of this stuff. Okay. And I'm going to play a clip of what I said, because Reggie definitely misrepresented me. But I'm going to let's just play a bit. And notice that he keeps saying, do y'all see a problem? Throw the authoritative thing in the trash or to the side. Forget about what Asar and Wudjau said about the cardinal points and stuff like that. These are all the points that Reggie's is driving. You know, after he weaponized the fact that he got a sloppy article approved inside of a journal. But I'm gonna touch on his article in the future, though. In the near future, we're gonna get on that, because Reggie's feeling himself a lot on that, and we're gonna have to definitely bring that back down to size. So I'm gonna let this play.
Did you see that there were some problems that Ankh and them fell for? That's right, Brother La. Let me put up my smart chat. Put my Elder Suntan. What's going on, man? Haven't seen you in a while, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Debunk the expert. I'm just trying to say that he's not quite right. And so now we're going to double down, because guess what? Now the expert said it. Now let's see how the hypnotism works in our community. That's what I want to show, right? A just poking piece, right? I just want to show.
He's a funny guy. He be having fun. So, okay, what do y'all think about that? I only
wait. I got to pause this. So now Reggie is back playing the video from a few days ago, where he and I were on the panel with Unc, Cedric, and Sosa. Okay, so now Unc is asking, I think he's asking Reggie, what does he think about that, I guess, or whatever the case is. So let's just see. I'm gonna let this play.
He heard a couple people actually say it like that. I believe that was Asar, and that was Wudjau, and Reggie went a whole different direction, and Smash went a whole different direction. So what's the issue here? I thought he made sense in what he was saying. Smash thought it was different ethnic groups of people. He did all that, which was wild to me. I could play the video. You think it to be the color of the bull when it's multicolored bulls there. So Reggie, you kind of leaned on the wrong side right there, bro. Like, being as though all of them wasn't black bulls, we wouldn't know, right? You have to read the glyphs, because it looks like they all one color, but it's actually not. It must be faded or something like that. So what's the issue? I'm gonna let Wudjau go first, because you just went. And you wanna say something, Sosa?
No, I'm gonna let them chime in. Reggie and Wudjau.
Go ahead, Wudjau. What do you think about that critique right there? Go ahead.
Yeah, I spoke on this before.
Now notice I said, yeah, I spoke on this before, because 2 weeks prior to this to me saying that, I already did my commentary. So just want to let y'all know in the chat. Okay, let this play.
My familiarity with that specific ritual kind of puts me in a more informed position on what I'm looking at when I see that. So it's the driving the 4 cattle's ritual, which is part of the Heb Sed festival. that a king performs. And those 4 cows are used to represent the 4 cardinal points in which the king's dominion is supposed to represent. And so in Mr. Winterman's statement, he's absolutely correct when he talks about authoritative control, because that's what the ritual is about. In the larger scale of the whole festival, the king is proving that he is still worthy to rule. And then you have several rituals within those.
You see, when they put Jesus in front of us, y'all see what happens? All of a sudden.
Hold up. Is Reggie calling me Jesus? Is Reggie making an illusion that I'm Jesus? He said, you see when he put Jesus in front of us? Let's just see. I'm gonna let this play. That was funny. I don't think he's doing that, but let's see. But let me just comment on what I just said. So now notice that I said that me already being familiar with that ritual and those rites within the whole Seb festival. When I see the image, I already know what I'm looking at. And so what I was saying right there is that I'm already coming from a more informed position than other people that have been commenting about that picture. People look at the picture and just do lookership. They say, okay, you got 4 cows or 4 bulls or whatever, and I see the color glyphs, each of the colors. Look at the black one. And then people assume that, okay, the cows represent people. And that's what some people are actually claiming that, when it doesn't. But anyway, so when I see it, I'm already familiar with the ritual. Like that's a small part of a larger collection of rites and rituals that are performed by the king during the said festival that the king does, which is usually after the 30 years of rule. And then after that first 30-year celebration, then I think they cut it down to every 3 years or every 4 years, where the king does it again and again to prove that the king is fit, both physically fit and mentally fit, to continue to rule the kingdom. And so that's what I explained on my commentary on our video. I went into a little bit more detail, and I connected it to the dragging of the 4 merit chests. Okay, remember, these 2 rituals or rites are connected to each other. Okay, and I made that clear when I gave my commentary. But anyway, let's see with Reggie. I hope Reggie's not trying to imply that,
The expert speaks, and now I'm more informed, right? It's authoritative, that he's fit to rule, and wow, you got all of that from what the experts say. The expert just informed him. Did he bless him?
Wait, hold up. So see, Reggie, this is where, and I always go back to this. This is where a lack of comprehension, reading comprehension and listening comprehension, and just some basic reasoning and logic. Obviously, I'm not saying that I got all that from listening to what the Dr. Winterman just said. There's no way, because he didn't say any of that. I'm the one that complained and said that I wish Dr. Winterman would have elaborated because of what I know already. I already know about the rites and rituals. Well, way before all of this, way before Reggie's talking about it, way before the interview with Dr. Winterman, way before any of this ever came up in the conflict community, I already knew about these rituals. Already. I got books on it. And matter of fact, you're going to see where Reggie went to the library to get a book that I already have. You're going to see that. So I'm going to let this play. I'm going to try to get to the meat of this. We're kind of getting to the meat of it, but I'm going to let this play.
Man, these YouTube streets is crazy, boy. These YouTube streets is crazy. All of a sudden, I'm more informed.
See, and he's laughing. That's crazy though. Reggie is laughing because he actually believes that I'm saying I'm coming from a more informed position based on what the Dr. Winneman just said in a YouTube video. But now, you know what's even funnier? Reggie's laughing, but see, I honestly feel that Reggie is obviously putting on a performance to his audience. Because I'm going to tell you, when we were together on the video that he's playing, when Reggie and I were on the panel, Reggie wasn't saying any of that. He never mentioned that. In fact, not only did he not mention what he's saying right there and laughing, but he actually said that I must know what I'm talking about, that I must have done my homework, and that I must have read the source material. He actually said that. Now, I don't even know if he's going to play himself. Now, matter of fact, I highly doubt that he will play himself saying that to me about me, because it doesn't match what he's doing right now. Right now, he's pretending that I said I'm informed because of what Dr. Winneman just said. But when we were together on the panel, and see, that's what I don't like. I don't like when people front and flip-flop. I definitely don't like that. I'm going to call people out on that, because I can't stand that. Fake people like that. Right now, Reggie is singing a totally different song, because when we were on a panel together, he wasn't saying any of that. And that's what I don't like. Now, it's fine if he don't say that, but then don't come on your own channel and perform in front of your own audience the reverse and act like I'm saying something I'm not saying, and contrary to what you even said to me when we were together on the panel. See, that's when stuff gets shady. And that speaks to people's character, and I don't like that. So that's a little different. Y'all don't see me doing that and whatnot. So I'm gonna let this play, because now we getting somewhere. Okay, so let this play. We're gonna see how long this lasts.
That's like reading up, open up. I don't want to do it to. It's like you're in church. Good sermon, Pastor.
See, and Reggie is milking it. But hold up, here's the thing. Now check this out, y'all. Not but 5 minutes ago, Reggie was saying to his own audience, y'all see how the hypnotism happened? Y'all see how the hypnotism happened? Look at what Reggie's doing right now. Right now, Reggie is hypnotizing his own audience. He is fooling his own audience, giving them the impression that what I just said that he played is that I'm coming from an informed position where when I see the images that people are showing, like those 4 cattle and stuff like that, the 4 calves, I already know what that's about. Not because of what Dr. Winneman said or anything. I know about it before I even knew about a Dr. Winneman. I've read books on this long time ago. And I'm going to show you all the books in a minute. But I've read about this stuff a long time ago. That's why when I saw Dr. Winneman's interview and that picture was shown, that's why I was disappointed. And I said that I wish Dr. Winneman would elaborate on that and spoke about the right of the driving of the 4 calves along with the 4 merit chests, dragging of the 4 merit chests and stuff like that. I said that 2 weeks prior to Reggie even doing this. And see, so what this tells me is, one, Reggie is fake and phony and he's hypnotizing his own crowd, but it also tells me that he didn't see my critique or my commentary on Dr. Winneman's interview. And that's fine. I don't expect everybody to see the video. I can't fault people for not seeing the video or whatnot. But it just tells me that he didn't see it, because he wouldn't. Well, I don't even know. He probably, if he did see, he probably still would be putting on his performance for his audience, because that's what people do. You know, he got to keep that cash app going.
Now these are our best now. This is all I'm talking about. Yeah, I never heard it that way. Reggie's wild and Smash is wild. And what do you got to say with Are we wild, yo? Press 1 if we as black people are wild. Press 1.
hold up. I have to do this because Reggie's going a little too hard. And this is what I mean. See, this is a clear performance. And you know, there's part of me that can't be mad at people putting on performance for their audience. I mean, I get it. And you know, I understand the hustle. I understand the performance. I understand you got to please your audience. And, you know, especially when you're soliciting support from your audience, you know, you got to entertain them. And I get it. I get that part. But I just don't want to be used as the brunt of a joke in the wrong way. Not me. So I have a mouth and I'm speaking on it. So Reggie is fake and phony, and he's hypnotizing and putting on a performance for his crowd right now. That's what I'm saying. Unapologetically. So, but what I want to do though, now he's forcing me to go to the video. Now I'm gonna have to go back to the video. I gotta find it now. So y'all bear with me 1 second. Because the video that he's playing, I'm going to the video myself and I'm going to show you, because I'm going to back up what I'm saying. Demonstration beats conversation. So I'm going to show you how Reggie was speaking to me on that video and basically giving me props for knowing this stuff already. So, because I want y'all to see how phony people can get. So hold on, let me pull this up again. What's the title of the video? The video was... MCAT, I'm not sure if you even still there or if you're familiar. Let me pull up this video. Y'all bear with me 1 second. I'm going to pull up the video. I'm going to find it quick, so it's not going to take long. So, again, while I'm looking for it, I'm going to keep on talking and say, you know, I appreciate y'all hanging out. I can't see the chat right at the moment, but I know y'all are chatting. I'm not paying attention to it. So if y'all have questions for me after this, hey, we can get it in for a little bit. I'm not going to be up all night, though, but we can get it in for a little bit. But let me find what I'm looking for. What is it? Community of Skeptics. See, I wasn't, like I said, hold up, Skeptics. I wasn't, I didn't go to the video and save, you know, all these different timestamps and things. But let me get to the video. Where is it? Is that when me and Reggie's on there? I believe so. Yep, this is it. So let's get to it. It's called When Experts Weigh In, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Dr. Camilla DiBiase Dyson on Terrence Howard and Smash. I believe that's the video. So let me just make sure. Yeah, just the video. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna find it. Y'all bear with me. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find this bad boy. Because where is it? Because he says some different stuff. And if you got some you know, some any comments or whatever, I'm gonna find this real quick. MK, you there?
Oh yeah, peace. No, I ain't got no comments
saying, but
right now.
can you?
I'm just listening, which is very interesting because obviously I'm also just listening to this for the first time. So that is very, very interesting. Now I was trying to I do not know why I'm hearing myself somewhere else. Oh, hold on 1 second. I think I have. Okay, good. So I was hearing myself from somewhere else. But yeah, I think I'm trying to find a video because I think in the beginning I heard Reggie mention something. He was on a slide. One of his slides, he mentioned something about he's never heard Asar say anything to do with the Kem bull not necessarily being black. So I'm trying to find that video because I remember that it was I think 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, I'm not so sure. Asar did a video and he was actually explaining. It is actually in Asar's book, but because I understand that some people don't have Asar's new book, he also did a video, which if anybody wanted to actually make a claim that so and so didn't do this or didn't do that, is actually, it behooves that person to actually be absolutely sure that that person did not do that. And that's what Reggie did, was just plainly lie. When he said that in the beginning of this video. So I'm going to find the video for those people who don't have a source book, because he pretty much showed in that video, he went through parts of his book where he actually shows what he talks about and why he actually says that. So the assumption that Kem must, when you see the word Kem with the bull, it actually portrays a black bull. That was what, as I was saying, it's not necessarily true, because some of those bulls that are actually referred to as Kem are not black at all. So that's why that needs to be revisited. So Asa did actually mention that. So I'm trying to find that in the meantime. Other than that, I'm still watching these other parts, but everything else is a little bit disappointing, especially for the exports part. I was disappointed with that because just seeing when people just pander to their audience and just misrepresent other people, that is not good. I mean, we are kind of used to that when people misrepresent what we say, when misrepresent what other people say on these platforms. That is something that has become more like a standard. But when you have experts coming in, giving their time to share their expertise, and then that goes on, then that is kind of disappointing. And for somebody like Reggie, who brags about being around elders and revered elders for and learning under their feet and so forth, to even do that to other people who have learned and who are sharing those information for others to learn from them, that was also kind of disappointing. So yeah, but
okay, so
I'm just gonna continue watching and see what else Reggie says. But at this point, it's kind of it's a lot of crazy stuff going on. I don't really want to go into it right now.
I appreciate it. Can you hear me? Testing. Can y'all hear me?
Okay, so
yeah. Can you hear me? All right, so I'm gonna continue on. I'm gonna continue on this and everything. I'm gonna continue. All right, so hopefully y'all can hear me. All right, so I have on the screen now is the actual video that Reggie is playing, but I'm gonna play the portion where Reggie is singing a totally different song, and he's not performing, because see, this is not his audience where he's gonna put on a performance that I'm saying. And see, this is what I don't like. I don't like when people are fake and phony, where they act one way in one situation and then act another way. Like, people just need to start being consistent. And I try my best to be that way. Like, for those who've been around me or familiar with me, I'm on these different channels and stuff like that. I'm consistent. That's one thing. People may not like or even agree with some things I say, but people will have to admit that that's one thing that they can say about me, is being consistent and everything. I just don't like fake and phony people, But I'm gonna let this play. And I think I found a good enough spot where you all can get the gist of how Reggie's addressing this. But what's going to be funny to y'all is right here at this point, Reggie is talking, and I'm not going to play the whole thing, right? But Reggie is giving his commentary about what Unc played, which was Winterman's that little clip, right? And all of a sudden, Reggie's going to interrupt himself because he thinks people are laughing at him, but nobody laughed at him. And y'all gonna hear that, and then you're gonna hear what he says about the information and me. But listen,
because you're dealing with the merit chest and driving the cabs, you can take concepts from both and drive it, because you probably got four corners of the chest. But if we actually look at the work, we see that the driving of the cabs, ultimately they are all slaughtered and eaten. right? What's funny? Is there something funny? Who's
Reggie,
laughing?
you hearing things, bro? Like ain't nobody even said
Yeah,
that.
you delusional, yo.
y'all see that? Reggie's so paranoid that he thought somebody was laughing at him, and nobody's laughing at all. I'm on mute. Everybody's on mute. Well, I can't speak for everybody. I know I'm on mute, and I think Unc and Cedric was on mute, because when you're in there, you can see who's muted and who's not. And we're on mute, and Reggie just stops himself. It was like, wait a minute, what's funny? So that's some self-conscious type thing right there. So that was funny. But anyway, I'm gonna let it play because you're gonna hear him say. But what I want y'all to pay attention to, he said those calves were slaughtered and eaten. Did y'all hear him just say that? He said those calves were slaughtered and eaten. Okay, so remember he said that, because that's gonna come up. That's gonna come up again.
You the only one talking.
Pop him out of nowhere. Who's funny?
I give you a source of the work that wasn't cited.
Reggie, you're the only one
hold on,
talking.
Reggie. Don't run away from
I
the.
said 4 cardinal points.
Reggie, what are you ignoring it?
It's associated.
Reggie, you said what's funny.
No, yeah. What's funny?
You funny because we was all on mute, quiet.
Nobody's talking, bro. Just you.
You beat yourself up. You
You weren't all. Okay, so
I was looking at this. I know I was looking at this.
Sophie's line was open. Wudjau is closed. Cedric is closed, right?
Yeah, but I'm just moving stuff around, bro. I'm not even talking. I'm not even.
So let's pass that.
Delusional.
Okay, don't make that the subject. The subject is.
But you run out of time. You're supposed to get it in.
No, because you stopped me with this BS.
I did.
Right?
You stopped yourself.
Huh?
You stopped yourself. What's funny? You stopped yourself. You hit yourself in the eye. You did like this.
Okay, so the reality is you never. The only person who might have read the source is Wudjau. None of the rest of you have read the source.
So what?
So y'all just heard him say it. You heard him say it. He said, as far as those other guys on the panel, he's charging them by not reading the source or whatever. He said the only person who may have read the source and everything is Wudjau. And you're gonna hear him say some more. Now that sounds a whole lot different than what he's saying on his video that I'm gonna get back to, and he's putting on his performance. And that's what I mean, Medew, El Boabab. Reggie is fake and phony. This is not my first rodeo with Reggie. Reggie does this often, okay, and I'm saying it unapologetically, where he'll be on a panel with you and brown nose you, but then when he gets away by himself or whatever the case is, then all of a sudden he got giggles and laughs and will say this is wrong or whatever the case is. This happens all the time. So it's still professional. That's not a I'm just saying that you call it what you want. When people switch up, what do you call it? Switching and stuff, role switching, whatever, however you want to word it, however you want to call it, you do that. I'm saying it's fake and phony. That's when people being fake. That's what we call it here in the United States. That's fake and phony. That's being fake and phony. But I'm gonna let this play.
We went and got an expert that read it. Now what? Now.
No, he didn't say that he didn't cite it. When he
read the whole,
he said it to you novices.
He read it, man.
When he said it to you novices, it was just too far for you to get to. He didn't even tell you what the source was. I know the source, and Wudjau obviously knows some of the source, right? And then I have to.
See, he said it again. He said, "I know the source, and Wudjau knows." And he says some of the source. So he puts me at a subservient kind of, or a level below him when he made those two comments. I want y'all to notice that. He said the only person on the panel that may have read the source is Wudjau. So he put the word may in there. May have read the source is Wudjau. And then on this statement, he said, I read the source and Wudjau read some of the source. And he don't know what I read and didn't read, but that's what he's just said. Y'all just heard it, right? And pull it back a little bit. I want y'all to understand what I mean, because I don't want to give my opinion about somebody being fake and not show it. Y'all can call it what you want.
the only person who might have read the source is Wudjau. None of the rest of you have read the source.
So what? We went and got an expert that read it. Now what? Now.
See, he said might. Now, at no time did Reggie say, wait a minute, Wudjau, because I'm right there. I'm right there on the panel. At no time did Reggie just say, hey, Wudjau, have you ever read blank, 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 blank? He didn't ask me at all. He's talking about me as if I'm not there. It's crazy. But let's listen.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't cite it when he
read the whole. He read it.
Novices.
He read it, man.
When he said it to you novices, it was just too far for you to get to. He didn't even tell you what the source was. I know the source, and Wudjau obviously knows some of the source, right? And then I have to work in front of me. So I don't disagree. I said I don't disagree with some of the things that he said.
What you disagree with? What part?
Okay, so that's enough of that. I wanted to cut to that to justify my statement and my opinion that, and I'm going back to Reggie's video now. I'm going back to what I was playing before. So y'all give me a hot second. Got to go back to that, and it's right here. Okay. So I'm going to go back to that video. We're going to pick up where we left off. But I wanted to take that detour real quick to justify my statement about Reggie putting on a performance for his audience. And again, I want to repeat, I get it because people do that. They Reggie has a channel, or Reggie is live streaming, and he has an audience. So you gotta, make sure your audience is happy and stuff like that. You're gonna do that. So I get it. But at what expense in that case? And so because I'm here and I'm involved, I'm gonna call it what it is. Reggie is straight up being phony to his audience at that point. Laughing, saying that Jesus Christ, did all of a sudden I'm informed because of what Dr. Winterman said, when it was nothing like that at all. So anyway, I'm gonna let it play. I think you all should be able to see it again. Yeah, so it's on the screen. So let me get back to this. I'm gonna let this play for a bit. So now we're back on Reggie.
Press 1. Oh, we wild. We're like, I feel good, Pastor. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, we wild. I don't got no, listen, is there another show on? I don't have any Solomonic, right? Look, if there's another show coming on, please stay with me. Y'all, listen. Y'all gotta stay with me. I know if there's something else going on.
And so I want to be very clear with y'all. When I say what I'm saying, I'm saying it unapologetically. It should be clear to everybody watching me watch this right now, that Reggie's putting on a performance for his audience. Because look, he's engaging it. He's showing the comments on the screen and saying and asking and appealing to the audience. That's exactly what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that in and of itself is wrong, because if you're live, you engage your audience. That's a natural thing. You're supposed to do that. But my point here is that Reggie is singing country music to his audience, but when he was on a panel with me, he was singing some R&B. It was a totally different tune. And that's what I don't like. And that's what I'm just pointing out. Period. All right? So that's all I'm doing. It was fake. I call it fake and being phony when people do that, to totally flip it like that. And I'm going to keep driving that home. All right? Let this play.
Please stay with me. Our people are sick, yo. I ain't never seen it like this, yo. He just said a few words, and it's like, thank you, Jesus. What's wrong with Black? Robert, we're not talking about believing in the Most High right now. I'm just using it as a metaphor. I'm just saying that the expert spoke, and we just went bananas. Let me go back and come on. let's see what else we can glean.
Now I can't knock people for having fun. So Reggie looks like he's happy, he's having fun, and to that end, you know, it's all good, it's all gravy. But there's consequences to it, and that's what I'm saying right now. Reggie is two-faced and fake and phony for doing what he's doing. That's clear, but his audience don't know that, and his audience is totally oblivious. And that's when you say, you know, okay, he's hypnotizing his own audience, and he's getting it in. That's fine. But I'm gonna let this play. We're gonna get into the information.
What else our family glean?
I'm trying to see if I need to forward it, because I mean he's going on and on. He's really enjoying himself on that. I think he's about to switch up. So let's see.
From this, they're all wrong. So let me go to StreamYard, mute myself out.
On a display, so you have the dragging of the Medew chest, you have the driving of the four cattle, and so on. So those colors represent cardinal points. And so you have the multicolored sob, you have the hedge, which is white, the Netcher red, Kem black, and they're assigned to different cardinal points around the conceptualization of the world by the Egyptians. And so that's what they represent. They don't represent people, definitely not literally, but they don't represent people per se. I'll just give you a quick example and then I'll mute. Like the recent thing I covered in the Tomb of Ramses III, in the Book of Gates, the Fifth Hour, people refer to as the so-called Table of Nations, or the four races of man. And these other, outside of the Egyptians themselves, the other three represent the other three cardinal points, those to the east, those to the south, and those to the west. And they give this generic aspect for those different cardinal points and all the people that are from those different directions. So these are running themes within the culture. So now it doesn't have anything to do with skin color or none of that stuff.
Reggie?
Okay, so the first thing I would do is I think...
Was the guy right or wrong, though? Was the expert right or wrong?
No, he has some points. I don't... It's not a right or wrong. He's an expert. But but me knowing what he's talking...
That didn't even make sense. He's not right or wrong. He's an expert. What? Experts can be right and experts can be wrong. That didn't make any sense right there. That just didn't make any sense. When people say that, he's not right or wrong. He's an expert. But anyway, let it play.
Talking about is what he would have done was, or could have done, was cite the work in which the work comes from, where we can get the best meaning from it. And the work is by Egberts.
So I told them to their face. That's what he should have done, right? I told them to their face. Okay, so now they know that they're busted, right? So now I'm citing the work, right? Now watch how they do your brother Reggie.
And it's in quest of meaning. It's a study of ancient Egyptian rites of consecrating the merit chest and driving the calves. And in that work, they talk about the merit chest as being the four cardinal points, right? And the four calves, that ritual is separate. Now, because you're dealing with the merit chest and driving the calves, you can take concepts from both and drive it, because you probably got four corners of the chest. But if we actually look at the work, we see that the driving of the calves, ultimately they are all slaughtered and eaten, right? What's funny? Is there something funny? Who's laughing?
You hearing things, bro? Like ain't nobody even said that.
Yeah, you delusional, yo.
Now Reggie is playing that part I just played, but check out how he prepped it. He said he told his audience, watch how they do your brother Reggie. Did y'all hear that? And when I played it, y'all can clearly see that nobody laughed at him. He did it to himself, but he just told his audience, he said, watch how they do your brother Reggie. That's what I mean by being fake and phony, putting on a performance. Something is wrong with people doing that. You understand? So he is clearly hypnotizing his own audience, which is something that he accused the other channels of doing, or what have you. That's the craziest thing to me. I'm gonna let it play. But he's playing the part that I just played.
Was the guy right or wrong though? Was the expert right or wrong?
No, he has some points. I don't. It's not a right or wrong. He's an expert. But but me knowing what he's talking about, and what he would have done was, or could have done, was cite the work in which the work comes from, where we can get the best meaning from it. And
So as usual, I'm gonna hear some little feedback from them, right? So I respond to that, but they say that I didn't hear anything. But if I play it back again, you will hear some snickering. So that's how they do with me. And I'm listen, I'm a guest on their show, so I'm just talking. But let's go finish.
See, now Reggie is whining, what I call whining and complaining. That always happens. Nobody laughed at him, as was clearly indicated on there. And I was there. Everybody's mic was muted except for Sosa's mic. And Sosa told him that he's moving stuff around. It wasn't a snickering or anything at all. So what he thought he heard laughing. I don't know why he interpreted as laughing, but it was obviously some kind of noise that probably came through Sosa's mic. But he's moving stuff around. It wasn't laughing at all, as was told to him. But yet he's acting to his audience as if the snickering or something actually did happen, and said, see how they do your brother Reggie? That's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna let this play.
This, and then I'm gonna show you the source, and we'll talk about it.
And the work is by Egberts, and it's in quest of meaning. It studied ancient Egyptian rites of consecrating the.
All right, so I'm gonna forward this a bit because I just played all this part. I'm just curious to see if he's gonna let the part play where he's admitting that at the very least he thinks that I read the source that he's about to share later on. He's putting it out there when we were live together that I read the source. So it doesn't match up with him saying that, you know, all of a sudden the Dr. Winterman said something and now hallelujah and stuff like that. Like that's when I'm informed. That doesn't match up, but his audience is not going to catch that. But I'm going to forward this and see if he plays that part.
Merit chest and try.
Talking about the sheep.
Yeah. No, I'm listening for feedback from them, right?
It was just too far for you to get to. No, it's a ritual that came before a number of kings. So it's something that they followed, right?
Did you hear what Wudjau said?
Say what? Why you?
Because he made sense. He always says a ripple did what? Like, come on.
No. What's that?
So I'm supposed to defer to Wudjau. You play this part back, right? Where he messed it all up. He never gave a source. But I'm supposed to. Didn't you hear what Wudjau said? I don't agree with Wudjau, right? So
I don't want to agree with Wudjau. You see how he said that? I don't want to agree with Wudjau. But earlier, just a few minutes before that, he's implying that I must have read the source. And see, he don't want to fully commit to saying it. That's why he said it the way he said it in those two different ways that I pointed out. But he knows I know what I'm talking about. Because the only way I could say what I'm saying is if I did read the source. And he knows that. But he's reluctant to just come out and say it fully. So he said, the only person on the panel who might have read the source is Wudjau. That's the way he first said it. Then he said, I have the source, and Wudjau may have some of the source. He'll say something like that. He may have some of the source. So just keep that in mind. I want y'all to understand what the energy Reggie's giving off to his own audience. And then he said he don't want to defer or refer to me. Nobody asked him to refer to me. Unc said, actually, did he hear what I said?
Let me just play this back, because I'm gonna show you what happens on these shows and these other places, which I call hostile, right? I'm trying to simply explain, it's my time, and I'm trying to inform them of some difficulties of what was going on. I'm sorry I have to do this to you, but the problem is please don't make the mistake of their shenanigans, thinking that they've read the work, because obviously they didn't know what the work was. So I'm just showing you the shenanigans.
Oh, wait. He said, obviously they didn't know what the work was. Y'all heard that. Obviously they didn't know what the work was. We about to see who knows the work, who knew the work, and why and how I know what I know way before Reggie was even talking about some cattle herd, black divine herd over these past few years. That's what y'all about to see, but I'm gonna let this play.
Okay, that they play. And I appreciate for letting me put this video up, even though I'm doing what I'm doing. So let's go listen to it.
He didn't even tell you what the source was. I know the source, and Wudjau obviously knows some of the source, right?
So he said, obviously Wudjau knows some. He put the word some in there. I'm gonna keep pointing that out, because that's how slick, that's how Reggie's being slick. He don't want to fully commit, because as he said, he don't want to defer to me. I don't want to defer to Wudjau.
And then I have to work in front of me. I don't disagree. I said I don't disagree with some of the things that he said.
What you disagree with? What part?
I said I don't disagree with most of what he said.
No, what you said most. What part do you disagree with, right?
The concept that I would just disagree with the authoritative connotation that he is saying. It's a ritual it's a ritual that came before a number of kings. So it's something that they followed, right?
Did you hear what Wudjau said?
Say what? Why you?
Because he made sense. So he says the ripple deal with, like, come on.
No. Well, stop gabbling. Show me the source. You don't know what you're talking about. You haven't even read it, right? You are incompetent when it comes to the subject.
Okay, but Wudjau also read it, and he concurred in the authoritarian position of showing control.
See, now Sosa came out and said it. He said Wudjau read the source and he concurred, blah, blah, blah. You see what Sosa did there, right? Let's see what Reggie says after hearing Sosa say that. Because I'm on mute at this point. And I'm being courteous, and I'm on mute because I don't like when I'm interrupted, so I didn't interrupt. I'm on mute the whole time. So I'm just letting y'all know I'm on mute this whole time.
So
right, I'm saying a nuance. I'm saying a nuance that this is not one king. This is what they followed, and it has a lot to do with cattle culture, right?
Now notice he didn't address what Sosa said as far as me reading the source. Sosa just came out and said Wudjau read it and blah blah blah, and Reggie didn't come back to acknowledge that. Okay, then Wudjau did read it, because Reggie alluded to it, but he didn't want to give it. Oh, he said some of the source or might have. He using some and might. But let's keep going.
So I would the only thing that I would disagree with, because he said not directly, he said metaphorically. I don't have a problem with any of that. My slightest problem, since you asked, was the way he said authoritative. Authoritative. I think, well, being a king, yes, that's authoritative. And it's a ritual of the people. So it's a collective concept. So that I would say that would be my disagreement. But again, it goes back to cattle culture. And two, you, God killer, have not read the source. Sosa has not read the source, Cedric, and definitely Wudjau is familiar with the source.
So now he says definitely Wudjau is familiar with the source. You see that? So doesn't that sound a whole lot different than what Reggie was saying in his own video a little earlier? This is what I meant. Because he wasn't saying that. Now, I was being respectful by staying on mute that whole time. I could have interrupted and just blurred out and said, Reggie, I have the source. I've been had the source. And I could have challenged Reggie. I could have challenged Reggie right then and there and said, Reggie, I bet you I've had this source longer than you have. Because I know you just went to the library recently and got the source and got some pages scanned. I know that. But I've had this these texts and spoke about it long time ago. Okay, so I could have challenged him on that right then and there, but I was respectful and I stayed muted. Let him get it out, right?
So you wouldn't know what to say when he's saying it, but all you can just do is eat a cracker and listen, because you don't have the source.
No, the race comes into play. Come on, bro. What are we doing?
He said Sosa could eat a cracker. He said, all you got to do is eat a cracker. That's crazy. That's why Reggie had to laugh. He said, oh, man, there you get the race thing. You see what I'm saying? It's all fun and games, but then when somebody do it back, start whining and crying and stuff. So I'm going to let this play.
Yeah.
Reggie, so you trying to say that 100
I just want to get to the info.
100,000, 100 million white people got to read the source, and 35 million black people got to read the source. That's not how you got to do it in America, though. Yo. Everybody ain't gonna learn the ancient dead.
All right, so I'm gonna try to speed this along. I'm gonna forward this because I want to see when Reggie. So let's review real quick, because Reggie is gonna bring up the source that he keeps talking about. And remember, he doubled down. He doesn't feel that there's an authoritative aspect to it. He doesn't agree with the 4 cardinal points. He said earlier, he said that when Asar makes that statement and when I make that statement, toss it to the side. Remember when he said that? He said also toss to the side the authoritative aspect. So he said all these different things. And then he keeps going on about this source. All right, so I'm going to try to forward it to get to that part.
Language to read the source. That's
heard. Then what kind of science, right, do you do? A little bit more before I start showing you the source, okay?
What do you
claim that told me like the people,
the public, and then try to cover it up? When we try to do this work, we have a group of our own saying, you can't be right. Only the expert can be right, right? You don't have to show any sources. You just have to listen to them. They must be right. You're going to find reasons for them to be right and you to be wrong. So let me just close this down. And let me go, and hopefully this thing will come up. This file will come up. So this is the pressure that I have to go through. And sometimes I have to go through it with people who do the Netcher, right? Sometimes you see me argue with the spirituality group of people, right? That's who you are. I respect that, but that's who you are. That's not who I am. So let me share my screen. I don't really care. I was talking to Morpheus today, and I don't care how old something is. I don't care who has it. Who does it belong to? I don't care about those things. I care about if something is true. You should too. Now, how old it is, or what mountain it was found in, or what tablet it was found on, and what script it was found on. Family, the best thing that I can say to you, don't care about any of that. Just care about, is it true? Care about if it's your faith, it's your faith. It's not my faith, it's your faith. If you ask me, I care about if it's true. Don't tell me how old it is, what mountain it was, and is it true? you should care about, is it true? Am I wrong? Let me put this up. No, let me see if I can get this to blow up a little bit bigger. All righty. So what's on the screen? So let's scroll down. What's on the screen? Why is this so? Why can't I get rid of this thing right here? All tools. I don't want no tools. If anybody knows, called In Quest of Meaning, a study of ancient Egyptian rites of consecrating the merit chest and driving the calves, by A. Egbert, which I sourced. He is the expert on the subject, right?
Okay, so I want to say this right now, that Reggie is sharing a scanned copy, because I'm not sure if I skipped past where he said that he went to the Met Museum library or some a particular library. He ordered the book. He said he had to wait 2 weeks for it, and then it came in to the library, and then he got some of it scanned. So I don't know if I skipped past that already, but I'm just letting you all know that. But I want you all to notice on the screen that it is a PDF, and it's only 102 pages. As you can see here, it's only 102 pages. Now, I want to let you all know that text, I have the book. It comes in 2 volumes. I have both volumes. All right, there's 2 volumes to it. What he's showing is volume number 1, and it's the text. And volume 1 that he's showing is actually, let me see, it's actually 460 pages. So the book is 460 pages in length. That's volume 1. Volume 2 has, let me open this up. Volume 2 has, okay, they have just plates. Volume 2 is nothing but the plates and stuff. I believe it's 160 pages. Volume 2 is 160 pages, and volume 1 is what I said at first. Okay, and I want y'all to notice that he has a PDF that only has 102 pages. I'm only pointing these things out because Reggie keeps emphasizing the source, and he faked the funk and act like I read it at some point, but then on this live to his own audience, he's implying that I was inspired by the Dr. Winterman and you know, the whole Holy Ghost thing the whole holy, you know, church thing that he was going through and stuff like that. So I'm gonna let this play some more.
Right. So anybody who wants to know anything about that ritual should consult the book. So in the table of contents, you have concepts that are going to be related to this subject: the consecration, the crowns, the dress, the protocol, the royal ka, the symbols, the divinities, all making it about that the king is subservient to a process. He's not authoritative, right? Then there is a description of what texts are on the merit chest and the driving of the calves, right? And then there are, I don't have chapter 6. I need to go to the library and copy that, where they talk about the vignettes, where they talk about the individual things in song. I don't have that. But
okay, so you see here, to Reggie's credit, he says he doesn't have parts of it. That's probably why he only has 102 pages in that PDF. But I pointed that out earlier because he's making an issue about reading the source and having the source. And I'm saying that because I have the source, and I've read the source as Sosa told him that I have the source, and I read it. And this is like a long while ago. Like this, none of this stuff is new to me. So I didn't need Dr. Winterman to say anything or whatever the case is. That's my point.
But I do have, I think 7, 9, and on the origin of the rites and concentration. All righty. So now, this in itself doesn't solve anything, right? So the first thing that we want to solve is I just want to do a search for you. The cardinal points, Wudjau.
See, he put my name in there again. The cardinal points, Wudjau. Y'all listen up.
And Asar and Imhotep say the cardinal points come from the calves. So let's just check this for you.
Now, notice how Reggie, see, this is what I don't like either. He said that Asar, Wudjau and Asar said the cardinal points come from the calves. You see how he worded that, okay? And that's not how I worded when I say what I say. And y'all have to understand, if y'all been around me and been engaging me for a while, you know that I'm intentional with what I say and how I say what I say. And so I've said that the calves represent the 4 cardinal points. Didn't say the 4 cardinal points come from the calves. Okay? So got to make sure that that's straight. But let's watch what he does, though. He's going to dagger himself so bad.
See if I can blow this up a little bit for you. Okay. Okay. So I don't know what this is. Okay. Yeah, I see. I see this box here. I don't know what this point box is, but okay. So, okay. It says over here.
And mind you, earlier he said throw that in the trash. He said throw that to the side, the cardinal points and all that stuff. Y'all remember that, right? Watch this. I don't even have to show y'all. I don't even have to share my screen. Watch.
The first theme to be tackled is that of the 4 cardinal points. In a formula pronounced, the king says, I bring you the 4 corners of the entire earth, the limits of the rays, the sun is as slaves. Okay, so now I want to see, those are the 4 cardinal points, but I want to see where it comes from, right? Does it come from the calves, or does it come from the chest, right? So let's just see. I bring the 4 corners. Oh, statements such as these are familiar with the text concerned with the concentration of the merit chest. So that's where the 4 cardinal points have to do with the merit chest. So let's go and because the chest has 4 corners. It's nothing to do with the calves, nothing to do with the king showing his authoritative power, right? So now let's go and see what else they say about the 4 cardinal points, right? Okay, I read you that, the 4 corners of the earth, right? What has it got? Where are we seeing anything that it has anything to do with the daggone calves? Nothing.
Good gracious. So listen, y'all. And I don't like saying this, but this is a perfect example of a lack of reading comprehension, and or Reggie did not read the whole book. It's clear to me that one of those 2 things or both are at play. I can tell Reggie didn't read the whole book, and that there's an issue with the lack of comprehension. Both of those are true as far as I'm concerned, because he just said he did a search for cardinal points in the search, and then because obviously he has a PDF and it's text recognized, he has text recognition on there, and he searched for cardinal points, and he's saying, where does it have to do with the calves? What does it have to do with the calves? That tells me that he didn't read the entire book, because when he did a search, it's only finding what he has in his 102 pages out of the 102 pages that he has. But the entire section, if you go back to the page, let me back this up. Let me see. Let's go to the top and see if it shows the page number at the top. And it doesn't. It doesn't show the page number at the top where he's at. Yeah, 330 does. 338. Now notice that he's on page 338. So let me tell you all how the book is organized. He showed the table of contents. So let me show y'all. Go back to see. He's showing the table of contents. So look, in volume 1, which is all about the text. Volume 2 is all the plates. It's all the pictures. So what this author did, Egberts, what he did was he split his work into 2 volumes. Volume 2 is nothing but citation after citation where these vignettes and images can be found throughout Egypt. And he shows pictures of these different rites. So he's discussing 2 rites as part of the Sed festival. The consecration or the consecrating of the merit chest, which is one rite, and then the driving of the 4 calves in the temple as the second rite. That's his whole book is about those 2 things. And he talks about them separately. So part 1, he talks about the merit chest. In part 2, he's talking about driving the calves, as you see on the screen right here. Part 1 right there and part 2. So he don't talk about driving the calves until you get to page 205. All right. So now on the page Reggie is on, the whole thing is about driving the calves. The whole thing is about driving the calves. And the reason why he mentions the merit chest on that page, let's go back to where Reggie was on that page right here. The reason why he mentions the merit chest here is because the author is showing the connection between both of the rites, how they merge with one another. And so I'm gonna let this play.
I know, real quick.
Yeah.
Because when he say that, it's crazy because when you look at the top of the page, because you know how books are written, like the top, usually will be either on one side will be the title of the book, and then on the other side of the page, the left side and the right side will be the title of the chapter. And I know this because I actually do this. I actually help people, do their book layouts. And also, when you read books, you have to know these things because then sometimes when you forget what chapter you're on, you can quickly look up. You can look up on either side of the page. So he's asking that, but you can see on the top of the page it says driving the cults. So you know that this whole chapter is talking about driving the cults, which is just insane.
Exactly. There you go. Right at the top right here. I don't know. Can y'all see my cursor? Can you see my cursor? You can't see my cursor. You can't see my cursor?
Now we can see it.
Okay. So I'm pointing to the driving the calves part because that's the section of this of the part that he's showing. This whole section is about driving the calves. But not only that, let's read the top paragraph. This is what Reggie's showing. Let's read it. Let's read the top paragraph, full paragraph, where it starts right here. It says, the last two citations have already led us into the domain of the interpretative passages. Within this domain, 4 themes can be distinguished. I'm going to repeat that, y'all. The author is talking about driving the calves. And he's saying, within this domain, 4 themes can be distinguished within this rite of driving the calves. In order of increasing importance, these are, what's the first theme? The 4 cardinal points. He says 4 themes can be distinguished. And he puts them in order of increasing importance. He said these are, number 1, the 4 cardinal points. Number 2, pastoral activities. Number 3, agrarian activities. And the last one, number 4, the burial of Osiris. So all 4 of those themes are wrapped up in this ritual and rite called driving the 4 calves in the temple. That's the full name of the rite. And he goes on to say, I will discuss each of these themes in turn and then try to find out how they relate to one another. He said the first theme to be tackled is that of the 4 cardinal points. In a formula pronounced by the king, it is said, I bring you the 4 what? Corners of the entire earth, the limit of the rays of the sun as slaves. I want y'all to just marinate on that for a second. Reggie's like, where does it say the 4 cardinal points and stuff, and it has to do with the calves? Where are the calves? This is a formula associated with the rite of driving the calves. It says statements such as these are familiar from the text concerned with the consecration of the merit chest. So these same statements, there are similar statements with the merit chest rite. What we see here is a mirror image of the allusions to the protection of the tomb of Wasir or Osiris, a thing properly belonging to the driving of the calves in the text in question. What does it say? A thing properly belonging to driving of the calves in the text in question. The thematic osmosis characteristic of the two rites is further testimony. He said osmosis, and y'all know what that means. Is further testimony of their close association, which is also clear from the various liturgical texts and from the temple decorations. The cardinal points feature in some epithets of Horus as well. King of the south, sovereign ruler of the north, lord of the west, chieftain of the east, lower Egyptian king of the middle mounds, upper Egyptian king of the south, lower Egyptian king of the north, under whose supervision are the west and the east, etc., etc., etc. So hold up. Let's just see what Reggie's talking about.
In obedience, the west and the east of the bowed head. Where, let me just check this chat. Where does it have anything to do with the cattle? Right? I'm talking about the 4 cardinal points. One reason the presence of the theme of the 4 cardinal points is the text concerned with the driving of the calves has already been mentioned. The influence of the concern.
Look, he.
Yo.
Oh. wait. Do y'all see that? Hold on, I gotta rewind this. Oh, see, I don't want to be guilty of what I'm accusing Reggie of hypnotizing his crowd and being fake and phony. I want you all to just listen to what Reggie says himself. He just asked the question, where does the 4 cardinal points and that'll have to do with the driving of the calves? And he's reading it. Some of it. This is what I mean by the lack of comprehension. So I'm going to back this up a little bit. I'm going to let it play.
Just check this chat. Where does it have anything to do with the cattle?
You hear him? He said, where does this have anything to do with the cattle? Y'all heard him say that, right? Now watch what he reads. Watch what he reads. He's going to read it to y'all.
Right? I'm talking about the cardinal points. One reason the presence of the theme of the 4 cardinal points is the text concerned with the driving of the calves has already been mentioned. The influence of the concern with the concentration of the merit chest in which the cardinal points take pride or place. Another no less important reason is the fact that the rite involves 4 calves, but the cardinal points do not not the
what
4 calves.
How did he get that from reading that? He literally just made that up.
Yeah, he paused. You had him pause a little bit because it kind of started to sink in, and then he had to justify it somewhere or another. But we already read it.
He just made that up. But listen. Let me share something. I'm gonna. Y'all remember where we are on Reggie's video, right? Because I just realized this has already been 2 hours and some change, and so I'm gonna share something. So I'm gonna share. Let me get my screen back. Come back over here. All right, so I have to share my screen now. Okay. So this is where we are. So again, thank y'all for tuning in. This is your brother Wudjau. Welcome to the Seshu Mighty Meta Netcher YouTube channel, short for Seshu. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. It's late Wednesday, early Thursday morning, and I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. So now I'm gonna share a few things with y'all. I just wanted y'all to see all of that good stuff with brother Reggie. I may go right back to it, but I wanted to get to the point where he's sharing the source, because he built this thing up to the source. And he kept saying no to the authoritative aspect, no to the cardinal points that had nothing to do with the four calves and stuff like that. He was talking about, the whole thing, put it in the trash. He mentioned me and Asar, and he said Dr. Winneman was wrong. He did the whole jokey joke thing for his audience and so on and so forth. He sang a different song when I was with him on the panel versus him on his own channel and stuff like that. So here we are, okay? So the first thing I want to do is I want to show you all that I have the book. So I took this picture right before I went live with y'all. So as you can see on the screen here, I have both volumes of the book, In Quest of Meaning. Now, Reggie borrowed the book or got the book, went to the library to read it to get it scanned in the library. They evidently had the hardback. The hardback cover will be blue. I believe it's blue. So the one I have is the beige one. I have the soft cover. Just so y'all know why the color is different. All right, so I'm assuming that the hardback is blue. I don't have that one. But I have both volumes. So volume 1 is strictly about the text, okay, and everything. That's what we were discussing. Volume 2, as y'all can see over here, it says tables and plates. Now, I don't have a PDF of this, but what I did right before going live with you all tonight, I took pictures of several pages with my iPad. I just took pictures so that I can share on the screen, because I don't want to flip through the book and take pictures one by one and whatnot while I'm live. Okay, so I don't have a PDF version. Okay, but I wanted to show y'all. And so here's the title. So if y'all want to take a screenshot of this, if y'all want to look for the book and get it, when I bought it, it's more expensive now. I believe when I got it, it was a lot cheaper. I don't know how much. I think it's like over $200 some odd for the set, and even more for the hardback, whatever. But y'all can check into it. Y'all can take a screenshot, get the title, and everything, and do your thing. Okay. So now I do want to show you this. This is the image, or one of the images that we're talking about. So I just wanted to show you all it in color and big on the screen. So you have, and this one's cut off, so if y'all can see it, it's cropped. So you can still see the king's hand holding the staff that ends up being two parts of a worm, but that's a whole nother discussion. You see the ropes that are tied to the legs of the calves, and then you see the glyphs that represent 4 different colors. You have Sab, which means multicolored. You have Hedge, which is white. Dasher, which is red. And Kem is black. Okay, so those are the 4. So that's what we're talking about. All right, and here's another picture from a different place. I believe this is the one that Reggie had on his screen as well. And you can see the title of the ritual. This is a shortened form of the title, because the full title is longer than this. But let me get my arrow so y'all can see what I'm talking about. So if you can see on the screen right here, this is the name of the ritual, which is Hu Behesu Ni Amen, which means the driving of the calves of Amen. Okay, so the king is over here, Amen is over here. The calves face the deity, and I noticed that when Reggie was pointing out one of his pictures, he did it in reverse. He was pointing to the king, but saying it was the deity. It's the other way around. But so this is what we're talking about, which is this part, and you can see the colors here too. You have Sab. This time you have Dasher as the second one, and then Hedge, and then Kem. So these 2 colors are switched from the first one that I showed y'all. Okay, so I just want to give y'all an image of that. But now I want to share the actual. See if I could share the pictures that I took. I took some, like I said, I told you I took some pictures of the book before going live, and let me make sure I get that up for y'all, so you all can see this. Bear with me one second. Yep, here we go. Okay, so this is the yeah, and I need to blow this up. So here is the pictures I took. Now, obviously, I'm not going to take pictures of the whole book. I don't have time for that, so I didn't do that. But I took pictures of the starting part of the interpretation. Now, if you go, I would have to show Reggie's table of contents, because I didn't take a picture of the table of contents. The way that the author organized the book, this is a very, very good book, by the way, because the author shows all of the instances where you'll find this ritual being performed, and he labels it. If you can see on the screen here, he labels it, and he codes it with A dot B, A dot C, et cetera, and then for the driving the calves, he has B dot A, B dot B, B dot C, et cetera, in Roman numerals, where you can find it. He tells you right here any of the glyphs and the transliteration that's near the calves and stuff like that, any of the texts that are above or below, et cetera, the deity that's involved in the scene. He lists them all out. So I'm just letting y'all know he lists them all out. Then he goes through the interpretation. Now, mind you, this is in the second part of the first volume, where he's talking about driving of the calves. He does the exact same thing for the consecration of the merit chest. The same format, the same way he discussed it, he does it. So let me just blow this up so y'all can see over here. This is where it begins. So the interpretation, all right. And I'm just going to read a little bit of this because I want y'all to see how this author did it. He said, the goal of the present chapter is to gain an understanding of the significance of the rite of driving the calves as it emerges from the text translated in the preceding chapter. Okay, so in the preceding chapter, which is chapter 7, he goes through all of the text that, like I said, around this rite of driving the calves. Okay, as y'all see over here. Now he's giving commentary and an interpretation of all this different text. That's what he's saying. In the introduction to chapter 4, I have already explained that for an accurate analysis of the symbolism of Egyptian temple rites, we are largely dependent on the pertinent texts from the Greco-Roman period. Generally speaking, it is only these texts that enlighten us about the meaning of the rites depicted in the temples. Earlier texts tend to be rather dull and uninformative. The texts concerned with the driving of the calves are no exceptions to this rule. For this reason, the following expose will draw heavily upon the Greco-Roman inscriptions that treat this subject. We cannot do without the pre-Greco-Roman scenes completely, for they contain at least some specific information in the form of the titles they assign to the right. It is to these titles that I will turn my attention first. And he goes on to the titles. A title is an optional element of a ritual scene. Accordingly, there is a minority of scenes depicting the driving of the cattle in which the title is omitted. In other scenes, the title is damaged or lost altogether. A review of the better preserved titles reveals that the title given to the scene showing the driving of the calves remains basically the same throughout the long history of the rite. Of course, there are some minor variations, but the dichotomy we have seen in chapter 4 to be characteristic of the rites of the scenes of the consecration of the merit chest is alien to the titles of the scene of this type. Then he goes on to talk about the title hu. He talks about, it comes from a verb, hui, which means to drive, and how it's in an infinitive form, hu, and it's a masculine and feminine of hui, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not going to bore you all with all that stuff. I'm going to go on to the next page. I want to get to a point where so he goes through all the different elements of the title. So he goes through the first element, which is the first word, hu, which comes from the verb hui, right, which means drive. Okay, so not going to bore you. I want to give you all a whole language lesson. But I want to get down to here, just on that point, just to show you all what you end up with right here. It says, combining all the evidence, we may conclude that the original title of the rite of driving the calves must have been hu behesu im hut Netcher, which means driving the calves in the temple. Okay? My translation is based on the assumption that the preposition M denotes the location in and not the direction from. Because some people will say driving the calves from the temple. He's saying that he's using M, the preposition, for the word in the temple. All right, so he talks about the title. So I'm gonna skip on over, keep on going down here. Now let's go over here. I don't want to skip this. I want to read this. It says, in many a passage the act of the officiant is called driving. Besides hui, which means to drive, there are other verbs in the text that convey the same notion, such as Km.t, which means to direct, hims, which means to conduct, sin, which means to urge on, and the neutral ini, which means to bring. The bull calves being driven are mostly called behesu, which means calf or calves, and sometimes ihu, which bulls. Various royal speeches emphasize the fact that the calves have different colors. And then he quotes these royal speeches. I conduct the calves of every color for you. Take the calves of every color. I conduct the colored calves for you. I drive the bulls for you, namely the black and the red, the white together with the spotted. I drive the calves for you, namely the black, the white, the spotted, and the red color. The white, the black, red, and spotted calves, etc. Right? So he's giving examples of the royal speeches that's emphasized around this rite. It goes on to say, in a formula that is attested twice, the color names serve as a point of departure for a series of what? Puns and alliterations. The black Kim, and he's quoting, so this is the actual text. Kim, or the black Kim at work, Kat, is doing what you wish. The white hedge is illuminating Sahedge, your face. The spotted Sab, likewise, he increases your power, which is the word Sakhem. The red Dasher is removing your rage, which is Desharu. Remember we told you red deals with anger and rage and stuff. Same thing we use today. So you see how these colors he's saying serves as a point of departure for a series of puns and alliterations. All right? No mention of people's skin color or nothing like that. I shouldn't have to say that anymore.
Yeah, that needs a pause.
You all should know that by now, that everything that I've been saying, y'all gonna realize that y'all gonna realize that I definitely must have read this book already. 'Cause I've been talking about this since forever. Anyway, to keep going, the colors mentioned in the descriptive passages correspond to those of the legends accompanying the calves in most vignettes. There is only one passage that mentions the number of calves, and he quotes it. I bring you the 4 calves, the number 4, right there. And all these superscripted numbers, you have the footnotes in down here, where he is showing the location and where this instance is found. BA, Ptolemy, 4, ED 4, etc., etc. And in the book, you have to go to the front of the book to go there and see everything. Okay, so just letting y'all know how the book is structured. Let's see, anything here? Okay, then he moves on to talk about. Now, notice how this author is systematically discussing this. He starts off with the title. He breaks down every word in the title. Then he gives the final conclusion of what the full title must have been. Then he talks about the colors over here that I just read. Then he's going to go into the staff or the ropes. He said usually, I'm not going to skip anything. The vignettes which depict the driving of the calves show the officiant, which is the king, holding the ends of 4 ropes in his left hand. Usually the ropes terminate in 4 Ankh signs. The other ends of the rope are attached to the feet of the calves. This arrangement is accurately described in a few royal speeches. So he's quoting again. So we don't have to do lookership with just the vignette. We have actual text that says so. And it says, I take the ropes strung with the life signs. Talk about the Ankh signs. I hold them in my left hand. So we can read the text say it, but we can actually see the image that reflects the text. Remember, I always say, I tell this to everybody, never divorce the vignettes or images from the text. The texts are priority. The vignettes are illustrations or complementary. Okay? Always remember that. Another quote, a rope is attached to their, talk about the calves, feet. The king is someone who, quote, holds fast to the rope. Besides the rope, the king holds holds a wavy rod in his left hand and a straight rod, often terminating in a snake's head in his right hand. This feature as well is reflected in the text. Thus, the king is someone who, quote, who wields the stick behind the calves. In a royal column, the king states, quote, I cut up the worm which destroys the grain. I split it in two. I grasp its head in my right hand. I grasp its tail together with the ropes. This passage shows that the two rods were interpreted as the two halves of a worm, the straight rod representing the head and the wavy rod the tail. You see how simple that is? I'm going to keep on going because I don't want to bore you all to death. I want to get y'all down. I'm going to get you down to the point where Reggie was at. So I'm going to have to read this sentence right here. It says, a similar interpretation is found in we're going down on just the page where Reggie was. The text related to the Osiris mystery at Dendera, where it is said, with respect to the calves, there is a snake of Apophis in two pieces behind them. So you see how these go together? Now, the last two citations, he's talking about this quote right here and this quote that I just read up here. The author is saying the last two citations have already led us into the domain of the interpretative passages. So he said, now we're getting into the interpretations. He said, within this domain, 4 themes can be distinguished. In order of increasing importance, these are the 4 cardinal points, which Reggie said doesn't have anything to do with, pastoral activities, number 2, agrarian activities, number 3, and the burial of Osiris, number 4. I will discuss each of these themes in turn and then try to find out how they relate to one another. He said the first theme to be tackled is of the 4 cardinal points. And I already read this from Reggie's screen. He says, in a formula pronounced by the king, it is said, quote, I bring you the 4 corners of the entire earth, the limit of the rays of your sun as your slaves. This is for the driving of the calves ritual. This is a text found at the driving of the calves ritual. Why would if it doesn't have anything to do with the 4 corners, why is the king saying to the deity? Now, mind you, remember I showed you the picture. The 4 calves face the deity. The king is saying to the deity, I bring you what? The 4 corners of the entire earth. The limit of the rays of your sun as slaves. All right. And the superscripted number 32 points to this footnote here where you can find that particular quote of the king. So this book is well organized and well sourced, by the way. I'm just letting y'all know. It's well organized. And I have and see, I didn't take a picture of this, but I have this image. Like I told you, I have volume 2 with all of the images and everything. So let's go back up here. It says, statements such as these are familiar from the text concerning the consecration of the Medew chests. So he's saying that this statement here that's with the rite of the driving of the calves are also familiar from the text concerning the consecration of the Medew chests. There's a lot of similarities between the two rites. What we see here is a mirror image. In order to have a mirror image, you got to have 2 things, right? Something in the mirror. You got the image in the mirror, and then the image itself that's reflecting in the mirror. He says here, we see here is two mirror images is the mirror image of the allusions to the protection of the tomb of Osiris, a thing properly belonging to the driving of the calves in the text in question. The thematic osmosis characteristic of the two rites is further testimony of their close association. See, he's showing that there's a close association between the two rites, which is also clear from various liturgical texts and from the temple decorations. Then he goes on to quote other things. I already read this. The cardinal points feature in some epithets of Horus as well. Then I already read all of those, right? Finally, the cardinal points figure repeatedly in the divine gifts, which include, quote, the four corners of the sky, the breadth of the earth, every place that the two luminaries see. The south in adoration, the north in obeisance, the west and east with bowed heads. Another quote, the cloak of the sky, the four corners of the earth, all places that the horizon dweller sees. Another quote, the south and the north adoring you, the west and the east extolling your majesty. Another quote, the south, the north, the west, the east, the four corners of the earth upon its foundation. Another quote, the south and the north as your shares, the west and the east as your slaves. Another quote, the south and the north having respect for you, the west and the east praising you. Then it goes on, the theme of dominion. This is when Reggie said there's no authority or dominion. The theme of dominion, without explicit reference to the cardinal points, is also found in the following divine speeches. Quote, I give you the whole circuit of the sun while you direct the two lands. Another quote, I give you Egypt in peace. Another quote, I give you this land while you are stable in it. The reason for the presence of the theme of the four cardinal points in the text concerned with the driving of the calves has already been mentioned. The influence of those concerned with the consecrations of the merit chest in which the cardinal points take pride of place. Another and no less important reason is the fact that the rite involves four calves. So the author is linking the two rites and showing the similarities because he already covered the merit chest in part 1 of this volume. And like, I'm not going to read this whole book to y'all tonight, so I'm going to try to skip to some other important things. So the author goes on, and mind you, that was he broke it. So just to recap real quick, the author breaks down this rite, just to be clear. The rite of driving the four calves in the temple. That's what the rite is called. He breaks down the rite into 4 layers. He calls them 4 themes. 3 of the themes are ritual or what have you. One of the themes is he calls mythic, but they're 4 in number, and he names them. The first one is the 4 cardinal points. The second one is pastoral activities. The third is agrarian activities. And the fourth one, which is the mythic one, is the burial of Osiris. He's saying that this ritual, this rite, involves all 4 of those themes. And so he discussed them one by one. So he talked about the first theme, as you saw right there. Now he moves on to the second theme. He said the second theme I want to discuss may be termed pastoral. As you can see, he put the second one right here, pastoral activities, right there. So now he's going to discuss it. He said, there exists a well-attested formula expressing this theme as follows. Quote, I am the companion, the sovereign of the Wudjau cattle. My choice ones, which you want, are the ones I have brought before you. Quote, companion and the sovereign of the Wudjau cattle. So he's emphasizing sovereign. Again, sovereign of these representations are designations of Anubis in his capacity as herdsman. The royal epithet, and then he goes on, that's not the quote. So he goes on to say, The royal epithets frequently refer to this aspect of Anubis or Enpu. Thus, the king is identified with Enpu by naming him companion, sovereign of the Wudjau cattle, and Horus, who is mindful. Those are quotes. He says elsewhere he is related to Enpu or Anubis by calling him, quote, distinguished image of the Lord of the horned cattle. Envoy of the Lord of the horned cattle, quote again, successor of the Lord of the horned cattle, youth of the Lord of the horned cattle, heir of Anubis, son of Hesat, heir of the overseer of the granary. The pastoral aspect of Anubis is very marked in the Greco-Roman period, but its antecedents can be traced back as far as the 18th dynasty. The role of the herdsman assigned to Anubis made this god popular in the cattle-orientated culture of Meroe. The association of Anubis with cattle is usually explained by referring to his filiation to the cow goddess Hesat or Heset. Another factor involved may be the alert and watchful character of canines, the type of animal representing Anubis. For a good herdsman is expected to be just as much on his guard as a dog. The ancient Egyptians employed dogs for hunting, etc., etc. So he's discussing the pastoral aspect, all right? And it goes on. And like I said, I don't want to read this whole thing and bore you all. So he's still talking about the pastoral aspect. Then he goes here. Here he says the next theme. What's the next theme? The agrarian part, right? So watch what he says. The next theme that can be distilled from our text corpus, mind you, the text corpus he's talking about are the texts related to the driving of the four calves. So the next theme from the text corpus bears an agrarian character. It comprises 3 sub-themes. So now he breaks down that theme into 3 sub-themes. One is the threshing of corn. The next one is killing of the worms that damage the crops. And then lastly, the fertility of the god Men. And then he goes on and on. So I'm like I said, I'm not going to read all of this. And by the way, I'm gonna tell you this. If any of you all want this, these are my pictures, right? I just put them into I just put them up here before I went live to be able to show them to you all like how I'm doing now. But if any of you all want this file, you all hit me up, inbox me, and I'll get it to you, no problem. That you can read all of this because I'm skipping a lot, so I want you all to have this. All right. Now I had planned to do a presentation on these rights, and just never did any full-blown presentation on it. It came up in the past over the past few years and stuff like that. But anyway, so I'm gonna keep on going. So he goes through the first sub-theme, then he talks about the second sub-theme. I'm just showing you how the author laid it out. The second sub-theme, killing of worms, is confined, etc., etc. He talked about the killing of worms. And keep on going down. He's still talking about the killing of worms, etc., etc. Still the worms, going down over here. Consequently, the snake and everything. And one thing I want to say, the point he's making is that these are snakes, and so the agrarian aspect is the threshing of the corn, the killing of the worms that ruined the crops, and how that got alluded to Apep, who is the arch enemy of Ra, and Wasir in some instances and things like this. And so he's going to talk about the Wasirian mystery or the myth of his death, and how they had to hide the tomb and all this other kind of stuff. So I think some of that I'm skipping in here because he makes mention, but he's going to deal with it as the fourth overall theme, not these sub-themes. So he's still talking about the sub-themes of the agrarian one. Okay, so I'm going to keep on going down. Let's see. So like here, for example, just so you'll know what I just said, it says that The text relating to the Osiris mystery at Dendera contains an interesting statement that has already received our attention, according to which the two rods carried by the officiant, which is the king, in the driving of the calves are, quote, a snake of Apophis in two pieces. All right. So just want y'all to understand all that. Keep on going down. One thing he makes mention of is that they're talking about worms and not necessarily. So it says, in my opinion, the current view of the agrarian text feature snakes menacing the calves is untenable, because there were people, obviously, when he wrote this, that were of the opinion that the snakes involved were attacking the calves. And so, you know, in all the stuff he was saying up here, he was saying, based on all of that, his opinion is that that's untenable to have that opinion. In reality, the animals in question are worms threatening the grain, not the calves. Admittedly, there exists only one text that expresses this threat in unambiguous terms. Yet, the paucity of the evidence constitutes no real objection to my interpretation, for there are no texts at all that speak of a danger to the calves. So if we want to practice sound philology, worms should be preferred to snakes. As I will demonstrate later on in this chapter, the choice fits nicely with the overall structure of the rite of driving the calves. Okay, so then he goes through the last sub-theme of the agrarian part, which is dealing with the fertility of the deity men. All right, so I'm not going to read all of that. I'm going to get back over here. Now he says, to conclude this section on the agrarian themes, because remember he broke them down into 3 sub-themes. So to conclude this section on the agrarian themes underlying the driving of the calves, I mentioned some passages of a general agrarian character, which cannot be classified under one of the 3 subheadings I have distinguished. The king is, quote, the son of inundation, born of the field, while Horus is, quote, lord of the meadow, who makes the herbage grow, and, quote, lord of the corn, who creates grain. The following divine speeches are also set in an agrarian frame. Quote, I give you all the fields with their good harvest year by year. Another quote, I give you millions, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, thousands, hundreds of the fruits of the field, etc. So I'm not going to continue with that. But I do want to read this one because people say I won't be accused of skipping bulls and stuff. Another one, quote, I accept your sustenance. I see your upper Egyptian barley. My Ka loves you at seeing your grain. I breed bulls for you to tread your threshing floor, that you may reap your harvest in joy. I cause your granary to pierce the clouds and your field to double its perfect things, etc. Now, he says, finally, a few words about the mutual relationships of the various agrarian sub-themes. So he's meshing them together, and I'm just going to skip all that. Or should I? So let's read right here. It says, just as the theme of the cardinal points, there's the cardinal points again, and the pastoral theme, the agrarian theme of the text concerned with the driving of the calf seems to draw its inspiration mainly from the vignettes of the rite. Okay, so remember that. So there's no way in the hottest of hells that anybody can separate this cardinal point aspect from the driving of the 4 calves, as Reggie attempted to do. That's the brother Reggie could not have, like I have. Okay, to keep on going. Now here's the final theme out of the 4, right? He's going to talk about the Osiris myth part of it, and I'm not going to read it, but I'm just going to read this first part. He said the final theme that can be detected in these texts derives from the Osiris myth. The calves are said to perform a certain act, with the tomb of Osiris as its object. This act is called He-Is, or Is, an expression that I have provisionally translated as to tread the grave. In principle, He-Is might be translated as to seek the grave, or to visit the grave as well. Our first task, therefore, lies in establishing the correct interpretation of this intriguing expression. So he goes through the task of actually interpreting that actual expression. And like I said, I'm not going to read all of it to y'all. And if anybody wants these portions, and I only took pictures of a few of these pages, so I don't like. I rather for people to just get the whole book, because I don't want y'all to end up being like Brother Reggie, only read part of it and then try to get on YouTube and argue. I'd rather for people to read the whole book, because the way these books like this is organized, it's important to do it that way, okay? Because it's procedural. It's a buildup of how the author did it. So anyway, he goes on and properly interprets that. And just to give y'all a snapshot, when he talks about the Osiris myth, y'all have to remember that Osiris and Horus in the myth, they're inverse of each other. Okay, so think about it this way. Osiris was killed. He was drowned. He was eventually chopped up and body parts scattered throughout Egypt, making up the 42 nomes. And the remembering and collecting of Osiris's body back together again, and then wrapping him up, unifying him, is also an allusion to it being Egypt, and how Egypt was unified and stayed unified. So Osir in that sense represents unity. Now, he had to be hid, and when Satuk and his agents or conspirators were looking for Osiris, they had to devise a plan to lead them astray. And so that's where you get the connotation of he is, meaning to seek the grave. And by seeking it, that means that somebody's looking for it. They can't find it. They're seeking it. Seeking it. Now, the inverse, as I mentioned, with Heru, is the inverse. Because Heru had to be hidden and then come out of hiding to later become the king. So Osiris in death, not the king, had to be hidden, and then he becomes the lord of the Duat or the underworld, etc., etc. Whereas Heru goes in the opposite direction. He becomes visible, fights with his uncle Satuk, so on and so forth. Eventually takes the rulership of Geb's crown and throne, which was ultimately given by Ra, etc., etc. Y'all know how the story goes. And he becomes the ruler of the land of the living, okay, of Egypt. And so it's the inverse. So in this whole section, the author is showing how both the merit chest right and the driving of the calves right have allusions to the Osiris myth. And he talks about all that stuff right here. Okay, so like I said, I'm not going to read it. But what I do want to get to save us time, is I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'm just scrolling on through. Yeah, so he's still talking about, and this is very interesting, y'all. You know, I hate to pass it by, but this is a lot to read, and I'm not going to bore you all and just read this when I can make this part available to you all. What else? All right, so what I'm going to do is, because I don't see anything that I need to point out. He's still talking about the same thing. So look how long, look how many paragraphs I'm going past about that. This is all about the fourth theme, major theme, which is major. Let's keep on going down. Still talking about it. All the citations. I'm going to keep on going down. Now, here's what's interesting. Now, I will point this out. And I know you all gonna, anybody who's familiar with this should be interested in this. Y'all know the underworld in the Egyptian language is referred to as the Duat. Now, there's also a word that's associated with Seer, which is the word jet. Matter of fact, it's right here. I'm talking about it, and it's right here at the bottom. So I don't know if this is what I was about to say, but let's read this part right here. It says, the object to be concealed and protected is sometimes the tomb of Osiris or the necropolis where it is located, and sometimes the body of Osiris. So remember that. Okay? In the latter case, talking about the body of Osiris, it is usually called Jet. Since the cobra repose in the bread loaf may also be a spelling of what? The duat. Now, this may answer some of you all's questions who've been studying. Definitely, if y'all been hanging with me, you know that Osiris is there's an epithet of Osiris, and there's an attribute of Osiris of him actually being the duat. There's an image of Osiris, I forget which tomb, because I don't know off the top of my head, but in a particular tomb, no, as a matter of fact, it's on a papyrus roll where Osiris is bent. He's like bent over back. He's bent backwards. He's hanging. It looks like he's hanging from the sky, and his body's hanging down with his head facing down, but his body is curved onto itself like a circle. And he's called the duat in that papyri. I don't know what the papyri is off the top of my head right at this moment, but when I go live again, I'll try to dig it up and get that to y'all. But there's an image of that. Well, Emicat, do you know what image I'm talking about?
No, not really.
Okay. So I have it. I'll dig it up and show everybody. But Wasir looks like he's hanging from the sky, and he's curved back on himself, and he, literally the glyphs near him right there, it says the duat. He's called the duat, and so that's what this is talking about. His body being jet, or the duat. That's what he's talking about. The word jet is also maybe spelled duat. The underworld, the necropolis, the tomb. We are faced. I'm gonna continue reading. We are faced again with a deliberate double entendre. Examples of imin jet, which means to hide the body or the tomb, and hen jet, to protect the body or tomb. The two words also occur in conjunction. The crypt duat of the body jet is secreted from your foe. Is secreted from your foe. Quote, another quote, who protects the body, which is jet, of the foremost of the underworld, which is duat. And then the author is speaking now. A very elaborate example is the following, provided that my interpretation of this difficult passage is correct. And he quotes, to hide your body, which is Tekken jet, at the entrance of your crypt, duat, which is in the underworld of the god Duat Netcher, written, and then he has Duat Netcher. The expression Tekken jet, to hide the body, employed in this example should be compared with Tekken duat, to hide the crypt, found in a similar passage. But then he goes on. I just wanted to point that out to y'all. All right, that should be interesting to those who've been studying. All right, let's keep on going down. What I want to get to is the conclusion. So I'm going to keep on going down. He's still talking about now at some point before he concludes, though, he's going to do exactly what he said he's going to do. He's going to talk about all four of the themes separately in their order of importance. Remember, the third theme he broke down into sub themes. But then once he finished doing all of that, he said he's going to show how all of them relate to one another. Okay, so that's what he picks up, and I'm trying to see here. So here he shows the diagram of the two sides of the right, the two layers, threshing of calves, and how that comes down to treading the grave, and then the rods themselves, which is cutting of the worms, leading of the stray of the enemies. These two allusions, these two parallel issues with this phrase here, hey is. All right. So anyway, I'm gonna keep on going. I just want to get to the point where he is going to try to put them all together. I may just skip to the to the now here's something interesting too. The meaning of the Osirian version is a more complicated matter, for it involves the semantics of the Osiris myth. This subject has already been treated in my discussion of the consecration of the merit chest. So we already discussed this in previous chapters, right? There, I concluded that the Osiris myth conveys a political message proclaiming the unity of Egypt. Remember what I just said? That Osiris's body being chopped up becomes the 42 gnomes, and then the gnomes coming together under one, which is the remembering of Osiris and all that good stuff. So anyway, this view is inspired by the explicit equation of the body of Osiris with Egypt attested in some Egyptian texts. I also noted that the political message of the Osiris myth is not the only one. While the consecration of the merit chest evokes the social dimension of the myth, other contexts may draw upon a cosmic or individual dimensions. The cosmic dimension concerns, among other things, the advent of the inundation and the consequent growth of vegetation, especially corn, etc. So I'm going to keep on going down. That's just interesting. Y'all should definitely check all this stuff out. Over here it says the link between the Osirian theme and the theme of the 4 cardinal points needs no elaborate treatment. In my interpretation of the consecration of the merit chest, I have already shown how the Osiris myth, by means of the identification of Osiris with Egypt, conveys a social message concerning the unity of the 4 cardinal points and their subjection to the authority of the king. In this way, the symbolism of the myth corresponds to the symbolisms of the 4 calves, which refer to what? The 4 cardinal points. Emicat, can you read that for me again? Because maybe it's me, man. Maybe it's me.
Okay. Where? From in my interpretation or where? Start right
at the link. Mm-hmm.
Okay. The link between the Osirian theme and the theme of the 4 cardinal points need no elaborate treatment. In my interpretation of the consecration of the merit chest, I have already shown how the Osiris myth, by means of the identification of Osiris with Egypt, conveys a social message concerning the unity of the 4 cardinal points and their subjection to the authority of the king.
Stop there. This way. So the 4 cardinal points and their subjection to what?
The authority of the king.
Okay, keep going. Remember, because Reggie kept saying throw authority out.
Yeah.
All right, throw authority out. So just keep on going.
In this way, the symbolism of the myth corresponds to the symbolism of the 4 calves, which refer to the 4 cardinal points.
The 4 calves, which refer to what?
The 4 cardinal points.
The 4 calves, which refer to what?
The 4 cardinal points.
I got to do it that way because I'm telling you, Reggie accused of doing some Houdini hypnosis, hypnotizing people and stuff. So listen, I'm offering these pictures to everyone to read this stuff for yourself. Okay, but anyway, the connection between the Osirian and the pastoral themes is a more complicated matter, etc., etc. All right, let's keep on going down. All right, I'm definitely gonna get because it's a lot going on here. Just make sure I'm not missing anything because I gotta point things out.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here.
Yeah, it's a whole lot. Okay, so he's talking about the calves in their role as threshing items, objects that are threshing things. So I'm gonna keep on going down. Okay, so this is the end. So this is the end of the whole section on driving, the right of the driving of the calves. And he broke down the 4 themes. Remember the 3rd theme he broke down further into 3 sub-themes. I want y'all to remember that. He grouped the first three themes together, and then he gave the last theme a mythic title. He called it mythic. Okay. So the first three are ritual, and the last one is mythic out of the four. So then part 3 of this particular book, he talks about the context and origin of the rites. Now, I didn't take pictures of all that, okay? But what I want to show you all is going backwards in the book now. Now, notice that I'm showing page 182. I'm going backwards in the book. And I did this because I wanted you all to see how he discussed the merit chest and how it deals with the 4 cardinal points, and how they deal with Egypt, and how the content of those 4 chests, the colors of the cloth in there, there's also linen in those chests, and those linen represented different colors as well. So you can see how these 2 rites go hand in hand with each other. Okay, so let me just read. Let me find what I was saying just now. I'll just read this. It says, the reason for the differentiation according to color of the linen in the merit chests is probably due to the influence of the vignettes depicting what? The driving of the 4 calves, with which the vignettes showing a consecration of the merit chest are mostly associated. It can't be any more clear than that. From time immemorial, the vignettes of the former rite contain color labels attached to the representation of the 4 calves. It is this fact that may very well be responsible for the differentiation according to the color of the linen in the merit chests. In 3 vignettes, the chests are accompanied by labels naming the 4 kinds of colored linen as their contents, following the example provided by the vignettes depicting the driving of the calves. That's how you know Reggie did not read this book. Did not read the whole book. He got his scan, did a word search in it, just like he showed you online. That's exactly what he did online. What else? Okay, just quickly here, it says the discussion has so far concentrated on the descriptive passages explaining the ritual action of the officiant, which is the king, and on the interpretative passages relating to the consecration of the merit chest to the Osiris myth. Besides the mythical passages, the text contained other interpretive passages in which mythical associations are completely lacking. The central concept of these passages is constituted by the 4 corners of the sky. Ifed, or the word 4 is fedu, or Ifed ni nenet, or the 4 corners of the earth. Ifed ni ta, the Egyptian designations of the 4 cardinal points. There are numerous attestations of these expressions within the text corpus of the consecration of the merit chest, as exemplified by the following survey. And then he goes on and quotes. He said, the king said to the gods, take the 4 corners of the sky as your share. The 4 corners of the sky belong to you. Take the 4 corners of the earth in its entirety, etc., etc. So just wanted to show that. The cardinal points. And so this is all dealing with the merit chest, though. I wanted to show a little bit of that. I took a picture of that to show you all how the author is discussing all of this and showing how they all are related to one another and breaking them down. So anybody who reads the whole book would never ask the questions that Reggie asked. How are the 4 cardinal points dealing with the 4 calves and stuff like that? You would never ask that. Anyway, I'm going to skip all of this and go to the conclusion. All right, so here's the conclusion. Now, the conclusion is on page 431. It starts on page 431 in this book, right? So I skip here and took a picture so I could share this with y'all. So I'm going to get to the conclusion and then we'll see what's up. So I'm gonna read the first paragraph, first two paragraphs, then I'm gonna skip, and you'll see why. Conclusions. He says, now that all relevant aspects of the rites of consecrating the merit chest and driving the calves have been covered, the time has come for a summary in order to gather together the findings of our quest. The two rites are represented numerous times. The corpus of the ritual scenes presented in chapters 1 and 5 comprises 78 examples showing the consecration of the merit chest and 92 examples showing the driving of the calves. And he has all of them in volume 2. Just let y'all know. Moreover, there are a number of representations of merit chests figuring in other contexts. Most ritual scenes originate from temples, but instances from royal and private tombs and from private coffins of the 21st dynasty are also attested. Then he goes through the dates of the scenes, and I'm going to skip all of that. He talks about the royal crowns, skipping all of that, and I'm going to get to, he's still talking about the merit chest. This is all his conclusion, but he's starting off talking about the merit chest. Now, what's interesting is that this shows you how the Egyptians purposely played on words. And this is what people need to understand. So people are familiar with the word Tameri, which is one of the names for ancient Egypt. Tameri, the inundated land. Some people translate it as the beloved land, right? Tameri. Well, when they want to talk about the merit chest, they also say Ta-Meri. So just remember that. So there's a play on Ta-Merit with Ta-Meri and how the four chests represents Egypt, and then Egypt itself is called Ta-Meri. So you have Ta-Meret and Ta-Meri. Okay? And that's what he's saying right here. This equation derives from a pun on Ta-Meri, Egypt, and Ta-Meret, the merit chest. All right, so just want to kind of let you all know about that. Give you a heads up on that. I want to get down to where he starts talking about the calves. Okay. Here we are right here. I think it starts right here. I'm right here. Y'all can see my cursor. It says, the Egyptian interpretation of the rite of driving calves is expressed in the text of the scenes from the Greco-Roman period. Within this corpus, 4 themes can be, and we already went over this, distinguished. Read that first theme, MBK.
The first theme concerns the 4 cardinal points.
Read that one more time.
The first theme concerns the 4 cardinal points.
Now, he said the first. How many are there in total that he just said?
4.
4. Let's read that part again. The Egyptian interpretation of the rite of driving a calf is expressed in the text corpus, in the text of the scenes from the Greco-Roman period. Within this corpus, 4 themes can be distinguished. So he's talking about driving of the calves, right? He breaks them up into 4 themes that can be distinguished. What's the first theme again?
The first theme concerns the 4 cardinal points.
There you go. 2 factors account for the presence of this theme. So let's go further. The first theme concerns the 4 cardinal points. 2 factors account for the presence of this theme. The fact that the vignettes always show 4 calves, and the influence of the text of the closely associated rite of the consecrating the merit chests. The second theme is pastoral. The third theme down here, which is agrarian. And then the final and most important theme of the text is concerned with the rite of driving the calves, derives from the Osiris myth. That's why you saw all those pages dedicated to that one. And it involves the protection and concealment of the tomb of Osiris at his burial. So anyway, I just wanted you all to see that. And let's go over here and read. Make sure I'm not missing anything. It says the ritual theme of the 4 cardinal points in this text, in the text of the rite of driving the calves, is linked to the mythical theme through the socio-political dimensions of the Osiris myth as it is in the text of the rite of consecrating the merit chest. So again, don't let anybody tell you that what Wudjau said about that scene should be tossed away. The brother Wudjau, I'm speaking to about myself in third person. The brother Wudjau knows what he's talking about because the brother Wudjau actually reads the scholarship and the books about ancient Egypt. Okay? I actually read it, the whole book, because I don't just read. Like, people read to argue and debate. I actually read to learn and study. Like, I go through. Like, the thing is, if I go back up here, you see all these footnotes and stuff? See, I'm the kind of person that will stop. Like, when I hit a footnote, especially on a book like this, I'm going to stop. This is footnote 168. I'm going down here 168, and I'm going to look at it. I'm going to look at this. I'm going to go to the other volume, and I'm going to pull it up, and I'm going to see the picture and everything. And I'm going to look at it. And if the picture is clear and it's good, I could read the glyphs on it and everything. That's how you study it. You don't just word search and just try to argue and be loud and wrong. You don't do that. So anyway, I think that's enough, man. I mean, you know, because I didn't have really any plan but just to address anything that Reggie came up in Reggie's video. But I just wanted to show and share that with y'all. Okay? So if y'all need me to refer back to this, I'm gonna turn to the chat. But I believe I want to show y'all something though. It was something I wanted to show y'all. Yep. Take that off the screen. Last thing I'm gonna show y'all. Then if y'all still there, I appreciate it. But I want to show y'all our video. This is our video done June 28th. Remember I told y'all I'd get the date. So we did this video pretty much 2 weeks prior to Reggie. Reggie's late on it. So this is our video entitled Commentary on Garfield and Unk's interview with Jonathan Winterman. Okay? And all I did was play the video and I paused it every now and then and gave my commentary. So right now I have queued up the portion of where I say that I wish that Winterman would have elaborated. So here we go. I'm just gonna play this, and this is it. Point Garfield's making, but I want to skip it. I want to skip it to when he brought this up right here. All right. So this next thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it. This is you talking. Okay. Here we go.
It's really interesting because you have yeah. So the interplay of art and
Wait. In case y'all didn't see when Garfield originally played this, like I did, right now Garfield, because I'm skipping around, I just want to tell y'all, Garfield is playing a video clip of Dr. Winterman. Now hold up, I paused it because this is me live, and I don't want to confuse you all. I paused that video in the video because I'm giving my commentary, so I'm pausing throughout that video. So I don't want to confuse y'all with me live right now. Okay, so this is me live now, July 18th, talking to y'all live and direct. So I just don't want y'all to get confused. So I paused that video and I'm talking in that video too. So just listen up. Being interviewed by Smash Rockwell. Okay, so just so y'all know, because I don't want to confuse y'all.
And text is something that obviously the Medew Netcher not only allows but encourages. So in a way, you could even think of these four cattle as being the classifiers of the words. But it's really cool here because we have it's like they're collecting all these, like literally a rainbow of cattle. So the bottom one is the black cattle, the one above it is the red cattle, the one above it is the white cattle, and then the one above it is sob. That means kind of multi pattern. Yeah.
Continue.
No, I mean it's just a really interesting example because and again what I would say is going on here, because this is in the Temple of Ramses III, and so basically what he's trying to do, what it's in his interest of doing, is to show control, because he's the one that's holding the leashes of all of these cattle, that he's kind of, in control of all the different ethnicities or breeds of cattle, just as he is in control of all the different peoples that might live in the world.
Okay. All right. Got that. Was he trying to, were you trying to say that those cattle is equivalent to people?
Not directly, certainly not. Basically, I was trying to make a point on authoritarian control and kind of patriarchal systems of power. And what they often do is they want to, and we see this in terms of especially empires, where you want to kind of collect different things of diverse origins and kind of put your stamp on it to show your power. And so basically what I was saying is that what Ramses is probably doing here is he's saying, like, look, I am in control of all these different breeds of cattle. So some cattle that are multicolored, some cattle that are white, some cattle that are red, and some cattle that are black. And that this is comparable, not directly equivalent with, but comparable with examples of, for example, the pharaoh smiting people, and these people are kind of represent many different cultures, many different ethnicities. So I was kind of not saying that there was a direct one-to-one comparison here, but just that this is another feature of authoritarian control, where again, what you try to do is you try to first enumerate and describe the world so that then you can collect and control it.
I thought so.
Okay, so I got to pause it there. And I think that was great. The only thing I have to say with that,
Oh, if you're talking, I can't hear you. Well, I can't hear you.
wow, I was definitely, appreciate it. I had myself on mute. Sorry about that, y'all. This is me live with y'all right now, okay? Live and direct right now. I paused it in the video. This is the reason why I'm playing this, because I want you all to hear me 2 weeks prior to Reggie doing his thing. You're going to hear what I say about Winterman's commentary about that scene. So listen in. That is, I wish Dr. Winterman would have informed both Jonathan and when he responded just now to Uncle Garfield, that he described what that scene is about. Okay, so when you see that scene, let me just bring it back so I could to where the picture is, right here, right there. Okay, now when you're looking at this scene, it, number one, is cropped, and we got to be careful when people crop pictures. I mean, you have to do it because obviously you can't take a picture of a whole wall and show it without it being so small, right? So I get it, but we have to, just be mindful of when pictures are cropped. But those 4 cows are attached by a rope, and the king is holding the ends of the other ends of the rope. Now, what I wish Dr. Winterman would have discussed was that this is a ritual that's part of the Heb-Sed festival, the Sed festival, which is a Jubilee type festival where a king goes through different physical displays to show that he's physically and mentally fit to rule. And it's an entire festival that involves several different rituals that involves the king directly, and then some that involves a lot of other people. And so this is a particular ritual called driving the 4 cattle or the 4 cows. Driving the 4 cows. And so when you look into this, and this is what people should have been doing and not allowing people to talk about this black of the black stuff. And I'm telling y'all, don't let the anachronists fool you all. Like they got you all are tied up into this arguments and stuff like that. And it I'm disgusted with it because it should have been over a long time ago. But anyway, this scene is from the driving the 4 cows. And so what the king is doing is, or the reason why they do that is because the king, each of those cows represent a cardinal point. And the Egyptians colored the cardinal points. So you have north, south, east, and west. North, south, east, and west. And so driving the 4 cows is to show, now this is what Winterman definitely, now he didn't say anything wrong. So I don't want to act like I'm saying he's wrong on anything. I just wish he would have elaborated further and mentioned the ritual so that people could look it up. So I'm mentioning it for you all, okay? I want you all to look up driving the 4 cattle, which is part of the Zed festival, the Set festival. Okay, so I'm giving you all that to look up. But during this festival, just a quick gist of it. During the festival, he's showing his dominion over the 4 cardinal points. In a nutshell, that's it. He's showing his dominion over the 4 cardinal points that he has authority and control over. Now, does that mean literally over the 4? Because if you say you got control over the 4 cardinal points, that's the whole planet Earth. No, this is, a lot of things are figurative and, allegories, metaphors, and things like that. So these are associations that metaphorically represent the dominion of the king. And there's another ritual that's related to this called dragging the 4 merit chests. It's called merit chests. Okay, and he drags those chests pretty much for the same kind of reasons. And it's to offer it to the deities, to let the deities know that he got everything under control.
Okay, are you saying something?
Oh, yeah, again, I was muted again. Goodness. I said, okay, that's it. I paused it there so you all heard it out of my own mouth 2 weeks prior to Reggie doing his thing. Okay, I clearly say what the ritual's name was. I even included the associated ritual, which is the dragging of the merit chest and all of that good stuff. I said all of those things 2 whole weeks prior to Reggie even doing it. And I know Reggie didn't see this. He couldn't have. If he did, then that makes it worse. But I'm actually critiquing Dr. Winterman because I said that I wish he would have named it. Now, I'm not even sure if Dr. Winterman is very familiar with the details of this ritual, because he kept saying what it looks like Ramses is doing, what it looks like Ramses is doing and stuff, or the king is doing, he kept saying that. But anyway, that's just to let you all know that what I was saying is in full agreement with Reggie's source, that he's Johnny come lately to the source and that particular topic, that he once he implied that I may have the source or I may be the only one read it and stuff, and then now on his own show he's acting like I didn't or I don't, and he says dismiss the cardinal point part. It's in reference to me and Osari Imhotep. He said throw that put that to the side, throw that away, the authoritative aspect and stuff like that. And then he asked, the questions about where does it say in here that the cardinal points are associated with the driving of the 4 calves. And so what I did tonight, I read enough of it so you all can see for yourself. And if you need it, like I said, hit me up and I'll give you all the images I took. I don't have the book in PDF. I got an actual physical, the 2 volumes physical. So I never had the PDF to ever share, and that's really what stopped me from doing a presentation a while back when I was thinking of doing one, you know, of getting the PDF. And see, I don't like to damage my books, so I'm not gonna take it somewhere and get it scanned and then mess the spine all up and everything like that. So I rather, you know, for that purpose, I rather buy books in PDF form that's already in PDF format, you know what I mean, or whatever, or get the Kindle versions of things, you know. So I used to be a comic book collector, so I'm real. You know how Erykah Badu says artists are sensitive about their stuff. Well, I'm definitely sensitive about my books. I'll get 2 books. One to keep on the shelf in mint condition, and then the other one that I can mess with, thumb through, and get stains on, and you know, whatever the case is. But anyway, so, but not these, not ones that you get the hardbacks that cost like $500 and stuff like that. No way. Definitely not messing those things up. But anyway, so I think that's it for what I wanted to show. So now I can pay my attention to the chat, y'all.
Before you pay attention to the chat, I think I just put a link in a private chat. It was an image that Sat12 wanted us to share. It's kind of like a bonus, I guess, for the driving of the 4 cars or something like that.
Okay, what is it? Just an image?
Yeah, it's on Flickr, so you could just click it and maybe just zoom in if you want from there. You don't need to download.
Okay, so I'll just share it so everyone can see it. This one here.
That is correct.
All right.
So I guess he has the driving of the 4 cars up right up top.
This is actually in the book. Like I said, the author of this book has all the attestations in the book. And so let me see if I can find this one. This one is this is in because like I said, volume 2 is nothing but 150 plates.
Yeah.
And yep, hold up. I think I got it right here.
That's
Hold up,
actually
Jed Medew, D&E and Egg. Hold up, D&E and Egg. Hold up. I'm gonna see if I can find it because I'll take a picture of it on my phone real quick and show it. But anyway, I'm showing it.
I think that's the next one.
But yeah, this particular author has done a job, and this book is like the go-to book for. Is this it? The go-to book. Yeah, here it is right here. Yep, this is it.
Okay. So Sat12, this is actually also included. So the second volume, just so people know, the second volume contains different plates. So these are like facsimiles of what you see here. So that way, you know, what he's saying, you know, people can check the text themselves, because like we say, you know, you gotta read the text as well. So like here, it's talking about dominion. I can see that it's talking about giving years in Nehe, eternity, and then
giving what? What you say? Giving what?
The second.
Just read what you said.
Giving years.
Before that.
Would you? I give you years. Oh, you say giving dominion. Sorry, I said.
Okay, yeah. Giving what again? Say that word again.
Dominion.
Okay, dominion. Okay,
Yeah.
remember that wasn't part of it. The authority and dominion wasn't part of it. It was supposed to be part of it. So anyway, that's that. Let me show y'all. I just took a picture of the plate just to let y'all know how thorough the author is. This is the same one. All right. So unfortunately, though, in the book they're all black and white. So that's the downside of all of them in the book. They're black and white. Just so you all know. But you see how quickly that we could find these things and stuff. But anyway, that's enough. But I'm trying to get, because I've been talking all night and being real long with all this stuff. So there you have it. So now I'm gonna pay attention to the chats. Let me actually do the overlay on the chat on the screen. So now I'm paying attention to chat. So if y'all got any questions, any questions or curse words for me, go ahead, shoot it. I'm paying attention. MEK, I don't know if you've been paying attention to chat, but has anybody said anything interesting enough that I gotta go back?
Well, I didn't see a question. I saw notes. People were making notes. But I didn't see any question. So if somebody has a question, this will be the time to ask it. And
Okay,
some
what I
people
want to
already left. I think I don't see them anymore.
Well, what I want to know from the chat, though, y'all can help me out. Just give me a clue onto what y'all thought about what at least the amount that I was able to read to y'all and share with y'all versus what Reggie was trying to imply and say, and the fact that how Reggie acted one way when we're on the panel together versus when he's by himself in front of his own audience, how he put on a different, singing a different song, put on a different show, and was saying that the forecast had nothing to do with the Cardinal points, that it's not about authoritative anything, and all of that good stuff. So what do y'all think? Just in a sentence or two, y'all tell me what y'all think. So I see that Kemetian asked to drop the link. And Kemetian, I think, yeah, that's from you from last night. So peace to everybody. So let me say peace to everybody who tuned in. I didn't greet. Then we have Matt Forever. I believe this is Shaka-Ndugu Kemet, a.k.a. Matt Forever. And he dropped the link. So here's the thing. It is 4 a.m. So let me make this clear right now. It's 4 a.m. where I am. I'm on the East Coast of the United States. It's 4 in the morning. I did not intend to be this long at all. I didn't even know how long I was going to be. I had nothing pre-planned. The only thing I had was I took pictures of the book that I felt that are related to the topic, and then I'm going to ride through Reggie's video. So that's what y'all saw me do. So I'm not going to hang out too much longer. I'm about to post a link to the panel. But now, Kemetian, last night you wanted to come on, and I believe, I don't know this, but if you are going to come on to talk about the hieroglyphs being deciphered or not, I'm not doing that tonight. So I'm just letting you know right off the rip, I'm not doing that tonight. And I would actually prefer you, if and I'm only assuming, and I could be 100% wrong, if that's not the case, cool. If that's the case, what I would like for you to do is to read our book on refuting Professor, I don't even know if he's a professor, but Dr. I don't know if he's a doctor, but Walter Williams on that entire claim, okay? And I'm only saying that because your name was recently associated with talking about the hieroglyphs not being deciphered and something with hieratic and stuff like that. I'm totally clueless on your stance on that. So to be fair to you, I don't know what your stance is on that, but I'm just telling you heads up, I'm not talking about that tonight. I strictly want to talk about this topic right here, driving of the four calves or the mare chest and all that other kind of stuff. So I'm getting all those disclaimers out of the way because I don't want nobody to have false expectations. And now I'm going to post the link. So I've said what I said. And then I go live again. We could talk about the hieroglyphic stuff another time, but just not tonight. And hope that should be fair enough for everybody. All right, because we're not going to be all over the place. Not over here. And let me see. Where can I put this in the chat? Here we go. Here's the link. So come on. Anybody's welcome. I gave my disclaimer or my stipulation. And if that's not good enough, then I'm just sorry for the night about that. Oh, Sosa, yeah. See, Sosa just said it. We've been on. Where's Sosa comment go? I just saw Sosa. He said, "Wow, Oh, he said when he say that he means a couple of hours more. Nah, not tonight, man. It's 4 in the morning. It's way too late for that. Sosa said, he said, "Dag, you're still rocking 4 hours later solos." Wow, right. So we've been on for a good minute.
Yeah. Side 12 had a question, so I guess while we wait for people to drop in.
Okay, so hold up. Let me welcome Shaka-Ndugu Kemet on. But Shaka, before you speak, let me address Sat 12's question or whatever. Let me just deal with this. You talking about this question right here, Emike?
Correct.
Okay, so Seshu, what about the book talking about the 4 interpretations being Greco-Roman period interpretations? Well, what about it? You have to elaborate. So before you elaborate, let me just tell you why authors say that, or what happens in Egyptian culture, because the reason why references was made to the Greco-Roman period is because even along with the Osirian myth, that comes to us in a more fuller form through Plutarch, and a lot of the explanations of older things in ancient Egypt, especially with the Old Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom, come from a later period of them explaining it. And you have to understand how long the culture and civilization lasted, to where when you get that change of dynamic, you have to record what things meant in the past, because it starts to be forgetful. People start to forget it, or it's not thoroughly embedded within the mental framework of the people, so it has to be explained more, because we can't take it for granted. So, for example, I'll give you a quick for instance right now. Like, I'm old enough to experience music in a different way than my children experience music. So, for example, my children listen to music and they hear the beat and they like the beat and stuff like that, but they don't know that a lot of the elements of the beat are samples from actual artists from back in the day, and the nature of those songs from back in the day, what effect it had on people, and all this and other kind of stuff. So I have to explain to my children that, hey, that's a sample. That's a sample. But I don't have to be explained that it's a sample. I know it's a sample because I lived it. I was there. But as time goes on, things have to be more explained and be explanatory. And so by the time you get to the Greco-Roman period, the Temple of Edfu, the temple in Dendera, and Medew, Habu, all of those temples that are well preserved and kept, that's where a lot of the explanations of older things come from. And authors acknowledge that. And so we just have to deal with that. That's it. So I just want you to understand that. And then this author, when you get if you ever get the book, the author explains that as well, because he's saying that that in the older temples in the Old Kingdom, or in the 5th dynasty, where you find traces of this the rite of driving the 4 calves and stuff, you don't have any explanation. You just see the vignette there, but there's no explanation. There's no instructions on what they're doing, how they're doing it, what to do, how to do it and stuff, because the people were doing it. They knew. So now, to keep up with that, you'll have actual expressions of explanations, and that's how it happened. Anyway, so after that, I want to welcome. We got 2 guests on the panel. We have Shaka-Ndugu Kemet and Kemetian, and the brother Kemetian. So peace, greetings to you all. And mic is open as long as y'all understand what I said before. So greetings.
Yeah, Hotep Wudjau, how are you?
Hotep, peace.
Is my mic okay? Is it not too loud? Because I can reduce the volume. It's the first time I use Restream.
No. I think it's fine. I can hear well.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah.
Hotep Emiket, habari gani?
Mzuri sana.
Nasema Kiswahili kidogo.
Poa.
Don't know if Emiket ever said it, but from her accent, it sounds like she's from countries like Kenya. But I presume she's I don't know. I think obviously she speaks Swahili. She answered it anyway. So Wudjau, thank you for having me on. If there's anything that you disagree when it comes to something that I've said or shown, then please feel free. I really don't mind if people disagree with me. I wanted to ask you, out of curiosity, can you read books in French?
No, I'm not a French speaker or a French reader. I recognize some French words to that extent, but no.
Okay,
I'm
I
better
was
with
just wondering
Spanish than I
because
am with French.
okay, yeah, because when we spoke on a Smashwalker panel, you did refer to the book by Pascal Vernus, I Thribis, and then in the
Hmm.
pictures that you've shown the latest book of Jean-Claude Mboli, which is in French, is not translated in English. So I was just wondering because you did say that when you refer to a book, it's something that you went through, but it's not an attack. I don't fault people for not knowing a foreign language. I don't do that at all.
Hmm.
But I wanted to ask you, have you seen Peter J. Brand? The Egyptologist from Memphis University. Have you seen when he gave his translation of the Seated Man, Seated Woman? I mean, the Kem glyph, the owl, and the loaf of bread, the Seated Man, Seated Woman. Have you seen that video when he says that this is a writing for the black people?
If you're talking about who did, are you speaking about Garfield and Unc interviewing him? Is that an
Indeed,
instance
yes.
there or?
Indeed,
Okay,
yes.
no, not yet. I'm gonna be reviewing that one in an upcoming video. Just like I did with Winterman, I'm gonna play it and I'm gonna give my commentary as it's played. So no, I haven't done that
Okay.
one yet.
Okay. Well, in your own time, you'll be able to see it. But he actually said, when he was asked what it means, it comes from the word Kem, which means black. So Kemet means literally that which is black. So if you read this would look like a writing for the black people, or those who are black, referring to a group of people. And if you wanted to write a word that meant those who are black, referring to people, this is how you will write it. So basically, 50
Hmm.
years later, Dr. Diop was confirmed correct. And I was surprised when you showed Diop's book and you said that he was wrong because
Hmm.
I don't know if you had the time to see when I addressed what you said, but maybe not. Diop said, in a grammatical perspective, he showed other terms. So there was a sentence where he said, okay, they only had one term, but after that, he said, from a grammatical perspective, but he gave other terms as well, like Kemetian, there was Kemetian, there was a few others. So I was quite surprised when you did that. I think it was unfair towards the Diop, to be honest with you.
Okay, so I will double down that Diop was absolutely wrong on that, and I did several videos on that. And as far as Peter, the other gentleman you mentioned,
Dr. Peter J.
I'm
Brand.
Peter J. Brand, right? I haven't watched that one yet, but when I do, I'll keep what you just said in mind, and I'll make sure I definitely address whatever portion he brings that up. But Diop was absolutely wrong on Kemet. One being the only term that the Egyptians refer to themselves, because everybody's familiar with the word remech, that they use that, especially when distinguishing themselves against their neighbors and other people. They reserve the word
Wudjau,
remech for
once
that.
again, that's not the only term he showed. He said from a grammatical point, later on when it comes to what he has shown. But he gave several terms. I mean, I don't know if you want to show the page, you know, but it's actually on.
No, I'm saying
It's not.
I did a whole video on it. So I'm aware, and I'm aware that that's not even Diop's work. There's a footnote there that he's giving accreditation to someone else that we don't know anything about after that. So I'm just saying that to tell you that I'm
Oh, but
definitely
that's what he
fully
wrote.
aware,
That's what he wrote. That's his work.
fully fully
Because you see,
aware.
you saying he is wrong that when he said it's only
Yeah.
one term, but on the page, and maybe you don't want to show the page, and if you don't want to, I cannot force you. But he
No, no, no,
gave
no.
more
It's
than
not.
one
Wait, wait,
term.
wait. It's not. No, hold up. Let me just say this. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I just spoke about this consecration of the merit chest and the four cattle. That's what I have on the screen and whatnot. But I did a whole video where I showed the pages. I walked through it and whatnot. Now I could take the time. I could take the time out and dig up that page. But if you had it to share, it would be probably a lot faster. But so I want to say that. But let me say this. Okay, good. So you could share that. So you share it, and then if you want to talk about that. But let me go back a bit on your first question, because I didn't get a chance to address that about the French and Mboli's work. So I answered you. I don't read French fluently like that at all. But when it comes to Pascal's work and Mboli's work, I get it translated. And with Mboli, it's even better because Mboli and I are social friends. And so I have access to Mboli directly, and Mboli actually speaks English, albeit with a heavy accent, but he speaks English, and I deal with Mboli on a regular basis. So I had his book translated in English, as same as Pascal's. So just so you know.
May I ask who did the translation in English?
May
I ask who did the translation of Mboli's work in English? Was it himself, or did you use Google Translate?
Some of it was by himself, and some of it by a French person speaks French that I know, to verify and to check behind me. So I did some. I had a person check and verify behind me, and then Mboli himself as well.
Yeah, that's what's up. So
it's a team effort. So because I don't want, and I know you don't mean it this way, but I don't want your question to me to be interpreted as if somehow in some reason that I may not know what Mboli is saying, or that I don't understand his own book, when I have access to the man for the past 10 years and so on and so forth. So I just want to make sure that that's crystal clear on that.
Yeah, that's what's up.
And he has a new book, by the way. He has a book that he just published 10 years later, which is this year, that's furthering the work and effort.
The one you showing, right?
Actually, 14 years later, or 13 years later, because it's more than.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yep, 14 years later. Well, let me get this chat out the way so you can share your book. Yep. Now you may have to blow. You may have to increase that size so everybody can read it.
Definitely, I will. I just wanted to show people the page number. This is the historical origin. The General History of Africa, Volume 2. It's available online on UNESCO's website. So the previous page is 40. So obviously this is page 41. Okay. So here we can see this is obviously Diop's writing, the Egyptians as they saw themselves, and here he wrote the Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves, and here we see Kemet. Now some people may pronounce it Kemetian, maybe who knows, some people may pronounce it Kemetu, but and then he says the Negroes literally, okay? But on the same page, we do have Kemetian, so he did not show only one term. And then he did write that it was from a strictly grammatical point of view. I may need to search it, but if I, hold on. Because I made a video about that, but he did write that it was from a strict, I'm paraphrasing, but he used the term, grammar or grammatical point of view. And that's what I think. There it is. In other words, on the purely grammatical plane, if one wishes to indicate Negroes in the Pharaonic tongue, one cannot use any other word. So when he used that, when he made that sentence, they only have one term, right? He explained on the same page that he was talking from a purely grammatical plane. And secondly, he showed another term. So he did not show only one term. And that's what I wanted to, share with you.
Okay, but scroll back up.
Yes, of course. There it is.
Okay, so back up some more. Yeah, right there.
Okay.
So whenever I talk about this, like I said, I spoke about this in a few videos, but I think I have one video dedicated to this, right? So when we read, matter of fact, it's called Egyptians as They Saw Themselves. I think that's our name of our video. And if you read it, the subtitle is Egyptians as They Saw Themselves. Then he said, it is no waste of time to get the views of those principally concerned. And then he asks a few questions. He says, how did the ancient Egyptians see themselves? That's one question. Another question is, into which ethnic category did they put themselves? That's another question. Then the last one, what did they call themselves? So those are three separate questions that Diop asks in the beginning. Then he says, the language and literature left to us by the Egyptians of the pharaonic epoch supply explicit answers to these questions. So he's saying that the answers are available. And then he says, which the scholars cannot refrain from minimizing, twisting, or interpreting. He put that in quotes, interpreting, even though Diop is doing an interpretation himself, which is, I find strange. Then he goes on to say the Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves. Then he says he has the glyphs equals Kemet, which equals Negroes, literally. And we know Negroes in French is black. Negroes in Spanish, black. All right. And so just from that right there, it's explicitly, we all can read English, and he says it only had one term to designate themselves. So you mentioned Kemetian, right? And this word right here is by other scholars, such as some of the scholars that were actually present at the symposium, said that word should be interpreted as Kemetian. I think it was Sonoran was one of those scholars. That's if that's the UNESCO book, if you look at the conclusions and the summary, you'll find that there. But what he didn't mention on that page is the more statistically, way more statistically used word that the Egyptians used for themselves, which is remech. Everybody and their mother knows that the ancient Egyptians referred to themselves as a remech. So much so that they have a cosmological folk etymology for it, that the ancient Egyptians comes from Remi, which is the word for tears of Ra, in their name as the remech. That's in the Book of Gates, the 5th hour of the Book of Gates. That's in the Book of Overthrowing, knowing the transformation of Ra and overthrowing of Apep, etc., etc. Diop failed to mention that. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I said before.
I'm sorry, Wudjau. I really think you're being unfair right now, because he showed some glyphs and he made a translation. You said he's interpreting, but you haven't seen Dr. Peter J. Brown, who is a professor of Egyptology, right, at University of Memphis. He made the same translation. He didn't use the word Negro. He used the word black. So
no, that's
in your own time.
But hear me out.
So
Okay,
I'm
gonna
waiting in your own time. I'm waiting in your own time,
Okay.
and you will be able to say that Dr. Peter J. Brown is absolutely wrong, right? But that being said, regarding the match, yes, I agree with you. They use that term to designate themselves. It really means people, you know, but they used it for themselves. And you know, if we are in a location, in a place, and we say people, then we're talking about, you know, people around us. But that being said, you mentioned
wait, Paul, wait.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
free.
Look,
Yeah.
just pause right there though. Now I did a whole video about the remech where I explained how the word remech is a generic word for people, mankind, etc., etc. But it had a strict meaning for the Egyptians themselves only, as well. And so the context matters in that sense. So yes, it is a word for people in general. But I'm saying when they wanted to designate themselves in terms of contradistinction with other people. Now remember Diop's questions. He said, into which ethnic category did they put themselves? Diop didn't answer that because that's the word remech. Because when they categorized people around them, they called themselves the remech. They called the Nehisiu the Nehisiu. They called the Amu the Amu. They called the Chemehu the Chemehu. Do you understand?
It's on the screen. When it comes about ethnic category, he wrote the Negroes. You can see it. Everybody can see it. So when you're saying that he failed, I don't mind if you disagree with Job. Trust me, I have no problem with that. I don't mind if you disagree with me, you know. But to say that, you know, he failed, I'm like, come on, it's on the screen right now. But that being said, Wudjau.
Hold on. No, I see what's on the screen. Like we all can see what's on the screen. What I'm saying is that the ethnic part. So you're saying that the Egyptians' ethnicity is black. I mean, because if you're gonna take what Diop is saying just on this page right here, that black is an ethnicity.
Well, it's a skin color. Now, ethnicity, some people may say race. People say that race doesn't exist anymore. You know what I'm saying? So we understand what we mean. You use the word black. I agree with that. Yes. And I have pictures, paintings of black ancient Egyptians that many people have not seen. Because I heard you when you said that 90 or 95% of the time they portray themselves as red. And I respectfully disagree, you know. And I've been to many different countries, and I think there's a lot of artifacts you haven't seen. I've shown you a few. I have more if you want that I can show you right now.
Listen, I got terabytes of pictures. So we can go down that road and go picture for picture, and I can show you percentage wise where I will show the reddish brown, the red or brownish red color will out statistically outnumber any amount of pictures that you'll be able to show. I will guarantee you that.
What you're
Now, quick
talking about?
question.
But wait.
Okay,
'Cause
I'll ask it.
I don't want to defer. What I'm saying is, because I asked you, are you saying that black is an ethnicity?
I'm saying it's a skin color. Some people will disagree with ethnicity, just like they will disagree with race.
But okay, but look, read the page. Diop asked the question: into which ethnic category did the Egyptian put themselves? Are you saying the answer to that question is black?
That's black, and you use the word Negroes. That's what he wrote.
Black.
Okay.
Okay, he wrote Negro. He wrote Negroes.
Just like Dr. Peter J. Brown used the word black as well. He used black people. Those who are black. You see.
No. I don't want to. Hold up. Just out of fairness, I don't want you to bring him up because I haven't watched him. So it's not. So that doesn't mean anything to me right now. I'm just saying until I watch
not
him.
To you, but it's public.
Then,
you see, I understand. You know, you have a look later.
No,
on
I understand.
And you touch on that. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that definitely.
No.
But
yeah, I'm saying for this conversation. I'm just I'm just saying for this conversation. Say it again.
By up-to-date scholarship, Dr. Shaka-Ndugu has been vindicated 50 years later by up-to-date scholarship by a professor of Egyptology, and that's why I'm
wait.
Wait,
are you talking about Peter J. Brand?
He is a professor of Egyptology. Yes.
No, I'm saying so. Okay, so you're saying, just to be clear, you're saying that Diop has now been vindicated 50 years later by Professor Brand.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, because the same thing.
Okay,
no,
I just want to be clear.
Yes. That's the title of my video. You know, so I already stated that publicly. The same thing that Diop said 50 years ago, where Dr. Peter J. Brand, you know, what I'm saying, gave the same translation. And but out of curiosity, you mentioned Jonathan Winnerman, and I made a video entitled "Did he contradict himself?" And I wanted to ask for your opinion. I presume you've seen the video because you addressed that video that was played. He showed.
I saw his. Just to be clear, I saw his interview with Garfield. That's what I did a whole commentary on it. Yeah,
that's what I saw. So you probably seen the part where he showed the similar to Dr. Peter J. Brand. We have the Kemglyph, the loaf of bread, and then we have the city man and city woman and 3 strokes. But he also showed it with a cow. Do you recall that part where he translated it as black cows?
Yeah, he didn't show it, but it was shown to him, and then he said that. You're right. Yep.
Yes, it was shown. Yes, yeah. Maybe I wasn't, but yes.
No,
it was on the screen.
I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with that.
Yes, yeah. And so, in your opinion, knowing that he translated it as black cows, but then when on the screen, I don't know if he's the one who showed it, but it's probably somebody that showed it, and he translated, but this time instead of the cow, we had the city man and the city woman, and then he didn't say black people, he said those who come from Egypt. So in your opinion, do you think that he contradicted himself? I think he contradicted himself. So feel free to give your opinion. I was just wondering.
No, he didn't contradict himself, and I did a whole write-up on it. Matter of fact, my essay from 2019 is speaking about how demonyms are formed by relational adjectives, aka NSBs, in the language. So I go through the whole grammar of that.
No, I heard you talk about that, but I wanted to ask you about that actual video of.
I said no. He didn't contradict. Yeah, he didn't contradict himself.
Okay, fine. So here's my question then. Now, what is the grammatical rule in Medew Netcher or Hieroglyphic when you have a cow? You have the Kemglyph, I6 glyph, loaf of bread, X1, sitting man, sitting woman, the 3 strokes. he translates it as people from Egypt, but instead of the sitting man and the sitting woman, we have a cow. And it's really up to Dr. Winneman to answer. I sent him an email. He did not respond. He's free to do what he wants. Then instead of the sitting man and the sitting woman, we have a cow. He translates it as black cows. So what's the grammatical rule that when it's a cow, it's black cows, but when it's a man and a woman, it's no longer people, meaning black people or blacks. This time it becomes people coming from. What grammatical rule, would you mention?
Okay, as I just said, I did a whole expose on what's called relational adjectives and how you have substantival derived relational adjectives and prepositional derived relational adjectives. So the grammar rule that you're looking for, if you want to look more into it, is to read up on relational adjectives and how they're formed and how they're declined, same as regular substantives and regular adjectives, how they get declensional endings and things of that nature. So
I hear you.
That's to answer your question.
I think this misunderstanding is, I think it's because I did not, phrase my question properly. Why does the rule change when it's a cow?
Because as far as the cow, you have, first of all, you have to have context. None of these words exist on the island by themselves. Context dictates, meaning. That's why, I always encourage people to study semantics and pragmatics, so they'll, kind of definitely be aware of these things. So Winterman, in his video, he was shown the glyph, and then he was shown the text from which it came from, which is the hymn to Senwasseret III. And in that context, and in the text around there and everything, you see it. You see the contrast between how the hymn goes and what was talking about. It wasn't talking about black people. It was talking about the Desheret. The way that the hymn goes, it is like a call and response. I forgot what they refer to that in literature. But you can see how the context was for that particular one. There was no black bulls in there. That's shown to try to contrast, okay, you calling this one black bull, then why don't you call this one black people? But the context where this glyph that you have on the screen is...
I apologize. He said black bulls. He said that, right? Winneman, Dr. Winneman, do you know he said that in the video? That's how he translated it. Did you know that?
I just said that.
And actually, I think he used the word cows, as a matter of fact. Okay, yeah, okay. Just want to be
clear. Yeah. Because he said,
I apologize.
He said because of the feminine, he was likening unto cows and not bulls. But his explanation, he gave his own explanation, and you rightfully said you emailed him and you're waiting for him to get back. But you're asking me these questions, so you asked me the grammatical rule, or
I just want your opinion.
What grammar? I know, but I'm answering. So I don't know if you hearing me my answer. So you asked about a grammatical, something grammatical governing this. I gave you relational adjectives, right? So look into that. But now, as far as the what I'm saying about the context, because context is key. Winterman was shown the text where the glyph of the I6 bread loaf and the matter of fact, it was misrepresented on what he was shown, because really just the I6, the bread loaf, man woman, which is A1 B1, and then the three strokes. That's actually coming from the hymn to Senwasseret. And so in the context, it's not talking about black people.
No, but I'm familiar about the source, okay. And the owl is not there, but whether the owl is there or not, it's just a phonetic company.
No, I was just mentioning it for other. Yes. No, okay, that's good. I was mentioning it for other people.
I appreciate your answer, but my stance is that he contradicted himself, because he did not translate the cows from. That's my stance. That's me. And I'm talking about him. And he may not answer to my email. It's fine. He's free to do what he wants. Maybe he didn't get the email.
Well, you have to contact what's her name? The other doctor.
I have twice.
She also did the same thing. No, not him. I haven't seen him, but there's another one that they interviewed who said the same thing as Winterman.
Okay, well,
I think it was DiBiase. Okay, yeah. So you should check her out too.
Yeah.
She agreed with Winterman,
Yeah, because see the thing
Like,
is that if you would have translated the cows from Egypt, then that would make sense, because the only difference is instead of a cow, we have a city man and a city woman. But I appreciate, for answering. I wanted to
hold up.
tell you, and also Emiket, because I think she wanted to ask me a question. But if there's anything you would like to say, any comment about what I said, any disagreement, please feel free, Wudjau and also Emiket, and then
Okay, I'm gonna check out your videos that you just mentioned. I'm gonna check out the Peter Brand one, but I'm gonna check out. You said you did a video about Winterman, right?
Yes, indeed. Yes, it's called
Okay, yeah.
Did Jonathan
I'm a,
Winterman contradict himself? His translation
okay.
surely contradicts
I'm gonna check
Dr.
that
Peter
out.
J. Brown. Yes.
Okay, so
It's only
I'm gonna check that out.
60 minutes long. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna check that out. Probably after I do Dr. Brand though. But I do have a question for you though.
Yeah, feel free.
You made me forget my question.
I'm sorry. I may come back to you. Maybe
Yeah,
Amy
yeah,
can
yeah,
remember
yeah.
Yeah.
the
So I
question.
so no, yeah, actually it
Oh,
was.
here it is.
Okay.
I got the question
All
real
right.
quick. So I have a question for you, right? Can you show me any Egyptian dictionary that translate Kemet as black people? Yes or no?
When you say Kemet, you mean the I6 glyph and the T, or the one with the nude glyph?
Anyone, any Kemet on planet Earth. Can you show me any Egyptian dictionary, that translates Kemet as black people?
Well, I'm not aware of any dictionary when they translate Kemet as black people. We have a PhD we have two people who translated it as black people. We have Dr. Diop and Dr. Peter J. Brand, just like we don't have any dictionary that translates Kemet as riparian land or riparian country. So that's my answer.
Okay, so just to be clear, because I heard your full answer, but so the short answer is no. You're not aware of any dictionary
I'm not
that
aware of.
translates Kemet as black people.
No.
Okay.
But when we deal with the etymology, like Dr. Diop has done, and like Dr. Peter J. Brand, professor of Egyptology from Memphis University, then we have the translation of black people, group of people.
Okay.
I didn't make that
So
up.
that's fair. That. No. I wasn't accusing you of like you being the only person on Earth ever saying it, because I'm aware of Diop saying it. So yeah, I'm just making sure that's clear to you. I just wanted the answer to the actual question I asked you. So the answer is no. There's no Kemet equal black people in any Egyptian dictionary that you're aware of, and neither am me. I don't know of any dictionary either.
Just like there's no Kemet equals riparian land or riparian country in any dictionary, to my knowledge.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So you're absolutely right on that. Just like there's no black people. All right, so that's fair enough. All right, but Emika, did you have a question real quick?
Yeah, I had like 5 questions. I hope you have the time. But it was
Oh,
just
that's a
one
lot.
real quick.
That's a lot. Okay.
Nah.
Well,
But it was just
let's do
because
one
of
by
some
one,
things you
please.
said.
Yeah, let's do one by
Yeah.
one,
Yes,
please. Yes.
definitely. I'm not gonna do you like that. So, just for clarity, so you said that you in this section where Diop is using this as an black or Negro as a ethnic term, you say that you use it as a skin color and not ethnic term.
Well, I'd rather say skin color. Well, I should say color, period. But skin color, that's the same
But
thing. And the reason,
you're not.
yeah,
It's not ethnicity.
well, it's subjective because you see, like race has been used for uh, a long time. Many decades, if not centuries. But now people say race doesn't exist. There's no such thing as race. You see. So it is subjective when you say ethnic group or ethnicity, because today, if you say ethnic group, people will say, okay, Bantu is an ethnic group. Some people may say French people is an ethnic group. You see, so
No, we use it like I say I'm Luo, like Basa is an ethnic group and all that kind of stuff. So you know what ethnicity means, right? So because
yeah,
he says ethnicity is black, is not talking about nationality here. So just to be clear, because we don't want to confuse our viewers, because nationality, like saying you know tied to French or France French, me Kenyan. No, we're not talking that in that instance. So like ethnicity, because within a nation you might find different ethnicities, right? So So and then within different ethnicities, we can find skin color that people would say, or social contract construct of black. So just to clear that up, so because he's talking about ethnicity, but you said you don't want to use it as ethnicity, you'd rather use it as skin, as color or skin color. I just wanted to get that clarity without going too far out of it.
Well, I think that's fair enough. That's clear enough. Yes, indeed. Because once again,
Okay,
and I
so
agree with you. If you rely on the color, you see, if you say it's an ethnicity, you know, but you have people who are black, but they're not Egyptians. They're not from ancient Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Now or before, you see. So that's
yeah,
where some people may
like you
play on
don't,
that
you're
and
like,
be like, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, like you have people who are black but they're not Zulu, you know.
Exactly,
So
exactly.
right, so at least we know that you, in this point, you disagree with Diop in that instance.
No, I'm not saying I disagree with
And then
Diop. I just use a different term. You see, because right now we're
no,
getting
because he
into
says it,
this.
because he says ethnicity. It's clear. It's not saying he says into which ethnic category did they put themselves. So it's fine to disagree. I mean, you don't have to feel bad that you disagree with whatever, because
No, I
clearly
don't
either
feel bad. But
you're using it
if
as an ethnic group, or you're using it as a skin color,
I
but it
don't
can be
feel
both.
bad. I don't feel bad at all, Sister Emike. For example, if I ask you, the ancient Egyptians, were they an ethnic group? Yes or no? In your opinion?
I would say an ethnic group.
Okay, you see, there it is. But then when we go to the etymology, when we translate, right, we have the root Kem, and we know that dictionaries of the hieroglyphic give us black for Kem. You know, so
It gives
I
us
know where we
different.
this.
We don't want to get into that. My question, it's very clear. So let's move on to that, because he says
Yes,
ethnic
okay,
group and you say skin color. So, but now when
yeah,
you say
definitely.
skin color, but so when you say skin color, in disagreement with Diop, what would be the skin color of the Nehisi?
It's also black, but many times we see them
But they're
darker
not.
skin because black doesn't
Okay.
mean jet black. Feel free, feel free.
Okay, so they're black, but they're not Chem. They don't, they were not called Kemet, or anything to do with Chem, even though they were black as well.
Well, if somebody can show me the Nehes you refer to with Chem, then they can feel free. I'm not aware of that. You know, maybe
Exactly.
that
So
exists,
so we
maybe it doesn't.
agree. No, it's good. So we agree that even though you say the Egyptians were used the term Kem for their skin color, which is black, and the Nehisi are also black, but the only thing that disintegrates over there is that the Nehisi are not called Kem as well. Now, my third question is
Oh, hold on, if you don't mind, because you know, I let you finish with that question. Now,
okay.
you just said right, the Egyptians using Chem
Mhm.
to describe themselves, right, and meaning black, right? Okay, maybe you
I'm
disagree with
saying
the
what you,
maybe translation of black,
I'm saying with,
but
yeah, I'm
but
saying what you
you're
said.
okay, but you are familiar that that exists, right? For example, James P. Allen, Henning Chem, and he translated it as Henning Black, and also the book by Blackman, you know, the Tomb of Mer or something like that. There's many people who have Chem in their name, so you know that's not something I made up. That's a reality, right? Do you agree with that?
Yep, and we understand how that is used. I'm only talking according to you. So we're not bringing anybody in this. This is you that is on the panel right now. So we don't want to
Yeah, yeah, no,
jumble it up
but
too
no,
much.
but the thing is that usually I don't make stuff up. You see, so we have Blackman, and in his book he showed many people who have Chem as part of their names, and also we have James P. Allen, and
Yes,
I think it's page
and
5 or something, and he translated any need Chem as an in the black. But feel free with your next question. Feel free.
right, and we know that other people have other opinions about that. So in different texts, so we don't want to go into muddy waters of debates among the academia. So
Well,
again,
we
so the
could later
third,
on, you know, we could later
I
on,
mean, later
maybe not
on, but
today,
not right
later on,
now.
yeah.
Not yeah. I'm talking about right now. So
Because
we
through the
do
Coptic
have
that
that.
still exists, you know, that remain. But feel free, sister.
Okay, so we agree that if you say that both people are black, it's only one of them that designates the term black to themselves. I'm talking about the Remech and the Nehisi. So my third question is that how many times have you seen the designation of Kemetian used in any text for the people,
Well,
as you said?
they actually in that video entitled "Vindication of Shaka-Ndugu" by Peter J. Brand, we do see now how many times of not many, not many. but we do have that reference that Wudjau even mentioned. Now, indeed, like somebody wrote in the chat, I think it's Sat 12. It is in hieratic, so what we are seeing is the hieroglyphic transcript, but that exists in the text. So that is
Okay,
that's all.
so like you said, okay, so not so many. But how many times have you seen the designation used of the Ramech when describing themselves or distinguishing themselves from other groups of people?
We don't have that many. We have the one that's very well known. People call it the group of people or races of man. But don't have that many. I mean, we only have what survived, what has been discovered. So is that fair enough as an answer?
Okay, yeah, that's good enough. So you haven't seen the Ramech used outside of the Table of Nations?
Well, I don't remember from the top of my head every time I've seen Ramech, but
No,
that was
not
just an
okay.
example, I mean, I've shown it on my video. I show the reference. I always show the references, so
Okay,
we see it in
okay.
the mapping project.
Yeah, we have
yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'll put the video by Wudjau talking about the Ramech, but I will tell you that we see it's plenty of times. You see them in steles, you see them in different texts in the papyrus and all that kind of stuff. And usually you see them obviously in the different context that Wudjau has talked about, but definitely a lot when it comes to the Ramech describing themselves, the ancient Egyptians describing themselves.
You're trying
And
to
just
say
about
that they use Ramech more than Kemetian. That's what you're trying to say, basically. I mean, that's what you're saying, right?
the Km.t,
And
you
I'm not wrong.
probably seen it like 2 or 3 times or something like that. I could tell you that much.
I hear you. I
So
hear you.
and
It doesn't
when you
change
talk
the
about
meaning. It doesn't change the
no, I'm just
translation.
saying
The
that
meaning is different.
that it would be strange for a culture to only talk about themselves 2 or 3 times in a culture that existed for millennia, but that wouldn't make no
Well,
sense.
this
But
only what
those were my
survives, sister. It has been conquered and invaded, so we don't know what has survived. We don't know what will be discovered. You see, you see what you said, sister, and it's good. That I like this discussion. It reminds me of some people ask the question: okay, if they were black, then why would they use the term black? You know what I'm saying? We have black people today. They don't
No,
necessarily use
it's
the term
not
black.
that if they were black, why wouldn't they use black? It's more of if everybody around them is black, or if even if they're actually their next door neighbor that they interact with is black, why would they use black and then not call the other people black? But like you said, that's something we
Just
don't
like
know. So
today,
they call themselves black, and yeah. So
just
those were my
just like.
questions, really. So
Yeah, well, just like
so
today, we have many black people. They don't have black in their name. They don't necessarily refer to themselves as black people, but we can see them.
yeah, we have
They
people
are
that
definitely.
have black in their name and they're not black, like there's Mr. Black or all this,
Yeah,
but it
like
could be a
black
white
man indeed.
person.
Yes,
So
I
right,
agree. I
so we
agree.
don't want to
However,
get
if
into
we,
that.
but no,
That we
well,
don't want to
if you
get
don't
into.
want to,
So
you can run from
names,
that
we
if you
don't.
want
No,
to.
no,
But
I'm not. I'm just
if
saying
we have a
names. A
picture
name
of
like your
of
name,
black man, we can see
your
that
name
he's
that
not
has
black.
nothing
We
to
can
do
see
with
he's
the
white.
skin color. Okay, I'll let you finish.
I'm sorry.
But
Come
I'm
again,
just saying
please.
I'm saying that we're not discussing people's names because that is an individual's name. We're discussing about an ethnic a group designating themselves. So I don't want to mix that up because your name is your name, has nothing to do with people or other people like you or people who would be in your ethnic group. So we don't want to mix that up at all.
Well, but the
So
thing is that it's
people
not
with the
one
name
name. We
Black,
have many names with black, with Kem. We have
I get
many
that.
people in Kem and Inesh. There it is. So, if you want to run away
I
from
get
that,
that.
there's nothing
I'm
to it.
talking about a group of people, the time they designate themselves, not a person that you see, an individual. So
So I have
Well,
I
as a
have
group
something
of
on the
people,
screen.
we have seen it. Yeah. Yes.
So I'm
I'm
just
sorry. Hold
curious
on. Hold
before
on.
you.
Hold on, please. Emiket, have you finished with your questions?
yes, there were
Okay.
5
Thank you.
questions
Thank
and
you.
you answered them well. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you,
So
Wudjau. And you want to
all
ask me
right,
some
yeah, no
question, I
problem.
believe, Wudjau?
No, just one before you go, because
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
have
Feel free.
Kemetian on here too, and I want to give him a chance because I'm looking at the clock, right? So, just real quick, out of curiosity, can you see what I have on the screen? These glyphs I have on the screen.
Yes, I can see them. Yes.
Okay, so this glyph, these set of glyphs is referring. Well, first, let me just ask you: are you familiar with what this word actually is? Let me just start there.
No, no, I forgot the first glyph. All the others obviously I know them, so no, I forgot the meaning of the first one. I've seen it before,
Oh,
but
Okay, so this is the word mehet, which is the word mehet means north, and and you see how you have the seated man and the squatting woman and the three strokes, and so now remind you, if we were to break, I'm using this as an example of to explain to other people in the chat, right, and to you. So if you look at this word, if we use the same principle of the word Kemet with the bull and the strokes under it, and how people translate that as black cows or black bulls, because some people don't want to say bulls because it's feminine, grammatically gendered feminine. Either way, they're going to say black. So they're going to say the root of the word is in front of the sets of determinatives. They're going to say that's the root. So Kim means black, that's the root. And then the bull is the determinative, which indicates, what it means or what it's talking about. So they say black cows or black bull. So with this one, if we were going to follow that same logic, then that means that these people are actually north, instead of them being inhabitants of the north. And I think that Shaka-Ndugu Kemet probably bumped off by accident. You still there? You there? I think you bumped off.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I get you now. It's like you came in. Yeah, I get you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I heard everything you were saying.
Oh, okay. I because I saw you in here twice. It's like you popped in here twice.
I try to log in to share my screen when you finish.
Oh, you were sharing. You could unshare the first one.
No, because I have two computers. It's on my other computer because yeah.
Oh, okay, no problem. All right, I mistake that for you falling off. All right, no. So what I was saying is, if we follow the logic, if people don't understand how these grammatical and syntactic issues apply, then they're going to assume that there's only one way to do this, and this is what is causing some of the confusion. So what I'm saying is that the word mehet means north. And if you look at the kneeling man, squatting woman, and plural strokes, using the logic that people use on the black cows thing, like they're trying to do with the Kemet thing with the people determinative and stuff, then we would do that same thing here and say these people are actually the north, and not the fact that these people inhabit the north, and we would shrink it into an idiomatic single word as northerners. So this is the actual word for northerners, which means those who pertain to the north. And that's what Winterman is saying when it comes to the word Kemet and the man and woman in the strokes. He's saying that these people are pertaining to or related to the black land. He interprets Kemet meaning the black land. So he's saying the inhabitants of the black land, like this word, the inhabitants of the north. So no, I'm just.
I understand that that's what he said, but he contradicted himself with the cows because you said yourself. He said black cows, but I think we went over that. But can I please?
No. Wait. Yeah. You can share your screen.
I'm sorry. I thought you finished. Go ahead. I thought you finished.
No, I wasn't finished because I'm saying, you're saying, okay, I just now said. See, it only appears to be a contradiction if you don't know the grammar and you think that there's only one way to parse these different isolated words. Only people who don't know that will think that way. And so what I'm showing on the screen is if we use the logic of the black cows example and apply that here, then we would be saying that these people are literally the north, and not the fact that they are inhabitants of the north.
It's not about logic, it's about translation. It's about translation. So obviously you disagree with Jonathan Winterman's translation of black cows. That seems obvious.
No.
You don't disagree.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you,
I think we should do this some other day then, because that would be too long now at this point.
Okay, no, that's fine. Wait, 1 second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now we're saying that would it be that the way the expert did explain about the bulls would be the same how the word Neferet is used?
No, I'm not. Yeah, but I'm not going to speak. I want to speak for him.
Okay.
For Winterman. What
Okay,
I'm
because I was
saying,
thinking that
what
would
I'm
be
saying.
better for him to understand in that context.
All right, so you go ahead.
No, I was just suggesting because he seemed like he didn't
I'm
understand
sorry,
what you were
Emiket,
saying.
you mean for me to understand? Because I mean, I don't understand. I think you know I'm familiar with the Netcher, because the thing is very
I don't think you're
simple.
familiar. You're very familiar with the grammar, though. I
I
don't
am
think
very
you
familiar
are.
with the grammar, and I respect your opinion. But the thing is this: right now, you just said you agree with Dr. Jonathan Winneman's translation of the black cows, right?
What I'm saying to you, if because Emiket was saying something, so let me just finish what I was actually saying to you. What I was saying is that if we apply the same logic in the interpretation of the black cows to this word that I'm showing, then we would be translating this word that I'm showing as the people who are the North. Just like we people say the cows who are black. That's how they're
That's your
translating
translation.
the other.
That-
No, no,
That's
no.
your translation.
That's no, wait. Of this word, or you talking about the black cows?
No, what you just said, that's your translation.
I mean,
Because
I know
see, if,
of this word or of the black cows.
okay, now if you want to really deal with the black cows, why not put it on the screen and hear your translation then?
No. I'm saying without me putting it on the screen, you're familiar with the Winterman interview, yes or no?
Now, yes, I am, but please can you put it on the screen so everybody can see and they can
No,
follow
I
along with
no
us?
that no. I had this word already on the slide. I don't have the cow
Yeah.
one on the slide to do it real fast. So because you and I know and it's unnecessary because how
It
okay,
is
let me ask you
necessary. It's
this.
crucial,
How
as a matter of fact. It sounds like you're running away from it, but you're free to do so. I'm in your house, so I'm
No,
going to chill
how
and
how
respect.
can it sound like I'm running away when I just said
Well,
that
well,
I have this
well,
word as a slide? See, look, I
yeah,
I
yeah,
have
but
I have
you went through
actual
that and
slides
you
here.
made
See,
your
you see this?
translation. Yeah, no, I
I have
see that, but
actual slides.
okay,
Okay, so I want you to know that I don't
okay.
magically poof
So can you
slides
please
out of
show the
my
cows,
mind. You
or I can show it
understand?
if you want. If you want, I can show it. If you want, I
Yeah,
can
you can
show it.
show it. Go ahead. You can show it.
Okay,
While
I'm
you
trying to
while you show it,
share, but
answer. Yeah, just
I'm trying
no.
to
That's
share, but
because no, because you're already sharing. You have to unshare you remember you shared the
uh,
book, Diop's book first. You had to unshare that first.
indeed, yeah. Can you tell me? It's the first time I use Restream. Can you tell me how I unshare?
Okay, hold on. I'll
Oh, thank
unshare
you.
it
You
for
did
you.
it.
I
Thank
think I
you.
did
Thank
it.
you. I
Yeah, I
appreciate
did
that.
it
Yeah,
for
you
you.
did.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So here it is.
Okay,
It's on the screen right now.
while okay, and while you have it on the screen, you translate that for us.
Black cows, just like Dr. Jonathan Williams. That's his
Okay,
translation.
so right, so you're
But
saying the same thing I
that's not
just
my
said. Wait,
translation.
hold
That's
up.
his translation.
No, okay, I want yours. What's
Okay.
yours?
Yeah. Well, I never translated it before, but I rely on what he said. Now, what's yours now? Feel free.
No, wait. No, I want yours. Don't give me his. I want yours. What's your translation of that word?
Black cows. Now, what is
Okay,
yours,
now,
Joe?
okay, wait. I'm saying, is that the same as saying the
No,
cows
but
who are
Joe, we have
black?
to be fair. I answer your
No,
questions. You should answer mine as well. 1-1. You know what I'm saying? Let's dialogue. What's your
okay,
translation?
black cows or cows that are black. Is that fair
Now,
enough for you?
but right now you're giving two. Okay, black cows or cows that are black. Okay, fair enough.
No,
Okay,
because
that's
we're saying the same thing. That's like saying the king's crown or the crown that belongs to the king. You're saying the same thing. Semantics. It's the same
that,
semantic field. You
okay,
understand?
okay. Now here.
This one right here. Are you talking about this one?
Please
Say
tell
here.
me how you translate this then.
That's the word Kemetian, those who inhabit Kemet.
So you are contradicting yourself just like Jonathan Winneman is contradicting himself. Because
Okay,
when he
so
was a
now,
cow,
so
you
wait.
translated black cows.
Okay, so that's where I was at. So now that you've caught up, because maybe you had to share it to get to this point. So now we're at this point. So now I'm going to reshare my screen. So now let's use that same logic because you're saying I'm contradicting and you're saying Dr. Winneman contradicted, right? So that's what you're saying. So now I asked you, are you familiar with this word? And you say you're not familiar with the first glyph, but I'm telling you, you can look it up. But if you don't trust me, but I'm telling you this word is mehet, right? Which is the word for north, the cardinal point north, right? And what I'm saying is that if we use that same logic that we just did for the cow one.
Those who are the north. I heard you. That's your translation. I heard you.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is that right. So we were saying that these people, that this man and woman glyph representing people, and it's plural people, are literally the north. You understand that, right? But that's not what this word means.
In terms of syntax, I don't think there's any language where we can say people are the north, right?
Then how you saying people are the black?
You see, what you're doing now is because there's an inconvenient translation by a PhD, so now you want to give other examples, right? With a translation that's not even good in terms of syntax. You see,
now you're reaching, because listen, I don't need any other scholar. That's why I'm talking to you right now. You're the one to keep bringing up other people. You know, I'm dealing with you PhDs, right here.
PhDs.
I know. Okay. They're PhDs, fine. But the point is, these PhD people you're talking about are other people. They're not a part of this conversation. You have emailed Winterman. You have not received a reply yet. So leave him out of the conversation. So I'm asking you questions. You're asking me questions. Stand on your own. I'm standing on my own. So I'm saying to you,
brother.
I know, and I'm answering yours because you're saying I'm showing you this glyph because you're saying that I contradicted myself. And what I'm saying is that in order for me not to contradict myself, even with this word, I would have to translate this word as people who are the North. Like I'm calling these people the North.
Okay, I hear you now. Is it correct in syntax to say people who are the North? Is it correct in syntax?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So now please show my screen again.
I'm saying that's a syntactically correct way of saying it. Does it make sense is a different story, but that's syntactically correct. I think you're using the word syntax wrong. That's why I said I don't think you understand the grammar like you pretend you do.
I do understand the grammar. Does it make sense to you, people who are the North? Does it make sense to you, yes or no?
No, that's why I said that's not the correct translation. Wait, hold on, wait. See, you don't have to wait. Hold up, let's slow down a little bit because you just asked me a question that you didn't have to ask. I'm the one that's saying that that's not the translation. I'm saying using your logic though for the other words, that's how
it's not my logic,
it would
brother.
Be translation.
It's PhDs. It's not my logic.
See, stand on your own. Listen. Stand on your own. Stop bringing up other people.
Brother, I'm standing on my own. You know that very well, and it's fine if you disagree with me. I understand that we are in disagreement.
You just invoked. You saying no, it's not mine. It's the PhD. Stop doing that then.
Okay, so now you don't want
Winterman.
Okay, now you don't even want me to cite a PhD. Are you serious, brother?
Not right now. Cite Shaka-Ndugu.
Brother,
Kemet.
you cannot
stand on your own right now.
Me. You cannot. So basically, you're going to choose
which
you don't have
books
to do it. Listen,
as well. No. Listen. No.
Because you talked about dictionaries earlier. So if there's some dictionaries you don't like, you're going to say no. Don't quote that one. That's totally unfair, brother.
No. It's not. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you are accusing Dr. Winterman, who's not here, of contradicting himself. Yes or no?
And I accuse you as well. And I contacted him, you see.
Wait. You see I said yes or no, and you can't answer. Why can't you answer the question?
Yes, brother. Yes, brother. Okay. I've said that already before.
Okay, I know, but don't do that. Don't say yes as if you said yes already. Okay, so now it's clear. So you accusing him of contradicting himself. He's not here. That's the only reason why I'm saying don't bring him up. So just to be clear to you, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't use experts. But wait. I'm trying to get you to understand why I'm saying what I'm saying.
I understand
I'm not saying don't use experts. I'm saying don't bring him up. Because you're accusing him of something and he can't speak for himself.
You cannot tell me don't bring him up. But if you don't mind, Wudjau, can you show my screen, please? Can you share my screen?
All right, but listen, you can share your screen. I thought you were sharing your screen. You talking about this screen right here?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, but wait. But I just want to clarify something. I can tell you not to bring up the things. Just like you could tell me not to do something. Whether you do it or not, it's up to you. Just for clarification, because I don't want I want to slow things back down, and I'm simply saying to you because no, I know, but I'm saying I'm giving you the reason why when you keep bringing up Winterman and stuff, you have a pending accusation, and he's not here to answer for that. And I don't want to speak for him.
Yeah,
so
but
that's
you
what I'm
see,
saying. Okay, so go ahead.
Like
So,
you
all right, so
said,
go
I
ahead. Ask me your
emailed him
question.
and I accuse you of contradicting yourself because when I showed the screen, it's the same thing that we have right now. The only difference is that instead of the
Then
city
deal with
man and the
me.
city,
Then okay.
I,
Then
I
deal
am
with me.
actually dealing. I am actually dealing with you right now, brother. So
Okay, so
when
deal
I
with
showed
me.
the screen, yes,
Let's
I
go.
am brother Wudjau, I am dealing with you. So when I showed this, the only difference, right, is that we had the cow or the bull instead of the seated man and the seated woman, right? And you translate it as black cows or cows who are black. Am I correct?
Okay. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now we have a seated man and a seated woman. For a strange reason, you don't translate as black people.
Right.
That's why you are contradicting yourself, in my opinion. Of course, you will surely disagree.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I already I already got that gist of that's what you were saying. So yes, you're right. You think in your opinion that I'm contradicting myself when I do that, and I understand that.
Yeah,
But now,
and of course, yes.
I want to highlight and take note that you said for some strange reason. And so what I want you to do, if you're interested, is to try your best to find out what that reason is. Strange
Yeah,
or
we
not, I
can.
want you to try
Yeah,
to find out
definitely.
that
Yeah,
reason.
definitely.
I mean on your
Definitely.
own, on your own,
Yeah,
on your
yeah.
own.
Well, definitely. And I appreciate that discussion. Now, if you don't mind, brother. Oh, thank you. You did it.
I got
You're
it.
so
I got
quick.
it.
You're so
Yep.
quick.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
so,
Yep.
for those who've never seen it, I just want to show you. This is Amenhotep the third from the Louvre Museum. Okay. So, to me, that's a black person, right? You can compare the skin tone with the eye around the eye area. Sorry, the white color around the eye area. Many people have not seen artifacts like that. Now, here, those are ancient Egyptians. Okay. You do have the reference on the screen. Okay. And here, those are ancient Egyptians from the tomb of Tutankhamen. So if somebody wants to tell me that they are not black, then feel free. Now, if I ask you, Brother Wudjau, are those black people?
Nope.
Okay, fine. So what color do you give them?
As far as the color, that color is not black. Their hair is black. Their eyes are black. Their
The skin
outfit
color,
is
what is
white,
it?
and their skin color is what the Egyptians called a variation of desher. It's a
But you,
variation of red.
yourself, in English, what's the word you use for that color?
I use reddish brown or brownish red.
Okay, okay. And here, Brother Wudjau, what color do
Same
they have in
same
English?
thing. Same thing.
That's brown.
That's what I use.
Okay,
Same thing. Yep.
okay. And you say
Brownish
reddish
red.
brown. Okay,
Yep. Or brownish
all right.
red.
Okay.
Same thing
Now
with
we
that
have
one.
some
Same
more.
thing with that one. Same thing with that
Oh yeah,
one.
no, no,
Same thing
I
with that
hear,
one. Same thing
I
with
hear,
that
I
one.
hear,
Same thing with
I
that one.
hear.
Same thing with
I hear.
that one.
So here
Same thing with
you
that
you
one.
this is brownish red, okay? Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
everybody can compare the skin tone of that person with the white color of his clothing, okay? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Mm-hmm.
this is my art for the
Mm-hmm.
record, but that's a goddess. That's not a human being. Now this is from the museum in Turin, Italy, right? So
Mm-hmm.
this is a tomb of Shemes. And Brother Wudjau, what's his skin color here?
I would say that's brown.
Okay,
Yep.
I appreciate
His
you
hair
doing
his hair
this.
is black. His hair is
Okay,
black. His eyebrows are black.
okay, okay. And here, what's his skin color,
Oh, can
brother?
y'all hear me?
According
His
to you?
eyebrows are black. His pupil
Oh,
is black.
that's I
His
changed. I
his
changed. I heard
same
you.
with that one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
And those
same with
people
that one.
here.
Same with that one.
Okay. So
Hmm.
so
So
brown
I'm,
skin.
I'm just gonna let you know you could flip. Hold up, I'm just gonna let you know so that we can save time. You could flip through all the pictures that you can have, and my answers are gonna be the same. Whenever
Okay, but
whenever you could
and
distinguish their hair.
and
Wait, let me say this. When you could
yeah,
distinguish
I
their
appreciate.
hair from their
I'm going to
skin.
stop asking the question. I'm going to start asking the question because really the main purpose was for me to show
Okay.
to the people because I'm aware a lot of time they don't see ancient Egyptians with that skin tone. However, there was
Yeah.
a difference.
Yep.
You did use reddish brown at one point, and at some other point
Hmm.
you used brown. You did not use reddish.
Yep.
You agree with me,
I
right?
use brown.
Okay.
I
Okay,
sure
and I
did. I know what
appreciate
I'm
that.
saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
No. Just just for the record. So
Hmm.
you
But
have
it's
the
not black
references.
though.
Well, you can say that
Just want you to
it's
understand.
fine because
Oh,
then
let me
again,
ask you a quick question. I want you to answer a quick question though.
yeah, feel free, brother.
What's the Egyptian word for brown?
That will be Kem because Kem brown is a shade. You know, some people will say it's a shame. Sorry, a shade. My bad. A shade of black because black doesn't mean jet black. So that will be my answer to you, brother.
Okay,
And
so
here,
now wait. When you give me
yes, feel
that
free.
answer just now, is that from yourself or are you deferring to a dictionary or anything like that? Or is that's your own your own conclusion and
Well,
rationale?
on dictionaries, you will see for Kem, you will see black and you will see brown. Do you disagree?
Okay, so
Now, hold on,
you're
please,
saying the
brother.
word Kim.
Please. Do
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
disagree that on Egyptian dictionaries, when we have
Which
Kem,
one?
the trans
You have one available that you can share with
no,
everybody?
okay. Before I share, I'm just asking you, brother.
Okay.
Do you disagree if I
Okay.
tell you that on some Egyptian dictionary or ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic grammar books, the
Mm-hmm.
translation of Kem, we have black and brown. Do you disagree with that?
I say that Egyptians don't have a word for brown.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I
hear you,
say.
brother. I hear you. But now my question to you, brother.
Hmm.
Do you disagree that we have some hieroglyphic dictionaries or hieroglyphic grammar books that
Hmm.
translate Kem as black and brown? Do you disagree, brother?
Not the color brown that I'm seeing. So no.
You see, brother, right now, brother, I'm being respectful to you, brother Wudjau, and please disagree with me if you see things other way. But right now,
Hmm.
you are being unfair, brother, because I'm not asking you for
How
this color brown. Okay, you know what? You know what's
No, no,
best?
wait.
You know what's best?
You have a picture on the screen, right? Am I right?
Yes, I do. Yes, yes.
Okay. So wait. You
I'm
flip.
listening, brother. I'm listening.
Okay, I was referencing the picture you had. Now you switched it on me. So whichever one you gonna keep that one up. I mean, whichever one you keep up, it
Okay,
doesn't matter.
yeah, I'm gonna keep that one up. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that one up.
Okay, so you're telling me that the Egyptians referred to that person's hair with the same terminology as the is what they call their flesh color. So the hair, the eyebrows, the pupil, and the eyeliner. Are you saying the Egyptians referred to that as by the same term, by the Egyptian word that they did with that flesh that's right there? Is that what you're telling me? Because
What I'm telling
that's
you,
what matters.
what I can tell you for sure, brother, and I'm looking for the book to put it up. James P. Allen, this is a hieroglyphic grammar book. Henenit Kem, he
Hmm.
translated Henenit the black. So they did use Kem for black. Now, if you have any attestation,
Wait. Henny,
if I can
I'm
finish
already
my
familiar
sentence,
with
I will
that.
not be long, I promise. If you can show me
Okay.
ancient Egyptians
Okay.
describing the color of their hair, please show me. Feel free. Can you show me?
No, I'm saying slow back down. You said you named James P. Allen, and he said Henny, the black, and he said Kim is black. That's not an issue. I mean, that's not an issue, right?
Remember, you ran from a very simple question. When I asked you on hieroglyphic grammar books / dictionaries, when they
Mm-hmm.
translate Kem as black
Mm-hmm.
and brown, because I know why you asked me the question. It's like, oh, Kem is only black. No, it's brown also. And then when I asked you, do you disagree? You ran from the answer.
All right. So look, let's just do it like this,
So,
right?
so, 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 so
This.
do you mind giving me an
No,
answer,
no, no.
brother? Do you
Okay.
disagree
What's your question?
that we?
What's your
Okay,
question?
okay. Do we have some hieroglyphic, okay, Medew Netcher, ancient Egyptian language? Do we
Mm-hmm.
have some hieroglyphic dictionaries / grammar
No.
books?
No, I heard your question the first time, so no, because I just looked at the
Okay,
clock.
okay,
I'm not trying to
fine,
be
fine.
rude.
Thank you. I'm
So
gonna look
my
for
answer
it.
is no.
Feel free. I'm gonna look for it
Okay.
and then show you. Yes.
Okay, great. That's what I asked you to do before. But now, so what I'm sharing on the screen is the tomb of Kmetian Kim. Okay, and I want everybody to bear witness that the skin color of this individual in this tomb, and I have several pictures of Kmetian Kim. This is Kmetian Kim as well. This is Kmetian Kim. This is Kmetian Kim. Kemetian is not depicted with black skin. Kemetian is depicted in the regular scribal canonized color that they refer to as Desher, a shade of Desher, in his tomb, although the name says Kemetian. I did an entire video about the people that's called especially in the 6th dynasty where these names were more prolific, about the Henikim. You got Kemetian, and then the relatives, and then how one is called red versus one is called black, and things like that. Those are not literal designations. And so what I always advocate is people got to stop being anachronistic and trying to apply modern social.
Brother, no, that I hear you. But actually, I'm glad you said that, because you remind me of something I wanted to tell you about. You're talking about anachronists, right? And you said, and first of all, you said Deshed. That's what you said. It's not written, is it?
No, it's not written.
Okay, thank you. So you calling that color Deshed, right? Now, when it comes to anachronists, right? You said you don't use the term black for ancient Egyptians, and you said it's because black is a status. They would not use that status because black was seen as inferior. I'm paraphrasing, but I think you would agree. Do you agree?
Just say that again. Say that one more time.
Okay, you have said that you said that you will not label the ancient Egyptians as black because black is, and I'm paraphrasing you, but I've already played you. It's a status.
Where you said, play me. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, maybe it's easier for me to ask you the question. Okay, you do not.
No, just repeat what you were saying, and I can agree or disagree. But when you said you played me, I was trying to figure out what you meant by that. Go ahead.
Okay, I mean, in one of my live stream, I actually played you because I usually play people so people can see it doesn't come from me. And you explained that you would not use the term black for ancient Egyptians because black, and I'm paraphrasing at this point what you said, that it's a status, it was seen as inferior, and they would never use that. And so do you agree that I'm paraphrasing you correctly?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Now, this status that you talk about, black people being inferior, or the black color being inferior, that did not exist in 1500 BC, for example. So you are being anachronist, with all due respect, brother.
No, I'm not.
Do you agree or disagree?
So let me explain. I 100% disagree, and let me explain why I disagree with you. Because see, you're saying what I'm saying, that you know what anachronistic means. What I'm saying is that the modern social construct. In the modern social construct, the hierarchy of these racial classifications, black was at the bottom. It was inferior to white, okay? And so what I'm saying is that the ancient Egyptians would never agree, and I said this, if you played me, then you should have heard me say this. What I said was the ancient Egyptians would never agree to be a bottom class, regardless of the name of the label. I said the ancient Egyptians would never.
I agree with you.
Listen what I'm saying.
I agree.
Okay, but hold on.
With you.
Right,
they would never agree to be a bottom. Okay, feel free.
So let me finish what I'm saying. That's what I said. And today that bottom class happens to be labeled BLACK, black. And I'm saying that the ancient Egyptians would never agree to be a bottom class of people. And so that's what I was saying when I said that when people try to label the ancient Egyptians black coming from modern times going backwards in time, that's what you'll be doing. In ancient times, these social constructs
Brother, you have
never
to give me
existed.
a chance, though.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm just because you're quoting me, you said you played me, so I'm just making
brother,
sure because you paraphrasing
like,
it, and I'm here, so I can speak for myself.
No, once again, they would not agree to put themselves as a lower class. That I agree with you. But the term black exists.
Wait, but that's my point, right? But not for them as an identity. Black was not an identity for them, brother.
Well, that's subjective, just like earlier with the term ethnic group, right? Okay. So the color did exist, and it was used by the ancient Egyptians, and we have
other colors exist too.
Yes, I agree with you, brother.
You understand
other
that, right?
colors exist.
Okay,
right?
so wait. So the existence of I'm just saying, the existence of the color and the color term is not at issue. What I'm saying, and I'm being very specific, the ancient Egyptians did not identify that wasn't their identity. They didn't identify as black. They didn't have a self-collective conscious identity of black.
But
They
brother,
did not
that's
do
where
that.
we disagree because that's what you're saying.
Okay,
And
and
once
that's
again,
fine,
James,
and that's fine,
there it is.
and
James
that's
P.
fine.
Allen has shown Hanenit Kem, and he has translated Hanenit the Black. And as we went through ourselves on Black Man's book, there are several people who had Kem as part of their name. So you're saying it's not their identity. That's your opinion. You see,
Right.
that's where we disagree. Now I must be
Okay,
honest
but
with
wait,
you.
hold on, hold
Okay.
on,
Feel
pause right
free.
there for a second. Okay, so we disagree, but I want you to know that you switched it from what I'm saying. I'm saying the collective body politic of people, the people. See, you can name, and I already know this. Like prior to you or Smash ever bringing up people named Henny Kim or whatever the case is, certain people are aware of this. Like myself, I'm aware of it. And I always say that the Egyptians had eyes. They're human beings. They have eyes. They did describe objects and people by colors, and black being one of those colors. But you will not find the Egyptians identifying as black collectively, the self. And listen to what I'm saying, my words, because I don't want you to go back to Henny Kim again. That's an individual, and you can find individuals, a few individuals doing that, but you cannot find the identity, the self collective identity that we call an ethnic identity of the Egyptians referring to themselves as black. That's not how they did it in ancient times, period.
Well,
Now
brother,
you can disagree, but I'm making that clear. Don't go back to Henny Kim.
But the thing is this, brother. You see, what you said was very interesting, and I love the discussion.
Okay.
We don't have today all black people using black as an identity term, right? But nobody's denying the blackness. You see. So
Wait. What you mean? What you mean by that?
You
Denying the
just
blackness.
said you just said don't just rely on Henenit Cam. There's other people and so on. Now you know what? Hold on. If you don't mind, just so I don't forget, I would like to show this book. It's a hieroglyphic grammar book from a PhD, and but you need to put me on the screen so I can show it.
Okay, go ahead. You still on the screen?
I need to unshare.
You got to unshare.
I need to
Which
unshare.
one? Which
no,
one?
I will.
Because you got two.
Yeah. I'm gonna unshare from the other one. Hold on. I'm gonna do that. Oh, can you do it, please, if you don't mind? It will be quicker, actually.
All right, there you go.
Oh, damn! My camera doesn't work. Okay, hold on. Maybe if I go to it. Okay, hold on. It's gonna work if I do that. Oh, there it is. It works. Good. Thank you very much. So, this is I'm showing the book. It's Claude Obzomer. He's mentioned by James P. Allen.
Let me make you big.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so that's the name. Claude Obzomer. He's a PhD. He's an Egyptologist. Okay,
I have that
and
book.
he's also. Oh, well, that's what's up. There it is. Okay, so on page 293. Okay, here we have Kem. And this is the French one, by the way. I have. Yeah, this is the French one. I have the English one, and
you don't have to. You can just translate it. We'll trust you.
Yeah. We have. Hold on, where is it? Obviously, because it's the other way around for me. Hold on. It's be easier if I do it. There it is here. You see Kem, and it says noir sombre. You see now sombre is French for dark or brown. But I can look. Okay, I'm gonna remove the stuff. If I look for the English translation, so people can be satisfied. No.
I mean, you don't have to do that for me because I already saw it. I mean, I have the book.
Okay, but earlier you disagreed when I told you that we have some grammar books / dictionaries that translate Kem as black and brown, right? And
I still say that.
You're wrong.
I still say that because the all the other scholars translate Kim as black or dark, and I noticed that you said that French word could mean dark or brown, either or.
Well,
and it's fine that you want to say brown, and that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, well, if
I don't
if
have,
you want me to
I don't have a
take
problem with that.
So okay, so basically your issue is the word brown, right? But the word dark is
no. I don't
because dark
have
is
an
a
issue with
synonym
brown
of
because
brown.
I told you.
Okay.
No,
okay,
no,
okay.
I don't have a problem with brown. That's why I told you when you show one of those pictures of one of those statues, I actually said brown. I'm the one that brought it up, and you emphasized that I brought it up. So I don't have a
Okay.
problem saying brown.
So if I ask you the question again, Wudjau, do we
Okay.
have dictionaries slash?
Man, I forgot about. I'm sorry. I gotta apologize to the brother Kemetian. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Kemetian's been here patient.
Well, actually, as a matter of
let's wrap
fact,
this up. Go ahead.
yeah,
Go
we
ahead.
had a good discussion. I want to thank you, Wudjau. I want to thank Emiket. It was a great discussion, and we can always, be respectful even if we disagree. So I want to
Yeah.
thank you, Wudjau, and thank everybody else. I'm gonna, leave now. Thank you very much, brother.
Okay, but wait. Before you leave, I just want to let you know that I don't know if you can put the link in the chat, or I don't know, but whatever video you're talking about
In
that
the
you
private chat, because I don't think you
yeah in the
just make
private
sure
if you
it's in the private chat here.
if you can put
Uh,
your video link in the private chat for me, because I'm gonna save it and then I'll be able to go
now,
to it in the future, because I'm gonna deal with
oh, that's a private chat. Okay, so hold on. Okay, that's one
yeah.
link.
If
So
you can do
this
that,
one
that'd be
is
straight.
and the other one.
That'd be great.
There it is. There's the one about Peter J. Brand and the other one about Winnerman. Thank you, Emike. Thank you, Wudjau.
Yeah, the one. No, I'm saying the one you did, right?
Yes,
That's the
yes.
one you did.
Those are two videos that I made addressing their public claims. Yes.
Okay,
Okay, yeah,
nice.
and make sure that you take the links that I put in the chat, the ones with D up, because that's something that you might want to watch, because we went over the part that you shared, so you can watch. We had a part 1 and a part 2,
Mm. Well,
so
we,
that'll
we,
be
we
good to
covered
go.
it, sister. We did cover it, ourselves. On the same page, he gave another term. But, I don't want to be too long, but I want
Oh
to thank you
no,
both.
I was just saying that if you wanted to know what Wudjau discussed in depth, just because that was kind of quick anyway, what he went through. So it's
I
up to you,
appreciate it.
really. You don't have to, but yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
but
appreciate it.
real fast before you go, I don't think you saw a video where I was explaining the colors, because you asked me about Deseret, right? And so just before you go, you could look into this. This is something that I'm getting, if you want to look more into this. But there's a scene in several different tombs dealing with one bull and 7 cows, and then the 4 oars. And it's a popular scene. It's coming from the actually the Book of the Dead, but it's illustrated in several different tombs. This particular tomb is from Nefertari, right? And it's also on the Mount Hapri papyrus that a lot of people refer to. If you look at this particular scene, one of the cows in all of the scenes is referred to as red-haired one, or red hide one. And if you go from tomb to tomb or from papyri to papyri that actually illustrates this particular scene, you'll see the cows. If you compare the cows from tomb to tomb or from papyri to papyri, they're not exactly identical in color, but they're referred to as red at all times. This one I'm pointing this arrow to
Yeah,
is referred to as
yeah,
red.
yeah.
And
You told me that argument when we spoke on my panel, but those are not human beings. And as a matter of fact, the ones that
no,
I've
no,
shown,
no, no,
they
no.
are
Wait,
way
wait, wait. Let
darker
me
than
finish.
this cow.
Let me
Yes,
finish.
feel free.
Okay. But I'm saying I never claimed that they're human beings. But see, you got to understand the point I'm making with this. The reason why I point this out in videos is because I want people to get an idea of the visual look of what the Egyptians documented as Deshir, red. And so if you go from tomb to tomb, papyri to papyri, you'll see different shades to us. If we erase the glyphs, we would say different shades. But the Egyptians every time consistently refer to it as Deshir, red. So red comes in different shades. And in every tomb, the human beings in the tomb are identical to this particular cow per tomb. So this is what I meant
Wudjau,
by
please,
the color Deshir.
please. The artifacts that I've shown, they are not identical at all with this bull. Come on, and it's okay. People have seen what I've shown.
Hold up. I know, but listen, see what you just said is like doesn't make sense, because I specifically said if you compare tomb to tomb, what you just showed was statues that are not in the tombs or anything. Those are statues. So you gotta listen. I
I
specifically
did not
said
show it all. I have
if you
more.
compare
I have more. I have
no
paintings. I don't have, and I did not show
I
statues
know,
only. I've
but
shown
you
paintings
mentioned
as
what you
well.
showed.
Okay.
Wait, I know, but what you mentioned what you did show, and out of what you did show is different than what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get you to follow the
Yeah, but
conversation.
I'm
I'm
showing
saying
human beings.
what
You're
I
showing
said.
animals, brother.
I'm showing the animal for the why. Okay,
They
you
are
tell
not the
me
Nemech. They are not
why.
ancient Egyptians.
Why I never claimed that they were. Okay, so that's
So,
number
so,
one.
so
So you don't have to mention that
who's more
again.
accurate,
Wait.
brother? When we're talking about skin color, I'm showing
Good gosh,
human
bro.
beings. Okay,
This is why I
I'm
say
gonna stop
people
now
have
because
comprehension problems.
brother, it's
This is
okay.
really,
You know
really,
what,
really, really why I do.
brother, I ain't gonna take
This is
offense at
really
that.
why I do.
Brother, I ain't gonna take offense at that. I want to thank you, brother Wudjau. I want to thank Sister Emike. It
Okay.
was a great talk. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right.
Peace.
Peace.
Shemimotep. And just for the listening viewers, Wudjau basically showed this because, I was following, speaking plain English. He's actually just showing this, not to say that these are human beings, but to show what is referred to as the color desheret. What is the color red for the ancient Egyptians? And hey, I'm just saying this, and just so you know, FYI, English is not my first and it's not my second language, it's my third language.
And this is what I mean by comprehension, and I have to say it. See, the thing is, in order for people to change, like I'm not an enabler, and if anybody's not going to comprehend what I'm saying in real time, live, then it is what it is. I never claimed that what people are looking at on the screen are people, so I don't know why that's mentioned. And then the purpose of me showing this is is for everybody to get an idea of what the Egyptians referred to as red, as the word deshir. That's it. So if they used a pigment, we know they use red ochre in their mix to produce this color that we're looking at. And my point is that if you go from tomb to tomb that has the scene, go anywhere where this scene is found. We have the bull and the 7 cows, 7 heavenly cows, and the 4 oars representing the 4 cardinal points. There's all those cardinal points again. Those 4 cardinal point oars and everything. You're gonna see, if you compare, like this is from Nefertari's tomb, for example. This picture here is from a different place. Now, if I were to hold the Nefertari one up right next to this one, it's not going to be a 100% exact match. But yet, the ancient Egyptians refer to both of them consistently as red. And so, my point here is that if they call this cow red in appearance, and they use the same brush, they dip the same in the same color well to paint this guy's flesh tone, then guess what? If they call this red, then by logical deduction, you can say that this is red as well, because it's the same colored pigment, the same paint that's being used. This is Kim. This is black. The Egyptians called this black. This person is not painted this. This person matches with this down here. The hair matches with this, but not the flesh. So that's just a quick elementary breakdown. If people can't understand that, then that's what I'm saying. Comprehension is low. So listen, I greatly apologize to Kemetian, man. You've been very patient, like super duper patient. And it's late, and I'm already past the time. But I gotta definitely, I want to give you a chance to speak on the microphone and everything, and see. Hopefully, we could do this again. But it'd be unfair for me to end it without you speaking. You've been very patient. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, can you hear me, brother?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Wajet Seneb Shimo Tapu.
Hotep.
Yeah, and I just want to say too, as I enter in, that I come forth with intentions to demonstrate, from a level of not setting my lips in motion against any man, dealing with being deceitful or being guileful in my words, and also not stopping my ears when it comes to dealing with the words of right and truth, when it comes to dealing with my art, or acting with insolence or stirring up strife, and I don't look for distinctions. I'm just trying to come forth with clarity. But honest to all of y'all on the panel, I'm gonna try to make this measure as brief as possible. But I've been studying for a long time, 30 years to be exact. That don't mean nothing when it comes to this conversation. I'm just saying that what I have noticed when it comes to dealing with our people, what I'm understanding is that when it comes to this information, it is our mode of interpretation based upon where we are that cause us to have conflict. For example, if we were being, without using anybody, just using logic right now, right? We understand that the English language is so many years old. And understanding that the English language is not that old, it definitely don't go back to ancient Kemet. I would ask people the question and say, well, if you believe that the word Kemet means black in all simplicity, trace that word black back in the antiquity. Show me the etymological root that go all the way back during that time. And you can't find that because it don't exist. So that kills the conversation, of people who try to equate the word Kemet with black. Now, we understand in this modern time, we use this terminology, and when I look at it, if we were to equate it with anything, I always equated it with the land itself and not the man. Some people would probably argue and say, well, we come from the earth and the earth deal with black soil and da-da-da. And as we know, we come in different shades as well. And in most cases, most of our people are not jet black at all. And so the Egyptians referred to themselves by different terms when it comes to the racial category, if we want to use that, because even the word race didn't really exist during that time. They referred to themselves as the Nehesu, as I heard y'all say earlier, the Remetu. You had terms like Amu. These describe who the people were. So briefly, the term black actually referred to Asa as it referred to him as being dead, according to the text. As far as dealing with him being in the underworld, or the Amduat, if you want to call it that. It had nothing to do with skin color. You see, and once we understand that right there, I think our people can get ahead of, but a lot of our people so caught up on that word black, man, to where they can't get past it, even not even accepting the fact that it comes forth from scientific racism, basically. John Blumenbeck, they were the ones that used those terms to describe a people. So some people are trying to pick and choose what words they hold sacred. Some words they'll say, well, we want to say Netcher, we don't want to say God, because Netcher don't really mean God, but they don't want to do the same thing when it comes to this word Kim and black, because they feel like it's something taken away from their foundation. One time, if you would have asked me, I would say, who is the original man? Asiatic black man, maker own the cream of the planet Earth, father civilization, God of the, black, everything. The universe, black, this, black, that. Black crazy, Nothing wrong with the description, but that's all it is. So the people shouldn't be arguing, on those terms. I just want to share something briefly, not nothing to go long and drawn out, from a source, if it will allow me to share here, brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
This allow me to share something here. Okay, I'm gonna share the entire screen. That way, it accept my slide, because like I say, I want to be brief. This is actually a source coming from Chicago University dealing with the Book of the Dead. And they made a point here that's relevant to what it is that we're talking about. And if you can see it, listen to what's being said. And they were running down, the different versions of the Book of the Dead and everything. But he said here, and this Forrest Scaff and a couple of people, that were mentioned here, not to make them more authoritative than anything, but this is what he said. He says, when all of the above is taken into consideration, it is clear that answering the question, what is the Book of the Dead, is very different from answering the question, what was the Book of the Dead? And now look at the emphasis that's made here in short. In many ways, the Book of the Dead is a modern construction of our imagination, right? Our conceptions are dictated by the way we categorize the text, how we privilege particular formats, papyri, what we see as the ultimate purpose, even what name we give to the ancient compositions. In most of these cases, our conceptual apparatus for discussing and let's show this one part here because it's a short portion right here. Let's see. Oh no, it actually was at the top of the page above this. Yeah. All right. Yeah, here it is right here. Yeah. It says, in understanding this material is radically different than that of the ancient Egyptians themselves. And see, we got to keep that in mind. You know, sometimes the ego get ahead of us and we go to trying to interpolate certain measures into certain things that we really have no full knowledge of. But it says in some ways this is inevitable, but it's most important to keep in mind the different perspectives. Our modern concepts can help us articulate our advances in interpretation, but they can also mislead us into misinterpretations, applying intentions, messages, or conclusions that never existed in the ancient mind. And this is what's going on with brothers like Reggie and Smash Rockwell. Not to attack them, you know, and a lot of other brothers. They are using interpretations, you know, that are out of whack. You know, right here, for example, the color black represented death in the afterlife, you know, to the ancient Egyptians. Osiris was given the epithet to the black one, you know, because he was the king of the neither world, you see? And both he and Anubis, the god embalming, were portrayed with black faces. But if you go like you were speaking on the different colors of the cattle, that's another thing. That's a metaphorical example if somebody want to apply that. But we know cattle is cattle and men is men. You see what I'm saying? And so once they understand black refers to the land, Kim, you know, and they ain't dealing with the skin color, you know, and so forth and so on, then our people can get it. Because Osar was also green as well. So does that mean that he is a green man? You know, we can go into all of those different arguments. But like we said,
Can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so first of all, this is my first I think this is my first time interacting with you. So I appreciate, you know, nice to meet you, you know, and everything like that. If it is, because I don't recall interacting with you before. So that being said, I'm not familiar with your stance on, you know, that heavily debated topic about, you know, Egyptians being black, call themselves black or whatnot. So if you could just summarize what's your, because it sounds like based on what you already said just now, but I don't want to assume, that's why I'm asking you the question directly. But it seems like you don't agree, or you're not on the side that the word Kemet or Kim and stuff in the word Kemet is referring to the people. You more so think it's talking about the type of land or the land and not really the people and the skin color and all that kind of stuff. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. And some people think if you say that, it's slighting, you know, Kemet. But the people are referred to as who they are already in the text, the Remetu, you know, the Nehesu, you know, the Amu. You know, these are the different terms that are given, but they are not subjugated to skin color like brothers are trying to take it. And even the most people that's arguing this, they ain't black when you look at the way they look. You know, like me, I would be considered, you know, red tone, so to speak. You know, and actually they say that's the color of, you know, what they would have considered the Kemetian people, like you was telling the brother a few minutes ago when he was showing the pictures. You know, but they think for some reason that this word black just make you African. And even the word African is a whole nother measure as well. You know, so just like I was showing here with this concept of a Medew, you know, the bull deity. And that just going into all the etymology and the root of the different words that are used, regardless of the vowels that they put there. Because we know their ancestors didn't even use those things per se. You know what I mean? Some people would try to take this and say, well, this black bull represented all Saw in the form, so he was black, you know, and so that would be pseudo, you know, to do that. I'm a practical brother, and I'm saying if the ancient Egyptians didn't say that themselves, then we can't really put that in their mouths. You see what I'm saying? I understand that we love melanin, and we love, All of this right here. We love the universe of darkness. There's a lot of metaphysical and metaphorical examples that can be used. Now, if we choose to say, okay, that's the term we utilize now, all is well, but don't say that the ancient Egyptians taught that, because that's where the conflict come into play at. And that's where all the confusion come into play. I'm going to give you a prime example, right, with words. This is just, this is my last portion here. Etymology, right? Dealing with this word mir, right? We can see it means governor of the town, right? We can see it means overseer of the courts of justice in one aspect, mir het ur, right? Mirkat here, which is work of the clerk of works, director of public works, so to speak, right? We can literally see from the etymological origin the word mayor, how it derives from the same definition. This is just using common sense right here. Head of the city, town, government, major, mayor. J is interchangeable with the I if you understand what sound shifting is in linguistics. And we can go on and on and on about this, but it's right there. And you go into the alternative forms and you'll see the word mir, M-E-R, just as it is in the etymology. So we can see that this word purely derives all the way back from a Kemetic root. But you can't do that with the word black. Show me the word black and that it trace all the way back to Kemet as it relates to race and men. And then we can say, all right, you got a point. But they can't do it. And me and Reggie had that conversation when we first talked, and they run from me most of the time. So like I say, yeah, deal with land. Even in the Arabic, if you were to deal with sound, because we know that I call them strong words. There are certain words that are in the Arabic, that are in the Hebrew, and they correspond to the Egyptian word. In most cases, the Egyptian word is the origin word. A lot of these other words in these other languages deal with more of the effect, but the Kemetic word deals with the cause in its root. But that's a whole nother story. So yeah, right here in Arabic and Hebrew is referring to the land and not the man. So that's all I want to say right now. And, we can get into some other conversations later. All right. I don't hold y'all, but
no, I appreciate you coming through, and I'm gonna tell you, I apologize for having you wait so long, because I actually forgot, because the brother Shaka-Ndugu was on here twice, and when I look at the side like that, I actually totally missed you even still being here. I thought you had dropped off, so I apologize for that. And then when I noticed you were still here.
I be up around this time. I just, I'm patient. That's how we do it in my circle. Okay. We wait and we listen, brother. But racialization is what's causing the conflict, brother.
Well, and see, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the archive of our videos and stuff. I refer to it as anachronism, and I call the people who constantly deal with it anachronists. And so I'm not among that. So I avoid it. I try to advocate against it. We can't superimpose our modern ideologies and things like that backwards in ancient times. That's not fair to the ancient people, no matter who we study, whether it's Egypt or any other culture in the past. We shouldn't do that. That's just not fair. That's disrespectful. And so we should be trying to let the ancient people that we're studying or analyzing and stuff, we should at our best try to allow them to speak for themselves as much as possible. And that's what I advocate. So, but no, I appreciate you coming through, but it's way beyond. And Sosa was right. I gotta say Sosa was right. He said I was going to do another 2 hours, and I'm pretty close to that. But I'm definitely got to get out of here and everything. But I appreciate you coming through. I appreciate Shaka-Ndugu Kemet coming through. I think he's I don't know if he's still in the chat, but and all that's well. So I'm just going to summarize what I talked about today, and then I'm about to end the show. So I appreciate everybody coming through. So just a quick summary of what I was discussing. I think I got to switch back. Oh, but just real quick, while I have this picture up, right? This is just to reinforce the point I was trying to make earlier about the colors and the actual artistic side of it. And I encourage people to read the books on the artistic canon of the actual ancient Egyptian artists, like how they carved these tombs, the process, because they have a whole workflow and they have different people in charge of different things and how they did it. It's really fascinating. And I encourage people to get the books on that, especially books by Davies and I believe Fisher are two prominent names that deal with ancient Egyptian art. Okay. But that, having said that, my point earlier and in many videos in the past is that if we look at, if you look at any one particular tomb, right? If you look at any one particular tomb, you'll notice that there's a certain array of colors that are used to illustrate the glyphs themselves and the figures, what they call vignettes and things like that, right? And so, as the example I have on the screen right here, everyone who studies Egypt should be familiar with the red crown that's called Desheret. Okay, people translate that as the red crown. If you look this up into Egyptian dictionaries, you're going to see Desheret being the red crown. You look up the red crown, it's going to say it's Desheret, right? The red crown. All right, that's a given. The word Desheret is there. All right. If you visually look at this red crown in the picture that I'm showing you, you know it's called red. And the point that I was making is that notice that what the Egyptians call red is the same pigment from an artistic standpoint that they use to paint the flesh of the human beings in these various different illustrations. So in this particular picture, this is the king Hardemheb, Merni Amun. That's his full name, as you can see, his Sarah name. So this is Hardemheb. And you can see that his skin, his flesh, is painted with the exact same color and pigment that's used to paint the red crown. So now, you will not see red next to the king. You won't see the word Desher next to the king. But by logical deduction, if the Egyptians are calling this crown red and are using this same pigment color to paint the flesh, if we ever ask the question, what pigment color did they use to paint the flesh of King Horemheb, we would have to therefore say Desher, red, because we know we have a known and then we have an unknown, and we could take the known to answer the unknown. So we know the red crown is called Desheret, red crown. The same pigment is used for his flesh. Then what color is that? Desheret or Desher, red. That's the only point I was trying to make. Also notice that the sun, the Egyptians are, with the folk etymology that they give themselves, they say that they are the emanations of Ra, meaning they come from the tears of Ra in their name of Remech. The word Remech is a play on with the word Remich and Remi. The word Remi means to cry as a verb. It's also a name, an epithet of Ra. But Remich is to tear up, to cry, or tears. And so the Egyptians explain that they get their name of themselves from this story of Ra crying and therefore producing the Egyptians. And so that's where you get the Remech and Remit and things like that. So notice that the sun and the people's flesh are also the same color. That's just a side note. So those are the points that I was making earlier about that. All right. So no, I'm not saying that King Horemheb is a red crown. Like earlier, I was trying to point out with the cow, and then the brother Shaka-Ndugu Kemet was saying, but yeah, the cow is not people. Like, you know, no duh. Just like this crown is not a person. So I'm not using the cow to say the cow is a person. I was referring to the artistic, the colors and everything like that. So I don't think the brother understood, and that's why I say comprehension is definitely a key. So now going back to a very quick recap of why I even did this video, because we definitely got off, and I knew it was gonna get off. You know, I opened the panel, that's gonna happen, right? So the reason why I did this video was to address the brother Reggie's video and statements that he made in his video. I had no knowledge no idea he did a video until yesterday. Someone sent me a link with a timestamp where my name was mentioned. And so today I've decided to go live, one, to address all the things he was saying. All right. And so as a recap, Reggie was making the claim that Dr. Winneman was wrong when he was describing this particular scene right here. He said that Dr. Winneman was wrong. Is not talking about authority, and he and I agree on the point that Dr. Winneman was kind of less elaborative about it. You know, I said the same thing in my commentary, which I did 2 weeks prior to Reggie. I said the same thing about Winneman, that I wish he would have elaborated on the actual ritual itself. That would have been a lot better, especially coming from an expert, as people like to refer to expert, or a degreed individual, right? And so it would have been better coming from him if he would have elaborated on that, but he didn't. And so that was one of my critiques about that. So Reggie also said that part, but he said he's wrong. Then Reggie also said that Asar Imhotep and myself are wrong by saying these 4 calves represent cardinal points. Reggie disagreed with that. Okay. And so tonight I wanted to show, and then Reggie cited a source that he kind of seemed like he knew I was familiar with, and then on the other hand, he kind of seemed like I wasn't familiar with it. And on the panel, when Reggie and I were on the panel together, Sosa told him that I read it. I had my mic muted out of respect, because I don't like when the panel is loaded with a lot of people and people get cut off and stuff. So I was muted the whole time, so I didn't get a chance to say anything towards that. But Sosa told him that I read it, and because he said that, I feel like I didn't need to say it. But anyway, this is the books that Reggie is talking about. I have those books. I've been had these books prior to Reggie going to the library and ordering it and getting it scanned for him. I've had these books, and I can tell from Reggie's video that he didn't read the entire book, and he didn't have all of it scanned. To his own admission, he only had 102 pages scanned. This book is over 400 and some odd pages. Volume 1. Volume 2 is about 160 pages. Volume 2 has the tables and plates, all the pictures, all of the attestations, visuals in there. And Volume 1 is all the attestations and the text that go with all these different scenes. The whole thing. It's a very, very good treatment of this topic. And the title of the book is In Quest of Meaning, a study of the ancient Egyptian rites of the consecrating of the Medew chest and driving of the calves. Okay, it's a very well put together book, the way it's structured and how he addresses each of the things in a very organized way. All right. So I just went over it, showed issues of the book, showing that the 4 calves do actually refer to the 4 cardinal points. So the rite of driving the calves actually is layered with 4 themes. One theme being the cardinal points. Theme number 2 is the pastoral associations. Number 3 is agrarian associations, and number 4 is the mythic association with the Osiris's death. Those are the 4 themes that rite is dealing with. The Medew chest 2, with the 4 corners of the earth, and then Osiris's death and everything. So that's how this book breaks it all down. Part 1, part 2, so on and so forth. And so I showed where the author explicitly says that the driving of the calves does deal with the 4 corners of the earth, the cardinal points. So Reggie was wrong about that. And it also deals with the king's dominion over the earth, over the 4 cardinal points, and all that the sun's rays can shine in, and so on and so forth. So Reggie was wrong about that as well. All right. And he put on a performance for his audience. I can't knock that. He got to create content for his audience, but not at my expense. So I just don't appreciate that. But anyway, that's pretty much it. Y'all go check out the video. That's pretty much a summary of what I went through. And here's a picture of the book. You know, I put it with I had two of Mboli's books, and then two of our books, and two of those books. I just grabbed some books to take a picture so I can show people that I actually have the book, and I'm not relying on just partial scans of anything or whatever. And I actually read this particular text from cover to cover. All right, so just so y'all know, and it's a very good book, and so that's how I was able to speak on it. At least when I see scenes like this, when I see scenes like that, I already, and I come from an informed position on what I'm looking at. Like I know that this is dealing with that particular ritual, so I already know what it's about, and so that's what I made mention. And Reggie seemed to think that was strange and weird. He started quoting church and holier than thou type stuff. I didn't really get that, but that's what these things are dealing with. All right, and it's a very interesting issue. Now I'll probably come back and do a more formal presentation on it, because it's these two rites are loaded, and it's very interesting, especially about the inverse of Horus becoming king and Usir becoming dead, and the king of the underworld, lord of the underworld, etc., how they're inverse of each other is very, very interesting. How the murdered chests contain mummy wrappings of different colors and what they represent, and then how the cow, those 4 layers, how they prevented Osiris's tomb to be found after being sought after, so on and so forth. It's very, very very interesting, and it connects. Believe it or not, there's a connection with Hut-Heri-Ib, which is the palace that's upon the heart where Osiris's heart was buried, which we know as, drumroll, Athribis. It's interesting. Anyway, I think so. That's enough, and I'm definitely gonna get out of here. I appreciate everybody tuning in. And this is a long one, but we definitely going to timestamp this one out so you can come back and watch it and click and go to the point you want. Other than that, Emicat, you have anything?
Well, I would just like to thank everybody that stuck with us through this whole session. That was it was good. It was interesting, and actually, I think you may want to go over this drive notifier calls and all that on a different session where people can get more in-depth information about it. Just that, but I know that will take time, but at least because the information that you gave today was really, really interesting. There's a lot of things that because of lack of time we don't even want to kind of emphasize, but even just the part that the colors were explained with the curves and things of that nature, that's something that I will definitely have to revisit as well and look into deeply. But those are things that were really, really good today, so I think we definitely need to revisit outside of the claims by Reggie. Just that.
All right, so yeah, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna come back. I had planned to a long while back, and just didn't do it. And I think what prevented me was because I don't have a PDF copy of the text. I have a hard copy, and I wanted to share. And it's just not cool taking pictures of pages and stuff like that. So I think I can probably put something together now that people are a little bit more familiar with it. And again, you all can contact me because the pictures I did share earlier of the text, if y'all want that, because I already took those pictures today, let me know and I can get that to you all. And I apologize for not seeing some of y'all's questions, but it's definitely too late. I do see a couple of ones at more recent, like the one I have on the screen and everything. For every red skin Egyptian you have, I can show you 5 brown skin Egyptians. So what's your point? Yeah, we can get into that another time, Majay. I did plenty of videos on anachronism. So Majay, the whole point is not to be anachronistic. So to answer your question, short and skinny, don't be anachronistic. That's my point. What was this one? Okay, no. Was there anything else that I missed? Something quick? I guess not. Nope. So hopefully everybody can walk. Oh, see, Asar popped up. So Mika, I think Mika's having a after party on her channel. So yep, there's Mika right there. So if y'all can see her screen name, Mika's having an after party early morning, 6 in the morning, type of party. And that's about it. So with that, I'm gonna just say appreciate y'all and peace. We're definitely out of here. Actually, let me remove the comment before I go because that comment will stay up. There we go. All right. So till another time. So listen, look forward to a video. I don't know if Asar is still in the chat. I'm gonna get with Asar Motep. You know, we're gonna have to do something about this linguistic mumbo jumbo that a lot of people been talking, stuff like that. I'm gonna get with him on something. So be on the lookout for something, maybe not. But I appreciate y'all tuning in. Shalom Hotep.
Go to Kemet school, you became more alert. You more wake up, your spirit wake up, and you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. Classical studies. We must know Medew Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some Heretic too. We need to know Medew Netcher. Achievement in Km.t for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Km.t.